Lu Mingzhao opened her eyes dazedly, and what met her sight was an ancient, elegantly carved bed. The exquisite and soft curtains swayed gracefully, and outside the curtains, shadows of people moved about, with faint whispers carried by the wind. Either she was losing her mind, or she had really traveled through time. Lu Mingzhao quickly closed her eyes and opened them again, feeling a throbbing pain in her forehead with the movement. Following that, she recited the ancient poem Ode to Liquor silently in her heart. It was confirmed. She was neither mad nor foolish. She had traveled through time. In her previous life, although she hadn't eaten vegetarian meals, recited Buddhist scriptures, or accumulated virtue and good deeds, she hadn't done any evil either. Why me? Why me? There were so many people who just talked big, so why was she the only unlucky one? She couldn't help but feel annoyed by this random, boundaryless time travel. Lu Mingzhao didn't disturb the people outside the curtains, continuing to lie still while digesting the sudden surge of unfamiliar memories. She had traveled into a book, and it was one she had randomly selected out of boredom before going to sleep. What a coincidence, the villainous secondary character in the book, the fake daughter of a prestigious family, also shared her name, Lu Mingzhao. Her friends had even joked that she should memorize the book to prepare for a possible time travel. She had paid no attention to it. She had skimmed through a few pages, and with a blink, she had come here. Could she admit that her only real memory of the book was its summary? If she had known this would happen, she would have studied the book carefully. The wound on her forehead was from the original Lu Mingzhao, who had crashed into a wall in a desperate attempt to avoid leaving the mansion. She didn't understand how much had changed in just one night. All the respect and status she once had now belonged to someone else. The family she once trusted and relied on was no longer hers. The engagement to the Duke's family, which she had been so proud of, was now someone else's. She was just the daughter of a farmer who couldn't be presented in public. The original owner, just reaching the age of 15, was greatly devastated. She couldn't bear it, really couldn't bear it. In the book, naturally, the original owner hadn't died. Both the Marquis' mansion and the Duke's family couldn't afford to lose face. Reputation was dignity. The original owner's collision had, after all, opened up a way out. She wasn't sent back to the farmer's family but remained in the Marquis' mansion under the title of Second Miss. Sometimes acting like a delicate flower, sometimes putting on a sweet and innocent act, and sometimes like a sesame ball, stirring up trouble. She had never stood a chance. The marriage contract that was considered more important than life was returned to its rightful owner, and the true daughter and the Duke's family's heir overcame numerous difficulties to marry, sealing a beautiful union. The so-called difficulties were mainly because the original owner was relentlessly energetic and never stopped causing trouble. The villainess died miserably on the streets, while the male and female leads lived happily ever after. Talk about a cliché. Lu Mingzhao sighed silently. After the incident of trying to die by crashing into a wall, there was no way she could stay. Even if she stayed, it would be like the original owner's life in the book, constantly living under the scrutiny and disdain of others, being mocked and despised both inside and outside the mansion. She couldn't stand such a disgusting life, and it was better to leave while she had the chance. Maybe it would stir some old feelings and soften the hearts of the young Marquis and his wife, and they might give her some money to live on. Well, she wasn't too proud or special. Without money, she couldn't survive in this new world. You've gotta be practical. Lu Mingzhao immediately made up her mind and pretended to have just woken up, speaking weakly to the figure outside the curtain, water. Half because she couldn't think of what to say, half because her throat was on fire. The maid in peach-colored clothes seemed to have the wind at her feet, and in the blink of an eye, she was by the bedside, her apricot eyes red and swollen, her voice choked with sobs. Mississippi. Water. Lu Mingzhao emphasized hoarsely again. This voice was worse than the sound of a saw cutting wood. In Lu Mingzhao's mind, the phrase bawan, my voice, involuntarily surfaced. The maid helped Lu Mingzhao sit up, then quickly poured a cup of water and offered it to her with both hands. As the water slid down her throat, Lu Mingzhao felt like she had truly come back to life. Mississippi. Seeing that the maid's tears were about to fall, Lu Mingzhao quickly said, "Shosher, help me change my clothes." She needed to play the part of the injured original owner to win the Marquis's sympathy. No matter how much of a villain the original owner was in the book, since she had become Lu Mingzhao in this story, she had to acknowledge the original owner's feelings and live a decent life on her behalf. Xiaoshi hesitated and gently reminded her, "Miss, lady ordered you to stay in your room." She didn't dare to say that after the incident of Miss crashing into the wall trying to die, the Marquis and his wife were furious, wishing that Miss had just died to end the matter. If not for the risk of rumors, they wouldn't have even called the doctor. "It's all right." Lu Mingzhao waved her hand, a bittersweet smile appearing on her face, making herself seem more delicate and harmless. "Xiaoshi, I've already died once and have come to a realization. I won't cause any more trouble. I want to go apologize and bid farewell to Mother. What isn't mine will never be mine. I shouldn't force it." Lu Mingzhao's peripheral vision caught the appearance of a noblewoman at the doorway. Her long lashes hid a shadow in her eyes as her hand under the silk quilt ruthlessly pinched her thigh. Her voice grew even more choked and pitiful, her act becoming more convincing. "I've enjoyed the life of a marquis's daughter for over a decade, living in luxury and enjoying blessings that were never meant for me. Now, it's time to return these to their rightful owner. Whether it's the identity of the marquis's daughter, the love of my parents, or the marriage contract with the duke's family. I've thought it through. Xiaoshi, help me change." "Just lie down," the elegantly dignified lady said gracefully. Lu Mingzhao pretended to be flustered and looked up. "Mother." Then she corrected herself. "Madam." The lady's eyes examined her, as if weighing the truth of Lu Mingzhao's words. But upon seeing the bloodstained bandage on Lu Mingzhao's forehead and her moist eyes, her tone softened. After all, she had raised Lu Mingzhao for over a decade, some affection still lingered. "The Yongning Marquis family is a prominent and wealthy family. Your behavior has disgraced the Marquis family, making a joke out of you for the people in the capital. Since this is the case, stay and recover as the second young miss of the Marquis family. But do not covet what you shouldn't." As long as Lu Mingzhao stayed quiet, adding another pair of chopsticks was no issue, the Marquis family could afford to support her. If Lu Mingzhao still harbored ill intentions, after the wedding, they would give her a fertility-ending potion and send her as a concubine to the duke's family, doing the duke's family a favor. Given her precarious position, joining the duke's family as a concubine would be a step up for her. As for the countryside, just send someone to deal with the peasants. Thinking of this, Yongning Marquis Madam earnestly continued, "Mingzhao, you're a grown lady now and should understand your mother's difficulties. After years of neglect, a mother has to make amends. In the future, get along well with Minghui and save some trouble." Lu Mingzhao chuckled inwardly but didn't show it on her face, nodding and shaking her head. "I understand Madam's difficulties and challenges, and I know my position is awkward. If I continue to stay in the capital, it will upset Minghui, and I might be tempted to fight for the marriage contract again. Chao Fu has also arrived. The Marquis family raised me, so I should repay their kindness. Mingzhao, bid farewell to Madam." Did Lu Mingzhao really give up her obsession with Gu Huai just like that? Since childhood, Lu Mingzhao had been very attached to Gu Huai, the heir of the duke. No matter how cold Gu Huai was, he couldn't dampen Lu Mingzhao's enthusiasm. Her obedient and considerate demeanor in Yongning Marquis Madam's eyes seemed like she was silently planning something significant. Just as she was about to say a few more words of warning, Lu Mingzhao spoke again. "Mother, rest assured, I will leave the estate before sunset." At that moment, Yongning Marquis Madam felt a lump in her throat. Lu Mingzhao's antics made her feel embarrassed and humiliated. But when Lu Mingzhao insisted on leaving, she felt that Lu Mingzhao was being ungrateful. "Actually, you don't have to do this. Once you leave the estate, you can no longer cause trouble under the name of the Yongning Marquis family. Otherwise, don't blame me for not sparing any sentiment." Pausing, seeing that Lu Mingzhao had no change of heart, anger surged, and her voice took on a sarcastic tone. "However, since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. But the countryside is worlds apart from the Marquis family. Be prepared. Minghui told me that your birth father has arranged a marriage for you in the countryside, to an ugly and vulgar widower. If you marry him, you'll become a stepmother." For a moment, Lu Mingzhao was stunned. This was something she truly didn't know. Seeing Lu Mingzhao's surprise, a hint of smugness appeared at the corners of yawning Marquis Madam's eyes and brows.
Thank you for your advice, madam.
I only wish for Madam and Miss Minghui to be safe and happy. For the sake of some personal funds, she was willing to speak sweetly. Besides, there wasn't a malicious swap story between the original owner and the true miss, nor did they have to reach a deadly confrontation.
Yawning Marquis Madam caught her breath.
For the sake of our mother-daughter relationship, I'll send Nanny Wang with 100 taels of silver.
After that, it's up to you.
Yawning Marquis Madam swept her sleeve and left, with a hint of embarrassment and anger. Lu Mingzhao dropped the fragile and sorrowful demeanor, lifted the brocade quilt, and stepped out of bed. Xiushi, there's no need to stand guard here.
You're quick and clever, lady will find you a good position. Miss, I can't bear to part with you.
Xiushi stepped forward to support Lu Mingzhao, her eyes and nose red.
Lu Mingzhao furrowed her brow.
This wasn't about whether she could bear to part ways.
As a fake heiress, could she really take one of the mansion's servants with her? Go now.
Lu Mingzhao raised her hand to rub Xiushi's head and gently pushed her out of the room. As the door closed, Lu Mingzhao let out a long sigh of relief. In front of those familiar with the original owner, she really felt uneasy and nervous. The room was beautifully furnished, with elegant decorations. On the dressing table, hairpins, jewelry, rouge, and powder were neatly arranged. Obviously, the original owner had lived a life of luxury for the past decade or so.
No wonder it felt like falling from heaven to hell. Lu Mingzhao's gaze fixed on the bronze mirror on the dressing table.
In the mirror, the girl's appearance was lovely. Her pale skin gave her a delicate beauty, adding a fragile charm. However, the thin cloth on her forehead was still stained with blood, which looked alarming. With one glance, Lu Mingzhao realized the wound had only been hastily bandaged, just enough to keep her alive. Whether it would leave a scar was of no concern to anyone.
The estate's doctor didn't dare to treat her properly, nor could he risk taking the initiative.
So, this was the attitude of the yawning Marquis and his wife.
Lu Mingzhao sighed again.
Now that she was here, she couldn't just throw in the towel. In the box on the low table beside the dressing table, Lu Mingzhao found clean thin cloth and medicinal powder. Gritting her teeth, she decisively peeled off the blood-stained bandage in front of the mirror.
The process made Lu Mingzhao hiss in pain.
Just as she was clumsily about to sprinkle the medicinal powder on the wound, her forehead suddenly felt an intense heat. After a brief moment, the gruesome injury vanished without a trace, leaving only a thumb-sized plum blossom mark.
Lu Mingzhao almost cried out in surprise. This had to be some kind of miracle, right? Curious, Lu Mingzhao touched the plum blossom mark.
Suddenly, everything spun out of control, and she found herself standing in front of a supermarket she knew all too well. This was her empire.
Chow Chow Fu.
The name was chosen by a master during the planning stages, after she spent a fortune on the consultation. At the time, she thought it wasn't catchy enough, but she was persuaded by the master's words that it would bring her prosperity.
Well, she was a woman of principles. The master was indeed a master.
This money was really well spent. It really does bring her prosperity. Good fortune is just around the corner for her, Lu Mingzhao.
The supermarket wasn't particularly fancy, just a typical two-story store in a small county. Why wasn't it built to be more grand and upscale? Was it because she didn't want to?
Or maybe because she didn't have enough money saved up. But even though it was small, it had all the essentials. Stepping through the thick glass doors, the supermarket was brightly lit and looked completely normal, except for the lack of a bustling crowd.
To the left of the entrance was a chain pharmacy.
It didn't claim to cure everything, but it stocked all the basic medicines you'd need. In a time when even a simple cold could be deadly, the pharmacy made her feel much safer. She made a smart move by letting the pharmacy set up shop in her supermarket.
Besides the pharmacy, the first floor mainly sold clothes, shoes, and home textiles.
Riding the escalator up, the second floor offered fresh food, produce, and everyday essentials. The merchandise was neatly arranged, with fresh fruits and vegetables vividly colorful, brimming with vitality. The daily necessities section was orderly stocked with various household items, from kitchen utensils to cleaning supplies, everything one could need.
To make sure everything was working, Lu Mingzhao tested it multiple times, finally feeling confident.
Her supermarket came with her, and the medium was the plum blossom mark on her forehead. Not understanding the principle, she decided not to think about it anymore.
The end of science is metaphysics. People's constitutions are different. What if her name being united with the original owners was called a miracle? Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but laugh out loud, the laughter sounding somewhat mischievous.
With this portable supermarket, she could thrive anywhere, even in a remote village or deep in the mountains. Xiushi, standing guard outside, looked worried.
Had she been driven mad by the shock? Miss is truly pitiful.
Inside the room, Lu Mingzhao was unaware of Xiushi's thoughts, nor could she afford to be aware.
Time was tight, and there were many things to be done.
Nope, wrapping her forehead carefully with a thin cloth again, making sure it was tightly wrapped and thoughtfully dabbing some red antiseptic solution. Then, she put away the hairpins and jewelry on the dressing table.
Gold and silver, after all, were always hard currencies.
She remembered the textbook phrase, gold and silver are not naturally currency, but currency is naturally gold and silver. The dignified Yongning Marquis family, with their piles of gold and jade, surrounded by flower clusters, probably wouldn't use second-hand goods.
Leaving the Marquis residence.
It was as if she was collecting the reward on behalf of the original owner for shamelessly pursuing and securing the marriage contract in her youth. Lu Mingzhao instantly steeled herself mentally. She never made things difficult for herself and reflected on her actions, finding herself blameless. She then packed some commonly used items and changed into a set of lightweight, soft, and comfortable clothes. Flowing wide sleeves were more suited to a life of luxury. Pale-faced and carrying a backpack, she opened the door. Sigh. The cold wind was biting. It made Lu Mingzhao shiver uncontrollably. With a snap, Lu Mingzhao closed the door and rummaged through her trunk to find a thick fur cloak, which she put on. In this weather, traveling was a miserable task. Standing under the eaves again, Wang Mama, a trusted servant of the Yongning Marquis madam, arrived belatedly with 100 taels.
Miss Mingzhao. Wang Mama looked at Lu Mingzhao with a sympathetic gaze and spoke kindly.
Her small face, long and thick lashes, and big, watery eyes. At first glance, she looked like a fairy from a picture book. It was well known in the capital city that Lu Mingzhao of the Yongning Marquis family was exceptionally beautiful.
With a good family background and an excellent marriage contract, she was destined for a life of bliss. But now,
I should have sent these to you earlier, but considering your destination, I took the liberty of exchanging part of it for some loose silver coins. You are innocent and inexperienced, but it's essential to have a guard against others.
This silver will be your means of survival and must not be easily deceived away. The family is waiting outside the side gate. I've already vetted them for you, and they don't seem to be malicious people.
This old servant wishes you peace every year and all your wishes come true. Wang Mama, who had been with the Yongning Marquis family since before marriage, had watched the original owner grow up.
As the moment of departure approached, Wang Mama was filled with reluctance. Lu Mingzhao lowered her eyes. Wang Mama's kindness did not seem fake.
Moved by this, she took the pouch and placed it carefully into her backpack, which she secretly stored in the spatial storage.
Miss, did you remember to bring the medicine powder with you?
The wound on your forehead must not be neglected. It's a serious matter for a young lady to have a scar.
Wang Mama continued to advise her incessantly.
As long as she kept talking, it felt like the young girl she had raised would remain the pampered miss of the Yongning Marquis family.
Wang Mama, please take care of yourself too.
Lu Mingzhao gave a small bow to Wang Mama, softly saying goodbye. Wang Mama watched the slender figure disappear into the cold wind, her eyes welling with tears. She hurried after her, whispering softly, "Miss, if the countryside life becomes too hard to bear, come back. I'll take care of you." Lu Mingzhao paused in her steps, and a wave of sorrow for the parting actually welled up in her heart, her eyes stinging with emotion. "Wang Mama, I will take good care of myself."
With Wang Mama's monthly pay and the occasional bonus, they could certainly afford to support one more person.
They might not live in luxury, but they could at least be free from worry.
But Wang Mama was ultimately dependent on the madam of the Yongning Marquis family for her livelihood.
The madam held her indenture papers, which were Wang Mama's lifeline. If word got back to the madam, she'd surely face a harsh reprimand or worse.
If they really took Lu Mingzhao in, Wang Mama would be in danger.
Servants of the Yongning Marquis family traditionally entered and exited through the side gate for purchases. At this moment, two farmers stood outside the side gate. Their cotton clothes were thin and old, and the cold wind howled as they shivered, occasionally glancing towards the gate.
"Father, are we not going to wait for anyone?"
The relatively young farmer, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, asked tremulously as the sky grew increasingly dark. The older man, his back bent from years of hard work, had a face lined with the weariness of time and the struggles of life. Absent-mindedly stroking the thick calluses in his palm, he sighed deeply, the breath turning into wisps of white mist, as if filled with both regret and relief. "Son, the maid from the Marquis family is dressed more finely than even the most proud scholar's wife in our village.
It's only natural that she wouldn't want to leave.
Father no longer hopes to take her away, only to hear that she is safe.
I wonder if she has woken up. Lei, we'll leave as soon as we get any news.
But we can't just give up and throw ourselves against the wall." The young man named Lei stomped angrily. Lu Mingzhao, leaning against the wall just inside the side gate, heard their conversation clearly as it was carried to her by the wind.
After a moment of thought, she had a plan.
It seemed they were not difficult to deal with.
Slightly relieved, Lu Mingzhao lifted her foot to cross the threshold.
The worried father and son froze in place, standing a few stone steps apart. In an instant, the father and son recognized Lu Mingzhao from her familiar face. "Father, my sister looks so much like our mother," the son said.
"Blood relations are truly amazing." The middle-aged farmer, hunched over, nervously fiddled with the hem of his clothes.
He licked his lips and tried several times to speak. But his voice was stuck, as if his throat was blocked by water-soaked cotton. He couldn't make a sound for a long time. In the end, it was Lu Mingzhao, unable to bear the cold any longer, who took the initiative to speak.
"Father, elder brother, I will go back with you."
The middle-aged farmer's eyes instantly reddened, and he turned away to wipe them hastily with his sleeve. You've suffered," he said.
"This is your elder brother, his name is Lu Lei."
"The old scholar in the village gave him this name, meaning upright and honorable," he explained. The father and son were both at a loss, seeing the faint red stain seeping through the thin cloth wrapped around Lu Mingzhao's forehead.
"It's cold."
"You have an injury on your forehead, there's no need to rush the journey. Let's first find a doctor at a medical clinic, stay at an inn for a few nights, and then figure out a way home." His voice was hesitant but sincere. "Father, the injury on my forehead has already been treated. As long as I change the dressing on time, it will be fine." "There's no need to spend that extra money," Lu Mingzhao quickly explained.
"If she saw a doctor, wouldn't it expose her secret?"
"Her forehead wasn't injured at all, only a plum blossom mark remained."
"Are you sure you don't need to?" Lu's father asked, not at ease but not daring to make a firm decision either. He cautiously inquired again. Lu Mingzhao nodded. "I'm sure."
Lu Lei was more at ease than his reserved father. Seeing the face so similar to his own, he quickly became familiar after a brief moment of awkwardness.
"Chow Chow, can I call you Chow Chow?" Did she even need to answer that?
Meeting Lu Lei's bright, determined gaze, Lu Mingzhao knew she had to respond.
"Elder brother can call me whatever he likes."
The sky darkened, the wind picked up, and the cold cut through even the thickest coat. Lu Mingzhao shivered involuntarily, pulling her coat tighter around her, and blinked her large eyes silently, asking her newly minted father and elder brother.
"Is it really okay to chat out here in the cold?"
Seeing Lu Mingzhao's pale face, her father felt a pang of concern.
"We won't travel today, and there's no need to see a doctor. Let's find an inn to stay for the night."
This time, no one asked Lu Mingzhao what she thought. At the inn, only Lu Mingzhao was given a cozy room. Her father and Lu Lei wouldn't budge, no way were they staying in a guest room. Instead, they negotiated with the innkeeper for a few coins to sleep in the outhouse for the night. Lu Mingzhao couldn't do much about it. After all, it was a rural engagement, a traditional arrangement from the countryside. Lu Mingzhao initially thought that upon arriving in this time and space, she would toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Unexpectedly, she had underestimated herself.
The next morning. The morning mist slowly dispersed, and the winter sun shone faintly.
The cold winds suddenly stopped, revealing a rare clear and cloudless sunny day. As soon as the door opened, Lu Mingzhao saw the two bodyguards waiting at the door.
"Little sister, here, a meat bun."
Lu Lei's smile stretched wide across his face, revealing his bright white teeth. Lu Mingzhao took the bun in a daze and bit into it under the watchful eyes of her father and brother.
"Chow chow, the weather is nice today, shall we head home?"
Lu Fu gazed at Lu Mingzhao, who was obediently eating the meat bun, feeling both sorrowful and guilty, and couldn't help but want to gently pat her on the head. However, his outstretched hand slowly fell back down. Seeing this, she leaned her head toward him. Having supported his family through many hardships, Lu Fu's eyes turned red.
"Father, is it far?"
Leaning on the railing and chewing on the bun, Lu Mingzhao asked curiously. Even though the weather was nice, it was already winter.
Walking for a long distance could be deadly if it was too far.
Father Lu instantly understood the concern in Lu Mingzhao's question and replied with a smile, "Our donkey cart is being looked after by the staff at the tea house outside the city.
Once we leave the city, we'll return by donkey cart." Relieved, Lu Mingzhao let out a breath.
As soon as they left the inn, the warm sunlight enveloped them. Lu Lei took the bundle and occasionally stole glances at Lu Mingzhao. His little sister was really something. In the sunlight, she looked like she was glowing.
"Brother, watch the road."
Lu Mingzhao's voice, filled with laughter, teased. Lu Lei's rough face instantly turned red with embarrassment, his arms and legs moving in unison awkwardly.
"You're a grown man, and you still need Chow Chow to worry about you?" Father Lu patted Lu Lei on the back of the neck, a mix of exasperation and affection in his voice.
Lu Lei wasn't upset, he just smiled with simplicity.
The smile on Lu Mingzhao's lips slowly deepened.
This life had more promise than she had expected. As the vendors on the bustling street called out tirelessly, the three of them soon left the capital city at the foot of the imperial palace. As soon as Lu Mingzhao left the city, a servant boy hurried to the Yongning Marquis family to deliver the message. Upon receiving the news, the Yongning Marquis and his wife felt relieved but also somewhat dazed.
"Is she really gone?" the Yongning Marquis' wife murmured to herself.
After all, they had raised her as their own daughter for over a decade, even a pet would have formed some bond over time.
"Mingzhao is young and headstrong, why didn't you try to reason with her more? In such a large estate, can we really not afford one more mouth to feed?"
The Yongning Marquis' voice carried undeniable dissatisfaction and anger. Even in a capital city teeming with talented scholars and beauties, Lu Mingzhao's appearance was considered outstanding, not to mention her talent. Without the duke's family's heir, there were still plenty of others vying to marry her, which would bring additional support to the Marquis estate. The Yongning Marquis' wife's expression darkened, her fleeting reluctance like the thin snow on the courtyard's branches, melting away as soon as the sun appeared. Lu Mingzhao was only fixated on her marriage to Gu Huai and had long harbored resentment towards us. If you had suggested changing the betrothal, she would have threatened to bang her head against the wall, causing chaos between the Marquis estate and the Duke's family. If we had really kept her, who knows what trouble she might have stirred up. A scandal involving two women competing for one man would be enough to ruin your reputation in court.
It's quieter now that she's gone.
The Marquis estate isn't lacking in women who are both talented and beautiful. Lu Mingzhao's value is not irreplaceable. After years of sharing a bed, the Yongning Marquis' wife knew that her husband was not the type to overflow with fatherly affection. His anger stemmed from feeling that raising Lu Mingzhao for so many years had been a waste. Sitting stiffly in the carved chair, Lu Minghui's slender fingers twisted her sleeves, her long lashes fluttering as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. When she looked up again, her eyes were red, tears glistening like broken moonlight, her face filled with guilt and remorse. Choking on her words, she said, "Father, Mother, the only reason I sought out my birth parents was to stay by your sides.
I never wanted to compete with Mingzhao for anything.
Perhaps we should bring her back? Over the years, it has been Mingzhao who has been filial to you both. I am grateful for that. The betrothal was originally between Mingzhao and the heir of the duke's family, so everything should be returned to its rightful owner.
Father, mother, I just want to make you happy.
If Lu Mingzhao had been there to hear these words, she would have exaggeratedly said, yes, you're here to join the family, not to break it apart. Everyone returning to their rightful place, Lu Mingzhao would have no objections, but she refused to tolerate passive-aggressive remarks or veiled insults. Upon hearing this, the Yangning Marquis and his wife stopped arguing. There was no need to hesitate about the importance of biological versus non-biological children. What they should feel guilty about was towards Minghui, not Lu Mingzhao. The Yangning Marquis' wife quickly took Lu Minghui's hand and comforted her. Minghui, she has occupied your place for so many years and enjoyed a good life that she could never have had. It is the Marquis estate that has done her a favor. These things were always yours by right, returning them to you is only restoring what belongs to you. My dear child, it's commendable that after all the hardships you've endured, you remain so kind-hearted. Yangning Marquis Madame paused for a moment, then turned to address Yangning Marquis, my lord, it's truly remarkable how bloodlines shape a person. Despite growing up in a humble farming household, she speaks appropriately, is courteous, filial, and kind-hearted.
Don't you agree?
Yangning Marquis subtly sized up Lu Minghui. Although her appearance wasn't as striking as Mingzhao's, she was still quite charming after being tidied up. Her demeanor was a bit reserved and modest, but with wealth, that wasn't a big issue. The most important thing was that she was his own flesh and blood.
Since Lu Mingzhao had already left, they couldn't afford to let Minghui feel distant or alienated.
With that thought, a warm smile spread across Yangning Marquis' face. Minghui, what your mother said is right. Your daughter will definitely be filial to you, Lu Minghui said, her eyes full of affection. Meanwhile, back at the Yangning Marquis family, as they enjoyed a moment of familial warmth and unity, Lu Mingzhao was riding in a rickety, drafty donkey cart, jostling along the road. Lu Mingzhao, wrapped in a thick cloak, barely felt the biting winter cold, swaying with the cart and dozing off. Perhaps it was the cart hitting a stone, the jolt startled her awake. With no more drowsiness, she rested her cheek and zoned out, suddenly recalling what Yangning Marquis Madame had said about the marriage proposal. Without hesitation, she asked directly, Father, I heard from my foster mother that you've arranged a marriage for me? Would he be unattractive and uncouth, or a widower with children? No matter how she viewed it, Father Lu didn't seem like the type to force his daughter into a terrible situation. The moment she spoke, Father Lu, who was driving the donkey cart, froze, looking as panicked as a child caught in the wrong. Lu Mingzhao narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharpening, confirming that the marriage proposal was indeed real.
However, instead of getting angry immediately, she patiently waited for Father Lu's response.
Chow, you don't need to accept this marriage.
I'll handle it when I return. Father's back was more hunched than ever, and even the warm sunlight couldn't lift the heavy cloud of sadness hanging over him. Father, why don't you explain what's going on? Lu Mingzhao sighed, speaking in a gentle voice.
This careful way of getting along made her feel somewhat out of place.
Lu father hesitated to speak, seemingly ashamed to bring it up.
It was clear that Lu father had many reservations.
Lu Mingzhao became even more curious.
Gossip was an instinctive human trait, no one could resist the temptation of gossip, and the desire for knowledge was simply unstoppable. If there was an exception, it was because the gossip wasn't shocking enough. Lu Mingzhao poked at Lu Lei, who was sitting next to her, pretending to be absorbed in the view but clearly not fooling anyone. The roadside was lined with bare branches and jagged rocks, making his pretense quite unconvincing.
Brother, won't you help clarify things for me?
Her voice was rough and shaky, almost breaking as she spoke, sounding almost pitiful.
Lu Lei scratched his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for not answering. Father, then I'm going to say it.
When Lu father didn't say anything, Lu Lei turned to look at him and, with a slightly uneasy lick of his lips, summoned the courage to speak. There has indeed been a marriage arrangement in the family, but it was something Lu Miao went to great lengths to fight for.
Lu Miao is Lu Minghui.
Lu Mingzhao was stunned, her large eyes blinking as the sunlight dappled down, glittering like gold on water.
Went to great lengths to pursue him?
Brother, tell me in detail. Lu Mingzhao perked up. Lu Lei opened up, pouring out every detail clearly and thoroughly. Xia Yan is a hunter who came to our village a few years ago, living at the southernmost part of the village, at the foot of the mountain. He's a master hunter, always bringing home game, even in the harshest winter. His livelihood is secure, and he lives as comfortably as the wealthy families in the town. While most families in the village were struggling to make ends meet, patching old clothes and barely scraping by, Xia Yan's home always smelled delicious, and his children always had new clothes. Everyone dreams of living a life of luxury, and many unmarried girls and young widows in the village had their eyes on him, with matchmakers visiting every so often. Ever since Lu Mingzhao was rescued by Xia Yan after getting caught in a trap in the mountains, she fell head over heels for him, constantly checking on him, bringing him meals, and doing everything she could to win his heart. But since Xia Yan was always busy and rarely around, Lu Mingzhao decided to focus on winning over his children instead, thinking she could get close to the water and catch the moon first, using a roundabout way to win him over. Lu Lei frowned, racking his brains to recall. Then his eyes lit up. That's right, as the saying goes, those who live closest to something have the best chance of getting it first. And there was also attacking way to save Zhao. She figured that if she couldn't get close to Xia Yan directly, she could win him over by winning over his children first. That's exactly what second brother meant. But Xia Yan is a man of few words, and instead of being grateful, he warned Lu Mingzhao not to have any ulterior motives toward his children. This matter spread through the village, and people said that Lu Mingzhao was shamelessly trying to become a stepmother, disgracing the entire family. Lu Mingzhao wasn't one to give up easily, and the more obstacles she faced, the more determined she became. No matter how much her father tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. One day, she staged an incident where she accidentally fell into the water on a path Xia Yan would surely pass, and then claimed they had physical contact. The situation became difficult to manage and even harder to resolve. In the end, the old village head had to step in to mediate. He persuaded them again and again, saying that Xia Yan's children also needed a mother to take care of them, and with Lu Mingzhao threatening to take her own life, Xia Yan had no way to avoid it and finally relented. Xia Yan kept his word and was surprisingly generous. After the marriage was decided, he immediately gave 100 taels of silver as betrothal gifts, only asking that Lu Mingzhao would treat his children well. But 100 taels. For an ordinary family, 3 to 5 taels would be more than enough to find a wife. Then why did she suddenly change her mind? Lu Mingzhao's delicate eyebrows furrowed, full of confusion. Something she had longed for and couldn't obtain, only to discard it like trash once she got it? If she had to marry, she'd much rather live a life of wealth and ease, without having to serve a husband or bear children. Lu Lei curled his lips, his resentment obvious, and snorted coldly. The die was cast, so our father had no choice but to start preparing for the wedding. The wedding date was even set. But who would have thought that after Lu Mingzhao came back from buying red cloth, hairpins, and rouge in the county, she would cry and make a fuss, saying she wasn't our parents' daughter and that she didn't acknowledge this marriage, wanting to go to the capital to find her real family. At first, the family thought she had been cursed or was suffering from some kind of hysteria, but it got worse. She refused to eat or drink and insisted on finding her real family, even accusing them of not caring enough because she wasn't their real daughter, spouting nonsense that they weren't sincere because she wasn't biologically related. Our father's hair must have turned gray from all the worry during those days when Lu Mingzhao was chasing after Xia Yan, and even our simple-minded mother cried many times at night. In the end, we couldn't control her anymore, and our father had no choice but to let her go find her family. Our father wasn't at ease letting her, a weak woman, travel far alone, so he took me along to accompany her to the capital. We never expected that she would actually find her real family. Pa, an ungrateful wolf. Lu Lei was full of resentment. The more Lu Mingzhao listened, the more confused she became, feeling like she was wrapped in a fog. Was she experiencing some hidden plot? It hit her, she was probably onto something. With her years of experience with melodramatic novels, she figured this was either a prophetic dream, a fateful rebirth, or maybe even a transmigration story come to life. If it was a rebirth, then the version she saw was after the rebirth. Quite interesting. Lu Mingzhao's black and white eyes were full of lively interest. Don't worry, Chow Chow, both I and our father will make sure you don't have to clean up the mess that ungrateful wolf Lu Mingzhao left behind. Lu Lei patted his chest, grinning foolishly, his voice filled with earnestness. Let's talk more about it when we get back, Lu Mingzhao continued with her small face raised.
I heard that Xiaoyan is said to be ugly, with no looks and very rough? Lu Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Chow Chow, who told you that? Isn't it true? Lu Mingzhao asked suspiciously. Lu Lei burst into laughter. Of course not. Do you think the young girls and wives from the neighboring villages were only interested in Xiaoyan because of his hunting skills? Lei, what kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of Chow Chow? Father Lu gave Lu Lei a light slap on the back of his head. Lu Lei grinned. Father, I'll be more tactful. Chow Chow, if it weren't for the scar under Xiaoyan's eye, he'd be the most striking person I've ever seen. That scar, along with the fact that he often ventures deep into the mountains, dealing with wild animals, makes him come across as even colder and more intimidating. This gives him an overall presence that is stern and commanding, far from the idealized image of a refined, scholarly gentleman. You can call him fierce, but you can't say he's unattractive. And as for being crude, that's just ridiculous. Cha cha. His speech and demeanor are more pleasing and proper than even Sanwo, the scholar. Sigh. Lu Lei let out a heavy sigh, his regret evident. If it weren't for the children, he would be an unparalleled husband, a rare find even worth searching for with a lantern.
Lu Mingzhao smiled faintly, her lips pressing together. Ever since Xiaoyan was mentioned, her brother's eyes had become clear and bright, like the morning light, dazzling and full of praise. He couldn't stop praising Xiaoyan, acting like a devoted fan. Subconsciously, Lu Mingzhao's impression of the yet-to-be-seen Xiaoyan improved quite a bit. Lu Lei, though honest and talkative, was not the type to be taken advantage of without realizing it. For him to be so highly regarded, Xiaoyan must be exceptional. Brother, is Sanwo our second brother? Lu Mingzhao didn't tease Lu Lei, nor did she continue the topic of Xiaoyan. She shifted the conversation to ask about the family. Lu father's mood visibly relaxed. Lu Lei nodded roughly. Sanwo is your second brother. His formal name is Lu Yao. It was given by an old scholar in the village at father's request, meaning extraordinarily talented with a bright future. Trust me, the old scholar really knows his stuff. He's even more accurate than the fortune teller. Sanwo is indeed cut out for being a scholar. He became a shiozai long ago, and we're just waiting for the autumn exam next year to take the imperial examination. Lu Mingzhao, she hadn't even said anything. Chow Chow, don't worry. Once Sanwo passes the imperial exams and secures an official position, you'll still be a young lady of an official family. Waiting at the side gate of the Yongning Marquis family for those few hours was the first time he truly felt the vast difference between people. A world apart, no exaggeration. He and father had already accepted that they wouldn't be able to bring Chow Chow back. So, when Chow Chow pushed the door open, wrapped in a large cloak with a blood-soaked cloth around her forehead, he decided that he couldn't let her suffer. Thinking of the insurmountable gap, Lu Lei's bright eyes dimmed little by little. Chow Chow, let me tell you more about the family. Lu Lei took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in his heart, forcing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Through Lu Lei's descriptions, Lu Mingzhao got a basic sense of the rural life she would soon be living. Lu father and Lu mother had 3 sons and 1 daughter. She was the third child. The family also had a bedridden grandmother who needed care. The donkey cart continued to move slowly. In the afternoon of the third day, they finally saw the rising smoke of Changxi village. Lu Mingzhao felt exhausted and sore all over, her waist and legs aching. This was a scene in stark contrast to the prosperous and rich upper capital city. As far as the eye could see, most of the houses were thatched huts with mud walls, with very few brick and tile houses. Light snow began to fall, just a few flurries here and there. The flakes, like fine silver powder, fell gently and blended into the mud. The road was muddy and slippery, and as the donkey cart passed by, it splashed muddy water. In winter, most people who weren't working stayed indoors, making the village appear particularly quiet. Lu Lei licked his dry, cracked lips, hesitating several times and mumbling. Lu Mingzhao was confused. Could it be that Lu Lei was feeling more nervous the closer they got to home? Big brother? Lu Lei, harboring some concerns, was startled and almost jumped off the donkey cart.
Let your father explain. Lu father took over the conversation. Xiao Xian's condition is a bit different from most people's.
When he was young, he had a serious illness due to an accident.
He had a high fever that wouldn't break and fell into a coma.
We thought he wouldn't make it, and the doctor told us to prepare for the worst. But by some miracle, his fever subsided. However, his mind was affected and he's remained like a child since then.
Father, what kind of accident? Lu Lei rolled his eyes. You're just covering for Lu Miao.
Before Lu Lei could say more, the donkey cart came to a stop.
Xiao, we need to return the village chief's donkey cart first. Lu father bent down, mimicking the manner of servants from wealthy families, extending his arm for Lu Mingzhao to take and step down. This is going to give him wrinkles. Father, just give me a hand.
She didn't want to make her new family act like servants. In dealing with others, she always believed in treating people the way they treated her. Lu Mingzhao jumped off the donkey cart and, huddling in her coat against the cold, stood next to Lu Lei. Lu father patted the door a couple of times.
Who is it? Auntie, I've come to return the donkey cart.
The door opened, revealing an elderly woman with gray hair. Though old, she still appeared capable and astute. The old woman immediately noticed Lu Mingzhao standing nearby, her eyes lighting up. She looks just like Xiao Yun's kid, with the same eyes, nose, and mouth.
Lu Mingzhao, that's one straightforward compliment.
Call her Aunt Fong, Lu Lei reminded softly.
Lu Mingzhao smiled, showing a sweet expression, and said crisply, Hello, Aunt Fong.
The old woman beamed, her wrinkles deepening.
Good. Shunsheng, this girl doesn't seem like a troublemaker.
As for Miao Miao, she left the village a while back. Our little village isn't big enough for her.
Don't get hung up on her, Xiao Yun. It'll only hurt your real daughter's feelings.
A family that stands united will surely see their lives get better and better over time.
The old woman couldn't help but offer a few more words of advice.
Everyone in Changxi village, from the oldest grannies to the youngest kids, was disgusted by what Lu Miao did. The Chun family must have been incredibly unlucky to raise a daughter like that.
After securing the donkey cart, Lu father nodded hurriedly. Auntie, I understand. Yun Yang and I will take good care of Xiao.
The old woman watched them leave, growing more and more pleased with each step they took.
Old man, let me tell you. Spring's real daughter is like a goddess straight out of a painting.
She's beautiful and walks gracefully. Her loud voice echoed through the village, blending with the falling snow, bringing life to the quiet streets. The Lu family lived not far from the village head's house, and after a short walk, they turned a corner and arrived. Lu Lei, like a gust of wind, pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, dashed into the courtyard, and shouted at the top of his lungs, I've brought little sister back.
Come out and welcome little sister home in formation.
She had to admit, she had misjudged. Lu Lei wasn't thick-skinned, he was a goofball who didn't even realize it. She was so embarrassed she could have dug a hole with her toes deep enough for a whole house. She didn't really need to go inside.
This was getting way too intense.
Little sister, come in quickly. Lu Lei grinned like he'd just won a prize, waving excitedly at Lu Mingzhao.
Lu Mingzhao's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that Lu Lei's hand lacked a handkerchief. He should have been twirling a handkerchief and saying, Come on in, darling. That's exactly how it felt.
Just as Lu Mingzhao hesitated, doors from all the rooms started opening one after another.
Which little sister? Surrounded by all these beauties.
Her voice was clear and soothing, like a mountain stream flowing through the woods, or the gentle sway of apricot blossoms in early spring.
Mingzhao, go inside. Lu father's face lit up with the warm, contented smile of a family finally reunited. Lu Mingzhao nodded and followed her father into the courtyard. Grandmother, mother, this is Mingzhao, Lu Mingzhao. My younger sister, isn't she pretty?
Lu Lei, her brother, eyes smiled into thin slits, brimming with pride and joy.
Lu Mingzhao looked at each of them in turn.
The elderly woman, leaning on a cane, looked frail and pale, as if even a light breeze could knock her over. The middle-aged woman, who bore a striking resemblance to her, had tears in her eyes and her shoulders trembled slightly. She held the hand of a young boy who was looking at her with his head tilted. His features were like something out of a painting, his eyes clear and innocent, untouched by the world's troubles, as if nothing could taint his purity. Standing on the far right was a man in a blue robe, lean and tall, standing in the light snow, like a delicate, inkwash painting come to life. The only thing that seemed alive in that serene scene was the look of astonishment in his eyes. Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful everyone in the family was. Even Lu Chunsheng and Lu Lei, who spent their days working hard in the fields, hadn't lost their natural beauty. Though time had taken its toll on Lu Chunsheng and roughened Lu Lei, their inherent beauty remained strong. This place is a food lover's paradise. I could probably eat 3 more bowls of rice at every meal. Big sister seems different. Lu Xian broke the silence, tilting his head and blinking curiously, as if trying to figure something out. Is it really big sister? The young boy asked hesitantly. The middle-aged woman's voice wavered with emotion as she nodded. Yes, it's me, your big sister. Without hesitation, the boy broke free from the others and ran toward Lu Mingzhao, his face lit up with a sweet smile. Big sister. He drew out the word big sister, his voice soft and sweet, like a freshly baked pastry still warm from the oven. Lu Mingzhao thought to herself, maybe this is my reward for all the good I did in my past life. Thank you, fate. Imagine a boy with flawless features, rosy lips, and eyes so clear and bright they made your heart skip a beat. He blinked up at her, calling her big sister with a voice full of warmth and affection. In his eyes, there was nothing but her. No one could understand the joy she felt as a big sister. Without hesitation, Lu Mingzhao decided she would take care of this little brother. Though the boy's mind wasn't fully developed, his beauty was undeniable. She couldn't help but judge by appearance. After all, she wasn't made of stone. Lu Mingzhao gave a quick, wide smile and raised her hand to rub the young boy's head. Xiao Xin. The warmth of her hand made her heart melt. The young boy's eyes lit up all of a sudden, brighter than the snow-covered landscape. He turned and eagerly shared his joy. This sister likes me. I like this sister too. Lu Xian's mental development had stopped, but he wasn't foolish. With a simple mind, his happiness was pure. The boy's few words unintentionally broke the initial strangeness, bridging the gap between them. Quick, come inside, urged Mother Lu, wiping away a tear and rushing forward. It's so good to have you back. Your head? As soon as they entered the house, Mother Lu carefully brushed the snow off Lu Mingzhao's clothes and pointed at her forehead, asking with concern. Explaining the real reason for the injury would be too painful. She couldn't bring herself to admit that she had threatened to die just to stay at the Marquis' mansion. Would she rather face cold stares and tears in the Marquis' mansion than return to her humble life as a farmer's daughter? But in all honesty, the moment she opened her eyes, she had decided without hesitation to come back. Lu Mingzhao hesitated. It felt like swallowing a bitter pill without being able to explain the pain. I accidentally bumped it. Lu Chunsheng and Lu Lei, father and son, exchanged a glance and chimed in together. Yunyang, the roads were icy this morning, and I slipped while walking. Yes, that's exactly how it happened, Lu Lei added seriously. Lu Chunsheng and Lu Lei had a simple thought. No matter what Lu Mingzhao had thought before leaving, the moment she decided to walk through that small side door and come with them, she became family in need of protection and care. Lu Mingzhao cast a grateful look at Lu Chunsheng and Lu Lei. Yunyang, with red eyes, said, It's okay to come back slowly. There's no need to rush and get injured like this. Yes, at your age, you should know better, added Grandma Lu, coughing and giving her son and grandson a disapproving look. Sister, I miss Grandma and Mom, said Lu Xian, tightly holding onto Lu Mingzhao's sleeve and mumbling with a silly smile. Lu Mingzhao sighed, thinking how many face-saving gestures were being offered to her. Lu Yao, who had remained silent, gave a barely noticeable glance. I wanted to return early, said the oblivious Lu Mingzhao, taking the hint and playing along. The injury isn't serious, I've applied some medicine, and it's almost healed. After Grandma Lu's frail body could no longer withstand standing and she went back to lie down in the room, Lu Chunsheng and Lu Lei, father and son, put on their straw raincapes and went to the foot of the mountain to collect firewood. Meanwhile, Yunyang pulled Lu Mingzhao close, her heart aching for her daughter. Until Lu Mingzhao could no longer hold back a yawn, her eyes tearing up. We got so caught up in talking that we forgot Chow Chow has been on the road for days.
Chow Chow, go take a nap, I'll make some food, said Yun Yang.
Today is a good day, we should celebrate. Yun Yang felt the soft cloud-like fabric in her palm, the intricate embroidery adorning it, and it felt almost too hot to handle. This heat quickly spread from her fingertips to her heart. Yun Yang wondered if her delicate daughter could endure such a tough life. In the end, Lu Mingzhao didn't get to sleep. The courtyard door was pounded loudly, and amidst the wind and snow, a noisy and somewhat sarcastic voice drifted in. Chuanxing's family, I heard your daughter has been found? Bring her out so I can take a good look.
Is she some high and mighty city girl, so special she has horns on her head, or something?
Lu Mingzhao furrowed her brow in annoyance, the sharp and loud voice like a cacophony piercing her ears.
Could the hostility be any more obvious?
This situation was getting stranger by the minute. Before the Lu family could explain to Lu Mingzhao, a middle-aged woman walked in with a cold swagger, as if entering her own home. When she clearly saw Lu Mingzhao's face, which resembled red plum blossoms covered in snow, pretty yet slightly cold, her eyes widened in surprise. That sweet girl Lu Miao was already quite pretty, but this one returning from outside was even more striking. You. The middle-aged woman swallowed, her confidence suddenly faltering. She had a vague feeling that her plans might not go as she hoped.
Yun Yang stepped forward, protecting Lu Mingzhao behind her. Mrs. Feng, this is my daughter, Lu Mingzhao.
The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed with a glint of cunning as a smile spread across her face.
No wonder she's a young miss from the capital city, so pretty.
Her fair and delicate face makes people want to eat an extra 2 bowls of rice just looking at her. It was well known in Changxi village that Lu Miao insisted on going to the capital city to find her family. I heard that city girls are very particular about their reputation. Surely she wouldn't cling to Xiao Xia and fight to be a stepmother, would she? The middle-aged woman finally revealed her true intentions.
What kind of strange path is she taking?
Lu Mingzhao widened her eyes, looking at the woman with thick, ink-black eyebrows, sunken cheeks, dark skin, high cheekbones, and a face that looked as rugged as a wilderness. Her eyelid twitched uncontrollably.
Auntie, do you also want to be the stepmother of Xia Yan's child? For crying out loud, how old is this guy? He could be my dad.
In the novel, Xia Yan was so insignificant that in Lu Minghui's colorful life, he was like a small pebble thrown into an unfathomable sea. Before the ripples could spread, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Suddenly, the idea of being a rich widow with no husband around and a child to raise didn't seem so great anymore. Besides, she was picky and not that hungry anyway. Maybe she should show some respect to Xia Yan and treat him like an elder, as a way to apologize for the Lu family. Lu Mingzhao had no idea of the impact of her words. As soon as her voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Especially the Lu family members, their eyes wide with shock. If Chow Chow dared to say this, they wouldn't have dared to hear it. You little brat, spouting nonsense, the middle-aged woman said, her face flushed red, panting as she pointed at Lu Mingzhao's nose impatiently, as if she had suffered a great insult. But in the woman's shifting gaze, Lu Mingzhao caught a glint of interest.
Wow, she's actually into Xia Yan. Auntie, I'm talking, but who knows if you're even making sense?
She wasn't made of clay, after all.
What did I say?
We country folks don't speak like you noble people from the capital, with all your pretensions. A fallen phoenix is worth less than a chicken, after all. No wonder the nobles in the capital raised you for over a decade and still kicked you out, not even giving you a crumb to eat. The middle-aged woman's voice was unusually loud, her arrogance swelling.
Aunt Feng.
Some words are better left unsaid, said Lu Yao, who had been silently observing from the corner. His tone was light, his expression indifferent, his long lashes hiding his emotions. Lu Mingzhao couldn't quite make out the emotions in his eyes, only feeling a chill, a hard-to-describe indifferent coldness, like a pine forest in the deep mountains lightly covered in snow, impossible to ignore, sending shivers down the spine. Lu Mingzhao glanced sideways, her eyes bright. Not just handsome, but very handsome. She could see that Lu Yao's reception of her arrival was more cold than enthusiastic, but he was still willing to protect her.
Let him be cold. What's wrong with a beautiful girl having a few perks? As they say, it's fine if the love is shallow, as long as it lasts. Lu Mingzhao convinced herself without any psychological burden and smiled excessively brightly at Lu Yao. Lu Yao felt a little uncomfortable and looked away. "Scholar," said the middle-aged woman, "who knows if this young miss from the city is just another ungrateful wolf with a black heart? You should be more careful. Don't let the scar heal and forget the pain, feeding your good heart to the dogs." The middle-aged woman's words were filled with implication and sarcasm. Lu Yao's expression remained unchanged, still cold and indifferent, but his words were like poison. This is none of Auntie Fang's concern. Drinking too much cold water makes you sick, and meddling in others' affairs can be fatal. As Lu Mingzhao said, if Auntie Feng has designs on Xiayan, she should discuss it with Xiayan's family. Lu Mingzhao is not in a position to do so, nor should she overstep her role. We'll await Auntie Feng's good news. The middle-aged woman was so angry she almost spat blood, feeling as if she was choking. She wanted to curse but held back, considering Lu Yao's scholar status. Glaring with hatred, she forced down her anger. Who knows if your family will sell your own daughter to Xiayan for 100 taels of betrothal gifts? Then, she turned to Lu Mingzhao with a smile. Miss, let me tell you, Xiayan doesn't have a proper livelihood. He raises 3 children and hides in the deep mountains for 10 days or half a month at a time. His life is rough. You, raised in the city, wouldn't be able to handle that kind of rough life. I'm only saying these heartfelt words because I'm afraid you'll be deceived by unfeeling parents. What's the point of marrying him? His age, his absence from home, or the fact that he's a widower with 3 children? Listen to me, Mississippi. A man fears picking the wrong career, and a woman fears marrying the wrong guy. Once you marry the wrong man, you'll suffer for a lifetime. Lu Mingzhao thought, she's really putting on a show, huh? Even a Sichuan opera performer couldn't top this. Auntie Feng, you don't seem like someone who would be shameless, so why are you saying these things today? Is something wrong at home? I've just been brought back to meet my family, and you're already trying to cause trouble. I'm so vulnerable and afraid, are you trying to shame me to death? I might as well hang myself outside your door. Lu Mingzhao lowered her eyes, a thin layer of mist covering her eyes, her fingers lightly touching the tip of her nose, her shoulders slightly trembling, her voice filled with unspeakable sorrow. The middle-aged woman was stunned. What game does Chuanqing's daughter think she's playing? Before she could react, she was pushed back by the explosive Lu Xin. Don't bully my sister. Yunyang's face was as cold as the icicles under the eaves. Auntie Feng, Chao Chao is my and Chuanqing's daughter. If she's hurt by your words, our 2 families are far from settled. We don't need to run Xiayan's marriage by you. If you love sticking your nose in everyone's business, would you stick it in a manure cart next? Disgusting. Yunyang raised a broom and swung it toward the middle-aged woman. Pushing and shoving, the middle-aged woman was driven out, and the gate was firmly bolted. Mother, how old is Xiayan really? Lu Mingzhao couldn't hold it in any longer, clutching her mother's arm, her eyes blinking, her voice filled with light, bright curiosity rather than grievance. Auntie Feng is even older than you are, mother. With that remark, the tense atmosphere in the room finally eased up, and there was a hint of cheerful conversation. Yunyang smiled at Lu Mingzhao and gently patted the back of her hand. Chao Chao, you've misunderstood. The Feng family is only interested in Xiayan's marriage because of their sister-in-law. The Feng family's situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Lu Mingzhao was taken aback. Awkward moments can hit you out of nowhere. Seeing this, Yunyang's smile grew warmer. Xiayan is about the same age as your second brother, in the prime of his life, strong and vibrant. Lu Mingzhao glanced at Lu Yao, who stood tall and graceful like a jade tree, and silently compared the 2 in her head. On one hand, a bachelor, on the other, a widower raising 3 kids. Come on, young man, you gotta step up your game. One step behind, and you'll fall behind for good. Is Xiayan pushing too hard, or is Lu Yao just coasting along? Noticing Lu Mingzhao's gaze, Lu Yao's calm facade crumbled like an ancient temple wall, revealing a sheepish embarrassment. Feeling a bit guilty, Lu Mingzhao quickly looked away, adopting a meek and sweet expression. Maybe I should meet him first, just to see how things go. Mother, what are your plans for the marriage? Lu Yao lightly coughed, his voice cold and calm. Dragging this matter on will harm Lu Mingzhao's reputation and place Xia Yan at the center of gossip. We should have a plan by now. Yun Yang retrieved her smile without hesitation and sighed deeply. The mistakes Lu Miao made should not be borne by Lu Mingzhao. The marriage must be called off. On this point, Yun Yang and Lu Chuanxing's thoughts were in complete agreement. After your father returns from gathering firewood, let him invite Xia Yan over to discuss. If we need to apologize, we will apologize. If we need to compensate, we will compensate. Xia Yan has been unfairly dragged into this mess, and we owe him an apology. There's been a lot of nasty gossip going around the village. Xia Yan's situation is not good, and our two families have become the laughingstock of the entire village. What a tragedy! Bringing up the marriage made Yun Yang feel exhausted and overwhelmed. Lu Miao had really gone too far. Although Yun Yang didn't elaborate, Lu Mingzhao could mostly guess the gossip. Even if they successfully called off the marriage through discussion, both the Lu family and the Xie family would still be the subject of gossip and unable to hold their heads high, which could even affect the future prospects of the children from both families. Especially Lu Yao. Lu Yao was meant to take the imperial examinations and pursue an official career. In the Great Qin dynasty, there were customs of local recommendations, student mutual guarantees, and official endorsements. The guarantor had to vouch for the scholar's moral integrity and academic excellence. To ensure the seriousness and authenticity of the guarantees, a system of joint liability was implemented. Without enough guarantors, he wouldn't even be eligible for the provincial exams. This matter was far from easy to resolve. Thinking about people gossiping and criticizing made Lu Mingzhao feel irritated. Mother, Lu Miao accepted 100 taels of betrothal gifts from Xia Yan. If we call off the marriage, the fault lies with us. Besides returning the betrothal gifts in full, we also need to provide additional compensation. Mother, did you forget that before Lu Miao left, she took away the hairpins and remaining silver she bought in the county, using the excuse that she felt inferior and was afraid of being rejected? Lu Yao lightly reminded her. Yun Yang's thumb unconsciously rubbed the pad of her index finger, her lips tightly pressed together. After a long pause. We'll figure out the money situation with your father, Yun Yang said. That's 100 taels, not just 10 or 8 coins, Lu Yao lightly scoffed, his tone still as calm as a still pond. Yun Yang's red eyes flared as she raised her voice, unconsciously becoming sharp. Even so, we can't substitute Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao is your real younger sister. Apart from your father and me, you are the closest people to her in this world. Lu Yao's eyes were dark and inscrutable, as if hiding endless secrets, becoming increasingly difficult to fathom. As his hands emerged from his sleeves, Lu Mingzhao immediately noticed the abnormally grotesque scar on his right hand. The scar was long and clean, as if it had been made by a precise cut from a sharp blade, hinting at a weighty past. It wasn't that she was deliberately staring at Lu Yao's scar, but his hands were so slender and pale, like polished jade, perfectly suited for holding a brush. And the scar was like a crack in a beautiful piece of jade, conspicuous and deeply regrettable. Lu Yao didn't care about Lu Mingzhao's gaze, and his lips curled into a smile that seemed both mocking and cruel. Mother, all things in this world have cause and effect, and every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt its payer. Whoever makes a mistake should bear the consequences. In my opinion, either bring Lu Miao back to fulfill the marriage contract and get married, or make Lu Miao take responsibility for the betrothal gifts and compensation. It's not right for her to commit a wrong and then simply run away without consequences. If you, mother, are reluctant to break off relations due to over a decade of mother-daughter affection, then I and Xiao Xian can go on your behalf. Yun Yang's body shook, her lips quivered, as if she had 1,000 words on the tip of her tongue but couldn't utter a single one. Lu Mingzhao was taken aback, realizing just how ruthless and decisive he could be, almost like a born antagonist. Quite interesting. Her role was that of a malicious supporting character, while Lu Yao was the kind of antagonist who never let a grudge go unpunished. If they were siblings, they should stick together and face everything as one.
She had thought Lu Yao's aloofness and detachment from worldly affairs were just superficial.
Wait. A bolt of realization struck Lu Mingzhao.
Thinking of the 100 taels she had worked so hard to obtain, her face darkened instantly.
Couldn't Yongning Marquis Madam have subtly hinted at the marriage contract and extracted information about the betrothal gifts?
So, that 100 taels were not her own money, but rather the Marquis Madam cleaning up after Lu Minghui's mess.
Of course, how could the Marquis Madam allow her high-marrying daughter's reputation to be tarnished?
Even if someone in the future dredges up old grievances, with that 100 taels of silver as solid evidence, the heavy blame would be firmly placed on her head, impossible to shake off. The Marquis Madam's schemes were worn out, yet she was still fumbling around like an amateur.
Mother, let's meet them before making a decision. If it suited her fancy, she'd take him in, no matter what.
These days, even keeping a male companion required letting him live in luxury. Consider it her guilty pleasure, she had a thing for male companions who came with baggage. Lu Yao was visibly startled for a moment, the spreading malice like thin snow meeting the scorching sun, abruptly disappearing without a trace. But his furrowed brows deepened, filled with disapproval.
Could it be that Lu Mingzhao was also the type to turn the other cheek after being slapped?
Although he was much better than the wicked Lu Miao, he was tired of dealing with people who were too naive.
The Lu family no longer needed someone who could be easily manipulated.
Lu Mingzhao's heart raced under Lu Yao's disapproving stare, and she quickly summarized Lady Ho's little schemes and her own naive foolishness, explaining, "Second brother, we probably can't find Lu Miao anymore." Lu Yao felt no joy about the 100 taels, his main goal was to make Lu Miao miserable. His frustration with Lu Miao had been building up for so long, and now it was reaching its breaking point. But previously, Lu Miao had the protective shield of being his sibling, leaving him with no outlet for his full grievances.
Lu Mingzhao, good heavens, evil sword immortal?
Lu Mingzhao thought that even with just Lu Yao, they could manage, but the timing was wrong. Lu Mingzhao's eyes flickered, deciding not to provoke Lu Yao's bad side, and repeated to Yunyang, "Mother, let's not rush into a decision.
Let's meet first. If it's really not suitable, we'll call off the engagement. A person cannot stand without trust.
I cannot selfishly affect my brother's lives. Chow Chow, I won't let you suffer either."
Yunyang rubbed Lu Mingzhao's head.
Her shoulders were narrow and small, delicate and slim, but in Lu Mingzhao's eyes, they were as solid and inclusive as a small mountain.
Lu Mingzhao, looking good means you don't have to suffer. Days without big dreams or goals were easy and carefree. After Yunyang went to start cooking, Lu Yao got straight to the point, "Want to talk?" The tension in the room was thick. Lu Mingzhao nodded, "I'll do whatever you say, second brother."
"Second brother, if you're too strict, you might scare big sis off."
Lu Xian blinked, hiding behind Lu Mingzhao, and couldn't help but peek out with a timid complaint against Lu Yao. So cute and endearing.
Lu Yao felt powerless and deeply regretful.
"The characters I taught you recently, can you write them?"
"I'll check later."
"If you get them wrong, I'll spank you." Lu Yao opened his heart. Lu Xian sniffled.
"I'd rather stay with my sister." Lu Yao coughed lightly and made a motion as if to reach out.
"Second brother, you're so annoying."
Lu Xian, with a pitiful expression, let go of Lu Mingzhao's sleeve and ran toward the neighboring room, glancing back over her shoulder every few steps. Lu Mingzhao, smiling, clicked her tongue.
"I wonder what second brother wants to discuss with me."
"The wound on your forehead," Lu Yao said, his tone calm but his eyes sharp as he pointed at Lu Mingzhao's head.
"Did you hurt yourself on purpose? To stay in the Marquis' residence?"
Though it was a question, Lu Yao's voice was flat and certain. He knew his father and elder brother too well, their eye contact and simultaneous responses had revealed the truth. Lu Mingzhao wasn't too surprised, her lips curving into a smile as she looked sincere and genuine.
"Since second brother knows and has deliberately pointed it out, are you trying to put me on the spot?" Lu Yao stiffened, as if struck by lightning, clearly not having anticipated this response.
He had expected Lu Mingzhao to deny it or rack her brains for an explanation, not to directly admit it with such confidence and a counter-question. He was caught off guard, unsure how to respond.
Was this how highborn ladies from prestigious families could so easily turn the tables with such nonchalance?
This was temporarily beyond his understanding. Seeing Lu Yao's difficulty in speaking, Lu Mingzhao continued, "Second brother, suddenly learning that I'm not the Marquis' biological daughter, with no blood relation to the parents I've been filial to and close with, and realizing I'm just like a cuckoo bird taking over someone else's nest, it was both absurd and ironic."
For any young woman, that would feel like the end of the world.
At that moment, second brother, what else could I have done but cry, throw a fit, and threaten to hang myself?
After all, people don't just have mouths to eat with. Then why did you change your mind? The coldness in Lu Yao's eyes lessened slightly.
Compared to Lu Miao, who was like a bad apple, Lu Mingzhao seemed like a flower. He didn't dislike her, and his inquiries were more for reassurance. Because I was scared, really scared.
If I wasn't afraid of dying, why would I be afraid of anything else?
Second brother, there are many things in this world more terrifying than death.
For example, second brother, have you never thought of ending your life? Lu Yao didn't know how to respond to that. He let go of his fixation and asked instead, "Do you genuinely want to be family?"
He could see that Lu Mingzhao's nature wasn't bad.
Absolutely.
I want to be part of this family, truly.
Lu Mingzhao blinked, her eyes shining brightly. Are you really planning to consider marrying Xia Yan?
I don't need a silly little sister making me look bad, Lu Yao said, raising an eyebrow in mock disgust.
Lu Mingzhao sighed, staring at his pale, snow-like detached face. Second brother, are you always going to be so uptight?
Care is care, there's no need to cloak it in mystery. Lu Yao furrowed his brow, a faint, cold expression crossing his jade-like face. You're being sarcastic and difficult.
Who even wants to care about you? Second brother, Lu Mingzhao spread her hands, blinking mischievously, I'm very easy to get along with. If we don't get along, you'll have to look for the problem in yourself.
Little sister has only one heart, second brother.
Please don't hurt it.
She then pretended to wipe away tears that weren't there.
Lu Yao's breath hitched, feeling a bit overwhelmed.
Taking a deep breath, he said seriously, marrying in someone else's place doesn't give us a good reputation, and Xia Yan might not be the best match for you. You grew up in the capital, where things are very different. Your habits and views from growing up there are hard to change. We should still try to call off the marriage. You've only just come of age, it's not too late to get betrothed again after a couple of years. Lu Mingzhao rested her chin on her hand.
Second brother, are you waiting to pass the imperial examination? Don't you trust me? A flush of anger tinged Lu Yao's pale face.
He rarely showed kindness, and Lu Mingzhao didn't seem to appreciate it.
In your heart, do you really see me that way? Lu Mingzhao played it up.
I believe you'll pass the exam, but second brother, a good reputation is important for both the imperial examination and your career. Besides, marrying one and getting three is a bargain for us. Soon, you'll have 3 nephews calling you uncle.
Aren't you happy and excited?
Big brother is getting old and still single, and you seem uninterested in marriage. The responsibility to expand our family rests with me. Of course, as long as Xia Yan meets my preferences, otherwise, I'll have to reluctantly call off the engagement. Second brother, I'm not into that whole I'll go to hell so you don't have to thing.
The light in Lu Yao's eyes flickered uncertainly, his gaze towards Lu Mingzhao growing more confused. Who exactly is Lu Mingzhao?
Graceful, articulate, and sharp, yet she also had a gentle side that put people at ease. Let's hope so, Lu Yao blustered awkwardly, afraid of revealing his true emotions through his words.
If he accepted her so quickly, wouldn't it make him look weak? Then, in return, it's second brother's turn to clear my doubts.
Lu Mingzhao leaned slightly forward, her voice filled with eagerness.
Lu Yao remained silent, frowning. Lu Mingzhao chuckled.
As everyone knew, silence meant agreement. Lu Yao was waiting for her to ask her questions. The right to explain was hers.
Lu Mingzhao's eyes curved into a crescent smile as she took a few steps toward Lu Yao. Second brother, can you tell me about the love-hate relationship between Lu Minghui and the Lu family? Lu Chunsheng and Yun Yang were inscrutable, while Lu Lei was hesitant, his words vague and half-concealed. As for Xiao Xin, even if he wanted to explain, he couldn't make it clear.
Only Lu Yao had a clear stance, his likes and dislikes evident.
You know I detest Lu Miao. Aren't you worried that I might twist the truth for my own gain?
Lu Yao looked Lu Mingzhao over, a half-smile playing on his lips, full of teasing.
Lu Mingzhao chuckled.
Second brother, you would never stoop to such things.
Even if someone is calm and reserved as you were to exaggerate, wouldn't it be Lu Minghui's fault?
Rest assured, second brother, I can tell who is close and who is distant.
I'm with you, no questions asked.
Hearing this, Lu Yao smiled. It wasn't sarcastic mockery, nor cold disgust, but a genuine, heartfelt laugh that arose from the pleasure in his heart.
I do detest Lu Miao.
No, I should call her Lu Minghui now. Late at night, I've wished for her death countless times.
Lu Yao spoke his mind without hesitation.
When Xiao Xin was young, he was as bright and charming as ever. But his arrival made Lu Miao feel that the attention she felt entitled to was being divided. In early winter, she tricked Xiao Xin into skating on the partially frozen river on the eastern side of the village.
Xiao Xin fell into the water, and she ran back home and said nothing. As they spoke, Xia Yan appeared.
It was a stroke of luck that Xiao Xin survived, given the circumstances. After the incident, Lu Miao initially insisted that Xiao Xin had forced her to go ice skating.
When Xiao Xin fell into the water, she was too scared to say anything. Since then, I've grown more and more disgusted with Lu Miao.
She's aware of this, and over time, she's grown distant and wary of me.
Lu Mingchao's previously calm expression suddenly turned dark. To be mentally incapacitated was as good as having Lu Xion's life ruined. Second brother, was your hand injured because of her too? Lu Mingchao's lips pressed into a thin line, her voice frosty.
Lu Yao struggled to spread the fingers of his right hand, the grotesque scar resembling a centipede crawling on his fingers, fierce and arrogant.
Seen up close, Lu Mingzhao was increasingly shocked.
If the wound had been just a bit deeper, the finger might not have been saved.
I guess you could say that. Lu Yao's other hand traced the scar.
His voice was light and indifferent, like cold wine on a small red clay stove, inevitably tugging at some inexpressible emotions in one's heart. But it was on a whim that she went mushroom picking in the mountains, and by chance, she stepped into a trap. When the family went to find her, in her stumble, she happened to push me over, and there happened to be a sharpened bamboo stick. I could no longer flex my right hand freely. Before I could shed a tear, she was already crying as if she couldn't breathe. I had passed the civil service exam to become a scholar candidate and was preparing for the provincial exam. Luckily, it was just my right hand, not my eyes. The weight of the memories pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe.
Each coincidence felt like a cruel joke. If it were truly that coincidental, Lu Miao was undoubtedly a jinx reincarnated.
Lu Mingzhao felt a sharp sting in her nose, a mix of anger and sorrow. A farmer's son, who had spent years studying late into the night by dim oil lamps, how despairing it must have been to have his right hand ruined just before the imperial exams. If someone tried to sabotage her hand before her college entrance exams, she'd take them down with her. Who would want to go back to those grueling days of waking up at dawn and not getting to bed until after midnight? Who would want to live through days where you had to choose between eating or washing your hair, with every moment demanding study and silence? Lu Miao, truly a villain. Isn't she sick? I'm not as cultivated as second brother in this regard. If I were second brother, Lu Miao might not have had the chance to remain intact as an aristocrat. Lu Yao slightly turned his head, his cold and stern expression melting away like an iceberg, his features relaxing, adding a touch of indescribable beauty. Why are you letting this get to you so much? I'm just angry. Lu Mingchao's little face was puffed up in anger. Lu Yao found it quite amusing and reached out to poke Lu Mingchao's puffed up cheeks. It's not that I'm magnanimous, it's just not worth letting Lu Miao ruin my life. 2 years have passed, and my left hand has become quite proficient at writing. Lu Mingzhao gently patted Lu Yao's hand. You're right. Second brother, why hasn't big brother started a family yet? At Lu Lei's age, he should have kids old enough to run errands by now. I heard that the young ladies in the capital aren't allowed to leave their homes easily.
With your curiosity, wouldn't you find it stifling? Lu Yao's expression was playful. Also, Big Brother has someone he loves. A short sentence left Lu Mingzhao reeling. Does that mean she looks down on Big Brother? Lu Mingzhao's eyes widened, and her mouth unconsciously opened. Lu Yao shook his head. Don't underestimate Big Brother. Big Brother and the teacher's youngest daughter love each other. However, because of the scandal involving Lu Mingzhao and Xia Yan, the teacher, who values propriety the most, believes that the Lu family's moral standards are not up to par and forbade his daughter from associating with Big Brother. Is Lu Mingzhao really not a jinx reincarnated?
Lu Mingzhao's mouth twitched slightly, a comment that was hard to put into words. None of the 3 Lu siblings were spared.
Whether she's a jinx or not, she's definitely mean-spirited and petty. Lu Yao stated that this was not slander. That means our good days are coming.
Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled as she stood on her tiptoes and patted Lu Yao's shoulder.
The Yaoning Marquis family is wealthy and powerful, they can certainly withstand Lu Mingzhao's antics. Second brother, after things hit rock bottom, they can only get better. The new life will definitely be smooth and prosperous. No respect for elders.
Lu Yao stepped back and continued, but I like hearing these auspicious words, so I won't hold it against you this time.
Lu Mingzhao, tisk, he's really tsundere.
Just as Lu Mingzhao thought the conversation was coming to an end, Lu Yao hesitated and spoke uncomfortably again.
Over the years, have they treated you well?
Lu Mingzhao's long lashes fluttered as she pondered for a moment.
I've been treated well, with fine clothes and food. However, all this comes at a price.
My treatment here has been exceptional compared to others, not just because I'm the Marquis' daughter, but also because I'm engaged to Gu Huai, the heir of the Duke's family. A golden match like him naturally comes with perks.
I'll work harder in the future. Lu Yao's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness.
Since Lu Mingzhao was not related to him by blood, he could get his revenge.
Isn't that how the world works?
He was still young. It didn't mean he would never surpass the Yaoning Marquis family in his lifetime. Winter winds and snow tapped against the window, faint but unmistakable. Lu Yao looked at his lively and expressive younger sister in front of him and felt an inexplicable warmth flowing in his heart. As night gradually fell, the door of the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, making a soft sound. In the distance, the wind carried the faint sound of Lu Lei's voice.
Let me open it, let me open it.
Lu Mingzhao joyfully lifted the thick door curtain and stepped over the threshold.
Dad and elder brother must be the ones who miss me the most. Lu Yao's expression softened incredibly at that moment.
May the old days be left behind, and may the new life bring peace and prosperity. Lu Chunsheng and Lu Lei, who were gathering firewood, had bundles of wood on their backs. Zhao Zhao, they called out, using the nickname for Lu Mingzhao.
Father and son shared the same warm smile. Go back inside, it's freezing.
Lu Chunsheng urged Lu Mingzhao. Lu Lei habitually arranged the firewood, while Lu Chunsheng was pulled away by Yin Yang, who was tinkering in the kitchen.
Soon, Lu Chunsheng vanished into the wind and snow once more.
Lu Mingzhao knew he was going to look for Xia Yan.
Are you nervous?
At some point, Lu Yao appeared beside Lu Mingzhao again.
Lu Mingzhao shook her head and whispered, honestly, I'm a bit excited.
Since I know you're not the type to judge, I feel comfortable being honest with you.
Lu Mingzhao continued. We haven't met before, so why would I be nervous? Less than an hour later, Lu Chunsheng and Xia Yan arrived, one after the other.
The sky had turned completely dark.
The flickering candlelight was the only source of light on that cold winter night. A flicker of amazement crossed Lu Mingzhao's eyes.
At first glance, he was tall and commanding, with an air of quiet authority. His features and build were both strikingly handsome.
The coarse cloth clothes did not diminish his beauty and heroic presence.
Like a jade tree planted in a black mountain and white water, standing quietly at the door, he seemed to make the room brighter just by being there. The scar under his eye, more like a badge, added a sense of cold severity to his entire being. He looked like the perfect embodiment of a young general.
It turned out that the phrase making a humble abode brighter was quite literal. Now you're mine.
Back in our youth, we wore light spring coats, rode horses by the slanted bridge, and watched red sleeves wave from the upper floors.
Are all hunters like this now? Or is Changxi village a hidden treasure trove of extraordinary people?
Lu Mingzhao felt like two little figures were fighting in her mind. One, with a big question mark on its small face, was asking if this was reasonable. The other, with hands on hips and chest puffed out, answered that existence is reasonable.
I feel guilty. I should have known better.
I shouldn't have used such frivolous words as keeping a young court companion.
To be honest, my thoughts might be a little dangerous. How can it be called fickleness when it comes to marriage engagements?
It's called careful consideration. While Lu Mingzhao thought she was subtly and inconspicuously observing Xia Yan also saw the lovely young girl under the lamp. She had fair skin and delicate features, with intelligent eyes that sparkled with wisdom. A soft yellow silk flower adorned her hair, and her gaze, though worldly, remained pure, almost as if she didn't quite belong in the refined world of the Yongning Marquis estate. Xia Yan was not a libertine. He quickly averted his gaze.
Yunyan, should we proceed with the engagement or call it off? Is this match appropriate or not?
Xia Yan, thank you for coming out on such a cold day.
We'd like to hear your thoughts on the engagement and discuss it calmly between our families.
Yun Yang pinched her brows, a sense of unease making her throat tight.
Lu Miao's actions had made them unable to face Xia Yan.
Xia Yan's brows furrowed slightly, and he could vaguely guess the Lu family's intentions. His ink-like eyes were like rolling dark clouds on the horizon.
If it's about breaking the engagement, I agree.
He wasn't someone without self-awareness, nor did he have a penchant for dragging a moon from the clouds into the mud. A girl raised in a life of splendor had a graceful demeanor, something he couldn't match at present. Originally, the marriage with the Lu family was only agreed upon out of necessity. With Lu Miao gone, it would be best to take this opportunity to end things smoothly.
The mention of Lu Miao darkened Xia Yan's mood, his expression growing somber. How did we jump straight to breaking the engagement without even talking?
Aunt, if you're worried about the betrothal gifts, there's no rush. Noticing the Lu family's discomfort and recalling Lu Miao's typical behavior, Xia Yan understood the situation.
Yunyang's inquiring gaze turned towards Lu Mingzhao. Should they proceed with the engagement or call it off?
Mother, may I speak with young Master Xia alone? After some thought, Lu Mingzhao finally spoke up.
Xia Yan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly puzzled. Seeing that Xia Yan had no objections, Yunyang nodded at Lu Mingzhao.
People came and went, stirring the air and causing the small flame to flicker, shifting between light and dark.
Lu Mingzhao looked up at Xia Yan, her eyebrows elegantly raised. Lu Mingzhao. My name is Lu Mingzhao.
Her voice was firm and clear, graceful and composed, without a trace of awkwardness or shyness. In essence, this was a meeting to assess each other.
Xia Yan looked down at Lu Mingzhao, lowering his eyelashes and offering a polite smile. Xia Yan. Would you mind if I took her place in the marriage?
Lu Mingzhao asked directly.
Xia Yan was startled, a flicker of astonishment crossing his otherwise impassive face.
This question caught him off guard.
You? Would you be willing to marry me?
Xia Yan pressed his lips together, a rare flustered look in his eyes. Lu Mingzhao chuckled, her expression both delicate and composed.
I'm thinking about it. I just didn't expect you to firmly propose breaking off the engagement.
Lu Mingzhao, who never dwelled on internal conflicts, saw no need for hesitation now that she had initiated a conversation with Xia Yan. His appearance was very appealing to her. Now, it was Xia Yan's character that remained to be seen. You might not know, but I have 2 boys and a girl. I have no land, no proper occupation, and no steady income.
I'm not a suitable match.
Xia Yan exhaled lightly, the visible breath dissipating as he steadied his mind and spoke truthfully.
Lu Mingzhao nodded slightly with a faint smile. I know. Then why would you still consider marrying me?
Xia Yan's confusion was almost palpable. No matter how composed and sharp he was, Xia Yan was still a young man approaching his coming-of-age ceremony, a traditional rite marking the transition to adulthood. A time of vibrant attire, spirited horses, and bold ambitions.
Can I be honest with you? Lu Mingzhao tilted her head slightly and asked. Xia Yan was so tall that her slender neck, already strained from supporting her head and thick hair, had to strain even more to look up at him. Her neck was really feeling the strain.
Noticing Lu Mingzhao's small gesture, Xia Yan found a stool and sat down.
Go ahead.
In matters of marriage, one should always speak honestly.
Very well.
Lu Mingzhao was quite pleased with Xia Yan's attentiveness. Before meeting you, I considered the fact that your marriage with Lu Miao had caused quite a stir, widely known by everyone around. Breaking the engagement could hurt second brother's chances in the imperial exams and damage the reputation of both our families.
After meeting you, I realized I don't dislike you at all.
You're good looking, and my brothers have nothing but praise for you, which suggests you're a reliable person.
I don't have any objections to this marriage. If you're worried about how I might treat your kids, I can assure you that won't be an issue.
As long as they have no malice towards me, I can treat them as my children and will never have kids of my own. For her, not having children felt like a divine reward for a girl who feared pain and death. Xia Yan froze, and the Lu family on the other side of the wall panicked. In the hearts of the Lu family, young and old, Lu Mingzhao was being treated unfairly.
How can she say something like that? It's like she's tearing my heart out. As for the marriage, let it be called off.
Sure, her reputation might take a hit, but there'll always be a way to fix it.
Without her own kids, what will Mingzhao have to live for?
Yin Yang's eyes turned red, her voice choked up, and she was about to walk towards the next room. Lu Yao stretched out his arm, loosely blocking her. Mom, Mingzhao has her own mind. On the other side of the wall, a suspicious flush crept up Xia Yan's cheeks, and he suddenly stammered, "Have you really thought it through?"
Lu Mingzhao nodded.
Yes. Xia Yan suddenly stood up, his head lowered, not daring to meet her eyes, and said in a low voice, "You can think about it some more. This is a big decision for your whole life, so you should think carefully."
It's not that I look down on you, it's just that. He was now just Xia Yan, a hunter hiding in Changxi village. So it's decided then. The wedding date remains unchanged, Lu Mingzhao declared. Having no feelings for each other at the moment, was it important?
No, it wasn't.
Who says she couldn't have a marriage first love later script? Since you're my husband now, you can't flirt with the village women anymore. Xia Yan. The candlelight flickered, warm and intimate.
Xia Yan's face turned completely red. I haven't. He lived at the foot of the mountain on the village's outskirts and kept to himself. Lu Mingzhao beamed, thinking this book's world wasn't so bad. She liked this world where anything went. With Chao's blessings, a family full of handsome members, and a handy hunter to play with, life was looking pretty good. Xia Yan pulled a pouch from his pocket and handed it to Lu Mingzhao.
Use this money for now. If you ever want to have kids,
buy whatever you need, don't deprive yourself. I'll bring more things over tomorrow.
If you need anything else for the wedding preparations, let me know.
In the capital, noble and official families traditionally give geese as wedding gifts. But now that it's winter and the geese have flown south, I'll owe this for now. When spring arrives next year, I will definitely make up for it.
Lu Mingzhao, thank you.
Unexpectedly, Xia Yan bowed deeply toward Lu Mingzhao without any warning.
Lu Mingzhao was stunned and confused. Thank her? Xia Yan thanking her?
As far as she knew, Xia Yan was purely innocent and dragged into this through no fault of his own. And her decision to proceed with the marriage, apart from having her eyes on Xia Yan, also included considerations for Lu Yao's future. The number of successful candidates in the imperial examinations each spring was limited, and the competition outside the examination halls was always fierce, filled with various schemes. According to the memories of the original owner, there was once a brilliant scholar in the previous dynasty whose poetry and essays were unparalleled. He was expected to pass the imperial examination with flying colors. However, just as the imperial examination was about to begin, a fellow student pointed out that the character Jean in his father's name sounded the same as the Jean in Jeanshire, successful candidate. According to the tradition of taboo avoidance, which requires avoiding the names of respected, close, or virtuous individuals, he was barred from taking the Jeanshire examination. This absurd accusation completely derailed the talented scholar's chances of becoming an official. Therefore, Xia Yan's gratitude made her feel undeserving.
No need to thank me, Lu Mingzhao replied, still looking bewildered.
It was a conditioned reflex from years of compulsory education. Xia Yan looked at the woman in front of him, her eyes bright like stars, and a trace of admiration and respect quietly grew in his heart. Despite the drastic changes in her life, she didn't complain or live in fear. Instead, she remained calm and confident, like a towering pine standing tall in the wind and snow, never wilting, and never needing to wait for better times. Neither of them spoke, and the room fell into an odd silence, where a pin drop could be heard. The flickering lantern light made the snowy night seem softer in their hearts.
Cha cha.
Yunyang's voice broke the silence like a pebble dropped into a still lake, creating ripples.
Do we have a decision yet? Yunyang asked, already knowing the answer.
At this moment, she wished Xia Yan would firmly decide to call off the wedding.
Xia Yan didn't leave Lu Mingzhao to face the pressure alone.
He stepped forward, bowed his head, and said firmly, "If Mingzhao is willing to marry me, I, Xia Yan, will never betray her.
If Mingzhao changes her mind before the wedding, I won't hold it against her."
At the very least, on this snowy night, Lu Mingzhao honestly told him that she did not dislike him.
Yunyang's expression softened a little. In Shanxi village, Xia Yan was truly exceptional. But thinking about how Mingzhao would never have children to bring her joy, Yunyang felt uneasy. People's hearts are unknowable. Would Xia Yan's children be wholeheartedly with Mingzhao?
Even after raising a child for 100 years, a parent's worries never truly end.
Xia Yan, you're a good person. Yunyang trailed off. Lu Chunqing imperceptibly tugged at Yunyang's sleeve, shook his head, and then looked at Lu Mingzhao kindly. Mingzhao, put on your cloak and walk Xia Yan to the door. Lu Mingzhao agreed.
The snow reflected enough light that the world outside wasn't completely shrouded in darkness. The two of them walked on the snow, their footsteps creaking with each step.
Let's stop here, Lu Mingzhao said. Go back quickly, she added.
Xia Yan stopped, his voice faint and carried by the wind. Mingzhao, you can discuss it again with your mother. Xia Yan, who had experienced the ups and downs of human emotions, could tell that Lu Mingzhao's mother was hesitant. Children can still be born. Xia Yan turned his head, feeling a bit unnatural.
If you...
Lu Mingzhao waved her hand.
It's fine, your children will be my children. A wave of helplessness washed over him. How had things come to this? Go back, Lu Mingzhao said. See you later.
Lu Mingzhao waved, wrapped her cloak tighter, and ran back into the yard, the gate locking behind her. Snowflakes fell on her hair and shoulders. Xia Yan didn't bother to brush them off, his eyes fixed on the snowy ground. In the snow lay a delicate yellow velvet flower, surrounded by gently falling snowflakes, like poetic adornments slowly piling up, gradually covering it. This was the velvet flower that had been in Lu Mingzhao's hair. Xia Yan stepped forward and picked it up, holding it tightly in his palm. Was this, perhaps, a silver lining for him? In the lonely, deserted snowy night, Xia Yan silently laughed. It seemed that marriage wasn't something he despised after all. Lu Mingzhao hadn't noticed that the velvet flower in her hair had fallen off. As soon as she entered the room, her family surrounded her.
Chow Chow, you should reconsider this marriage again. How can I agree to Xia Yan's unreasonable request?
It's hard for us to feel at ease without you having children by your side.
Yunyang held Lu Mingzhao's hand, murmuring incessantly.
Lu Mingzhao was rendered speechless. In this world, it was considered one of the greatest acts of filial piety to have descendants, and she had never entertained the idea of challenging these established norms on her own. How could she explain that not having to bear children was a huge plus for her when it came to Xia Yan? Lu Mingzhao pursed her lips and pondered for a moment.
Mother, actually, it's because I don't want to give birth. When I was young and innocent, I played hide-and-seek with a maidservant and hid in the courtyard of one of my father's concubines.
I witnessed the concubine of the Marquis die while giving birth. All I could hear were endless wails, and all I could see was blood red. I was frightened and, in a daze, fell into the lotus pond, which is how I developed this condition of chronic coldness. From that time on, day after day, year after year, I had to endure endless bitter medicine.
Mother, I'm truly afraid of the bitterness. Please, let me be indulgent just this once. Xia Yan is a good choice for me. What she said wasn't entirely fabricated.
In truth, the original owner had indeed consumed a lot of medicine, though it was meant to regulate and nourish her body, helping her conceive and give birth to an heir after marrying into the ducal household, thus securing her position as the wife of the heir.
Really? Yun Yang was skeptical. Lu Mingzhao nodded hurriedly. Lu Chunsheng and Yun Yang felt a pang of sympathy.
Only Lu Yao's eyes flickered slightly, his lips curving into a smile. Mother, I'm hungry, Lu Mingzhao whined in a sweet, soft voice.
Let's eat. We'll eat right away. Yun Yang waved her hand. In preparation for Lu Mingzhao's arrival, the meal was exceptionally lavish.
Yun Yang had cooked the family's last bit of fine rice, and to enhance the texture, she added a bit of expensive sugar to the pot, resulting in soft, fragrant rice. Next to the large stove, there was a small pot, in which a whole chicken was being stewed, emitting a bubbling sound. On the table, neatly arranged slices of cured ham shone, each piece exuding a rich, savory aroma.
The aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Don't dwell on it. Lazy, scoop a bowl of pickles from the jar, Yun Yang instructed busily but calmly. Chow chow, I don't know if you'll be accustomed to the food here.
Both Yun Yang and Lu Chunsheng looked somewhat embarrassed and nervous.
Just because they hadn't eaten pork, did that mean they hadn't seen pigs run?
Even rural gentry and landowners enjoyed a wide variety of dishes, each prepared with great care.
How much more so for a Marquis household?
I can handle it, Lu Mingzhao's throat tightened and her nose grew sour. She didn't know when her mother had slaughtered the old hen from the chicken coop. Thinking of the wide array of meats in her spatial store, she worried about not finding a proper opportunity to bring them out openly. Yun Yang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ladled some chicken soup for Lu Mingzhao, adding a large chicken leg to her bowl. Sitting next to Lu Mingzhao, Lu Xian, with his empty belly, blinked his round eyes and stared at the fragrant chicken soup, softly muttering, "Meat.
My belly isn't hungry, and I don't like meat."
As he spoke, he couldn't help swallowing, but he couldn't bring himself to look away.
Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but laugh.
She had a rough idea of the Lu family's conditions. It was hard enough for a farming family to support a scholar, they barely had enough to eat, so it was natural that they couldn't often afford to eat meat.
Xiao Xian, go ahead and eat, Lu Mingzhao said, placing the chicken leg in Lu Xian's bowl.
Lu Xian's eyes lit up, like a little mouse that had secretly gotten some oil. He was enveloped in a huge surprise. This big sister is so kind, she even shared the chicken leg with him.
Xiao Xian doesn't like to eat meat, Lu Xian said, swallowing, as he pushed the bowl back.
His polite and thoughtful behavior made her heart melt.
What your sister gave you, you have to eat.
Sister will find a way to make sure our Xiao Xian gets to eat meat every day, Lu Mingzhao said softly, ruffling Lu Xian's little head, fully embracing her role as an older sister. Seeing this, Yun Yang sighed softly, not wanting to say much more, and prepared to serve the other chicken leg to Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao quickly lowered her head and drank a large spoonful of chicken soup, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Mother, I love chicken soup." "I don't want the chicken leg anymore," Lu Mingzhao said, spreading her hand over her bowl protectively.
Yun Yang's chopsticks hovered in the air, her thoughts drifting, feeling somewhat dazed. Chow Chow's concern for the family was clear to everyone. In the past, she often wondered whether Miao Miao's inherently dark nature was due to her and Chuanqing's failure in teaching, which led to Miao Miao's selfishness and coldness.
If only the child hadn't been switched at birth, everything would have been so much better.
If that were the case, Xiao Xian wouldn't be mentally impaired, Lu Chunsheng wouldn't have wasted 3 years with his right hand crippled, and Lu Lei's marriage wouldn't have been delayed and eventually fallen through.
"I'll keep it, and tomorrow I'll continue to make soup for you, dear." Yun Yang's slightly hoarse voice carried deep emotions, her gaze at Lu Mingzhao becoming increasingly loving and gentle.
Lu Mingzhao nodded heavily. "You're the best, Mom."
At the dinner table, warmth and affection flowed smoothly, with occasional bursts of lighthearted or cheerful laughter, along with Xiao Xian's childish and amusing remarks. Grandma Lu's wrinkled face lit up with a warm smile, her eyes filled with contentment and peace. Even if she were to close her eyes and leave this world now, she would do so with peace of mind. As the night deepened, the howling of the cold wind outside grew clearer. Yun Yang held Lu Mingzhao's hand, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at her, filled with infinite longing. It was as if she feared that upon waking from sleep, the present happiness would turn out to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion, like a reflection in a mirror or the moon on water. After repeated persuasion from Lu Chunsheng and Lu Yao, Yun Yang reluctantly let go of Lu Mingzhao's hand. "Let's go, little sister." Lu Yao's face was tinged with a light flush, his eyes slightly curved, perhaps due to his heart's contentment, adding a touch of dashing charm to his appearance. Lu Mingzhao followed Lu Yao out of the doorway, one after the other. He pointed to a room with a good orientation. "Little sister, this is your room. The bedding and quilts have been specially taken apart and washed by Mom, they're not dirty. Just wait a bit longer, second brother will get new ones for you. Grandma, parents, and Dad are very happy, and Big Brother and Xiao Xian really like you." That's enough. This reason was enough for him to strive to grow into a strong tree, providing shelter for Cao Cao, his sister. The room wasn't very large, but it was clean and tidy. In the center of the room stood an old painted screen, in front of which was a set of simple and delicate tables and chairs, and behind it was a yellow wooden bed bearing the marks of time. "Second brother, wait a moment." With only a door between them, Lu Mingzhao pretended to rummage through her package, but in reality, she was searching for a scar removal cream in the chain pharmacy of the space supermarket. A flawless gem, pure and unblemished. She finally found the best scar removal cream in the pharmacy. Just as she picked it up, an even bigger surprise awaited her. The spot where she took the scar removal cream was immediately replenished with the same item. This meant an endless supply for generations to come. In a roundabout way, she was now incredibly powerful. Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled brightly, like a cunning little fox. She held the scar removal cream in her palm and pushed open the door. "Second brother, here." Lu Yao furrowed his brow, silently questioning, and didn't accept it immediately. Lu Mingzhao scratched his head, guessing the reason for Lu Yao's hesitation, and added in a low voice, "Second brother, this is scar removal ointment, it's mine." This ointment wasn't bought with the Marquis Mansion's funds and wasn't taken from there either. It has no relation to the Marquis Mansion at all. You can use it without feeling indebted to Lu Minghui. In the future, if you need to retaliate, do so without any scruples or gratitude, and without any psychological burden. Trust me, second brother. Although this scar removal ointment cannot completely eliminate the scar on your finger, it will gradually fade over time. Without giving Lu Yao a chance to refuse, Lu Mingzhao stuffed the ointment into his hand. "Keep it. I want to experience the joy of being the younger sister of a top scholar. When you ride through the streets in triumph, wearing red, I can proudly say, 'Check it out, my second brother, the youngest and most handsome top scholar.'" Lu Yao felt a strange, sour emotion welling up that made him want to cry. He had no idea how to handle these unfamiliar emotions and could only try to stay calm. "Why not the top imperial scholar, first place winner?" Lu Mingzhao grinned. "Second brother looks more like a top scholar." In the imperial examination 2 years later, if Lu Yao entered the top ranks, who else could be the top scholar but him? "Then a top scholar it is." Lu Yao's voice held no arrogance, as if success was already within his grasp. "Cao Cao, tell me honestly, are you crushing on Xia Yan's looks?" He didn't miss the way her eyes lit up when she saw Xia Yan. Lu Mingzhao smiled without saying a word. There was always a plan. "You." Lu Yao lightly patted Lu Mingzhao's shoulder. "If that's the case, maybe you should check yourself out in the mirror. In our Lu family, we've always been the best looking. Get some rest, and don't forget to change your medicine." Lu Yao pointed at Lu Mingzhao's forehead and instructed. "Second brother, too." Lu Mingzhao waved with a smile. Lu Yao turned around, walked a couple of steps, and then stopped. "If you decide to marry Xia Yan, second brother supports you. If Xia Yan ever breaks his word, treats you poorly, or even gains weight and loses his looks as he ages, we'll get you out of that marriage. As long as I'm in a position of power, you can do whatever your heart desires." Lu Yao. Yun Yang lifted the door curtain, tightly gripping a bamboo pole. "What are you teaching Cao Cao?" she demanded furiously. "Looking for a beating, are you?" In the courtyard, the snow on the withered tree fell with a rustling sound.
Lu Mingzhao watched Lu Yao scramble away, clutching his head, while Yun Yang wielded the bamboo pole fiercely. Her heart softened and warmed. The small courtyard became quiet again.
Maybe she just didn't have trouble sleeping in a new bed. Except for the slight cold, as soon as her head hit the pillow, she slept dreamlessly through the night. At the crow of the morning rooster, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. The soft morning light and the chilly breeze slipped through the cracked window, intensifying Lu Mingzhao's real experience of having transmigrated into a book.
Transmigrated, truly transmigrated.
Perhaps she was the quickest to adapt among all transmigrators. For a moment, Lu Mingzhao wasn't sure whether to feel tough or just content. In winter, every time she left, the warmth of her quilt was a test of her willpower. Lu Mingzhao dawdled for a long time. Until the sky became brighter and the sound of chopping wood in the courtyard, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and the clear, melodic sound of someone reciting from a book reached her ears. Lu Mingzhao, enduring the cold, wrapped herself layer by layer and finally stepped out of the room.
Should she persuade the family to build a heated cone? Lu Mingzhao idly pondered.
At some point, the wind and snow had stopped, and the sun now hung low on the horizon, faint and sluggish.
Big sister.
As soon as she opened the door, Lu Xian's adorable, lip-red tooth-white face greeted her. Lu Mingzhao, lost in thought, mused that while others might find joy when they step out, she found beauty.
TSK, good omen. Xiao Xian, good morning. Lu Mingzhao pinched Xiao Xian's frost-reddened cheeks. Xiao Xian rubbed against Lu Mingzhao's hand, clearly delighted. Big sister, I made a snowman.
Xiao Xian naturally slipped his arm through Lu Mingzhao's, intimate and clinging, as if the moment could rival years of memories. Often, a clear and simple heart can see through people's intentions more easily. Following Xiao Xian's finger, Lu Mingzhao saw a chubby, lovable snowman standing next to the withered tree. The snowman's head had a circle of old cloth, which fluttered in the cold wind, giving the snowman a quirky charm. Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but smile at the sight.
Is this me?
Lu Mingzhao touched her forehead and asked in surprise. Lu Xian, with a chin slightly raised as if seeking praise, said with great emphasis, "Sister, you look beautiful."
Just like the snowman. Lu Mingzhao took a deep breath.
You're beautiful, and so is the snowman.
I really like it.
Looking at Lu Xian's frosty red cheeks and his ice-cold little hands, she couldn't bring herself to say anything negative. Mom, I told you sister would like it, Lu Xian said loudly, his delight obvious. As the sluggish sun rose higher, Changxi village came alive, shaking off its earlier quietness. Smoke curled from the chimneys, and the air smelled of burning wood, bringing a sense of home and warmth. The laughter of children playing could be heard, mixed with gentle scoldings and loving persuasions from parents. Lu Mingzhao found herself greedy for this simple, rustic warmth. It was at this time that Xia Yan arrived.
Uncle Lu, Auntie Lu.
Xia Yan seemed a bit nervous, far less composed than the previous night, his hands fidgeting awkwardly. After trudging through the snow and returning home, his heart was filled with complex emotions, keeping him awake all night. If he hadn't been worried about waking the Lu family too early, he probably would have shown up at dawn.
Xiao Xia, you're here. Yun Yang greeted him warmly. The last bit of reluctance in her heart dissipated after Lu Mingzhao's explanation.
A mother-in-law always finds her son-in-law more appealing the more she sees him. Plus, Xia Yan was handsome and from a well-off family.
Have you eaten?
Auntie steamed some big buns, have a few, and take some back for Chenner and the others when you leave.
Auntie steamed a lot. Xia Yan's face turned red again.
He no longer looked like the tough, cold hunter he usually was.
Lu Mingzhao bit back a smile.
The contrast made her heart melt.
Auntie, I've eaten.
No need to trouble yourself, Xia Yan's clear voice carried a slight tremble.
It's no trouble at all. Zhao Zhao, why don't you keep him company for a bit? Yun Yang said casually.
Immediately after, the sound of chopping vegetables echoed from the kitchen.
Hearing this, Lu Mingzhao cleared her throat, trying to hide her amusement. Xia Yan.
Xia Yan hurried over, pulled out a white porcelain bottle, and handed it to Lu Mingzhao.
Mingzhao, I got this healing ointment earlier. It should be useful for the wound on your forehead. The white porcelain bottle glistened in the morning light, clearly something of great value. Deep in Lu Mingzhao's eyes, traces of confusion and curiosity appeared. Xia Yan's family background might be far richer than anyone in Changxi village imagined. Was Xia Yan, who was abandoned by the original protagonist and whose fate remained uncertain, really just a rough hunter living at the foot of the mountain? But he was indeed just a barely mentioned cannon fodder character. With her vermilion lips lightly pressed, Lu Mingzhao took the white porcelain bottle. After all, it was a heartfelt gesture from Xia Yan, and she didn't want to turn it down. Xia Yan, the wound on my forehead wasn't serious to begin with, and it's mostly healed now, so you don't need to worry too much. That's good to hear. Xia Yan felt unusually tongue-tied, so he just kept pulling things out of his pockets. Another heavy pouch landed in Lu Mingzhao's palm. Lu Mingzhao's eyes curved in a smile. They say a man is most attractive when he's generous, and that was definitely true. Aren't you afraid of emptying your family's coffers? If he met someone with bad intentions, Xia Yan could easily be tricked into giving away everything. Fortunately, she wasn't short of money. Back in her spatial dimension, there was even a shiny, well-established gold shop. It won't be emptied, Xia Yan said seriously. Then I'll prepare a gift for you too. Lu Mingzhao carefully picked up a strand of hair from Xia Yan's shoulder. Stretch out your hand. She wrapped the strand of hair around Xia Yan's finger and tied it into a knot. Xia Yan was puzzled but didn't rush to ask. He made up his mind that he wouldn't let Lu Mingzhao's delicate and smooth hands be touched by the harsh realities of life after marrying him. You'll find out on the wedding day. Lu Mingzhao winked, keeping her secret. Xia Yan nodded, his ears turning a bright red. Okay. I'll go help Uncle Lu chop some wood, Mingzhao. Xia Yan practically bolted, like something dangerous was nipping at his heels. Lu Mingzhao pouted, wondering if she was really that scary. Feng family. Elder sister-in-law, are you sure you figured it out? What's the deal with the Lu family's newly returned daughter? I just saw brother Xia Yan heading toward the Lu family from afar. Feng Xin, who had been bending over to feed the chickens, stiffened. Her eyes shifted guiltily. But thinking of the Lu family's reaction, she couldn't help feeling angry and immediately straightened her back with newfound confidence. She dumped the chicken feed all at once, put her hands on her hips, and shouted in a rough voice, "Who says I didn't find out?" As soon as I heard that Lu Chunxing had returned the donkey cart to the village head, I braved the wind and snow to go find out. That girl is really a vixen. She has the entire Lu family wrapped around her little finger. Even Lu Yao is protecting her, afraid she might suffer any grievance. The engagement with brother Xia Yan was left ambiguous, but I think the girl is willing to be a stepmother. She hadn't forgotten the sharp words the girl had used to mock her. Jinyu, don't blame your sister-in-law for speaking harshly. If you were as bold as Lu Miao and latched onto Xia Yan, making him feel responsible for you, would I, as your sister-in-law, have to run around getting slapped and looked down upon? You don't know how the Lu family people pointed their fingers at me and scolded. Now that Lu Miao is gone, here comes Lu Mingzhao. I wonder what you're going to do now. TSK, what good is a girl's pride and reputation? Can it buy silver or put food on the table? Thinking of how casually Xia Yan could offer a bride price of 100 taels made her heart ache. As she spoke, Feng Xin couldn't help but compare Lu Mingzhao with her younger sister. The more she compared, the more frustrated she became. Her younger sister was the daughter of her father-in-law after he had married into the family, and the elderly couple doted on her like their own eyes. She was willful and unreasonable, looking down on others with her nose in the air. She looked down on ordinary farm families and only dreamed of marrying into a wealthy city household. As a result, her marriage had been delayed due to her pickiness. In her opinion, only a foolish young master from a rich family would even consider marrying such a rough, ill-tempered, and illiterate farm girl. But she only dared to mutter these thoughts in her heart. If she said them out loud, her mother-in-law would surely find ways to torment her. Compared to the biological daughter of the Lu family, her own sister seemed like nothing but dregs. Feng Jinyu's face changed colors, flushing red and turning pale, showing a mixture of shame, embarrassment, and anger.
Hearing that the biological daughter of the Lu family was interested in continuing the marriage and being a stepmother, she forgot about her sister-in-law's harsh words and became anxious. At her age, she had no hope of becoming a wealthy wife in a rich family. She wouldn't even be considered for a secondary wife. Among the men she could realistically aim for, Xia Yan was the best option. How can the Lu family be so shameless, clinging to Xia Yan like this? It was Lu Mingzhao who had something going on with brother Xia Yan, not Lu Mingzhao. No, I have to protect brother Xia Yan from those greedy Lu family members.
I'll go find brother Xia Yan right away.
Feng Jinyu was fierce and defiant, ready to rush out as she spoke.
Fang's aunt grabbed her niece, tutaying under her breath.
Her niece wasn't as reckless as Lu Miao, but when it came to twisting the truth, she was just as adept.
You're going to look for Xia Yan like this?
Fang's aunt's thick, black eyebrows furrowed together, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction, sounding both fierce and harsh. At least tidy yourself up.
Which man wouldn't want a girl who looks fresh and beautiful?
She wasn't being charitable or nosy, she just figured that if they managed to win Xia Yan back, she might get a piece of the pie too. Upon hearing this, Feng Jinyu thought it made sense. In the capital city, at the Yongning Marquis family. After repeated stern instructions from the Duke's family, he reluctantly paid a visit to the Yongning Marquis family. Lately, the scandal over the real and fake daughters at the Yongning Marquis family had been making waves. Especially the scandal of Lu Mingzhao threatening to die unless she got her way, which had become even more infamous. The engagement of the Yongning Marquis family was widely known throughout the nobility. He couldn't avoid being swept up in the rumors, which eventually turned into a story of two women fighting over one man. He found it shameful and deliberately avoided letting any news of the Yongning Marquis family reach his ears. If he didn't hear about it, he wouldn't have to deal with it. Today, there was no escaping it. At the sight of the unfamiliar young girl, Gu Huai couldn't help but furrow his brows. As much as he disliked Lu Mingzhao, he had to admit that her beauty was rare. If Lu Mingzhao were dressed up like this, even if she just stood quietly under the eaves, she would resemble a fully bloomed peony, radiant and noble, looking down on everyone rather than being vulgar and calculating.
Marquis Madam, Miss Lu.
Apart from his slightly furrowed brows, Gu Huai's words and actions were flawlessly polite. My family has been busy these past few days, and I haven't had the chance to visit.
I deeply apologize for this and hope you can forgive me. The hidden intricacies were clear to Yongning Marquis Madam, though her face didn't show it.
She wore a benevolent smile. Nephew, you're being too formal.
Don't call me Marquis Madam, call me Aunt. This is Minghui, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis family.
Lu Minghui blushed, feeling a wave of joy and pride wash over her.
Her life had taken a leap to the top. Compared to the eldest son of the Duke's family, Xia Yan was nothing.
After some polite exchanges and having drunk 2 or 3 cups of tea, there was still no sign of Lu Mingzhao, and Gu Huai's brows furrowed even more tightly, his hidden frustration growing like a vine. Since childhood, Lu Mingzhao had liked to stick to him, always considering herself his fiancé, fearing nothing, not even death, for him. He had come, but she was avoiding him. Was this a ploy to act coy, waiting for him to coax her? After another cup of tea, Gu Huai's growing displeasure could no longer be suppressed. He cleared his throat and casually asked, Aunt, why isn't Mingzhao here? The bright smile on the Marquis Madam's face faltered, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Lu Minghui clenched the handkerchief in her hand tightly, her downcast eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. She was the rightful heir of the Marquis family, a noble lady of high birth. Lu Mingzhao was the thief who had stolen her identity.
You didn't know, did you, nephew?
Yongning Marquis Madam's surprise was perfectly timed.
Gu Huai was startled. What? Yongning Marquis Madam sighed deeply. Mingzhao is gone.
Mingzhao has been raised by the Marquis and me for over 10 years.
How could we not feel for her?
We considered letting her stay as the Marquis' second daughter, but she's very stubborn. She was determined to return to the countryside to reunite with her family.
We tried everything to convince her, but she still left.
I've already spoken with the Duchess about this. Gu Huai was stunned, his mind spinning, unable to process what he was hearing.
Lu Mingzhao had left? Lu Mingzhao, who had been following him for 10 years, was gone. A heavy lump formed in his throat, making it hard to breathe. Gu Huai felt inexplicably agitated, his thin lips slightly parted in disbelief, as the phrase Lu Mingzhao is gone echoed repeatedly in his mind. Did she leave any message before she left? Gu Huai's hand clenched into a fist, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his palm. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. He had merely ignored Lu Mingzhao for a few days, and she had left. Wasn't she being a little too impulsive? Yangning Marquis Madame pretended to wipe her slightly reddened eyes with a handkerchief. She said that the Marquis family had raised her and wished me and Minghui a life of peace and joy, and also wished you and Minghui a harmonious marriage. A cold light flickered in Gu Huai's eyes, filled with sarcasm. Should he feel smug that Lu Mingzhao still remembered him and left a few parting words? Lu Mingzhao, as arrogant and self-righteous as ever. It was clear that the engagement between him and Lu Mingzhao was obtained through her relentless pursuit, using every trick in the book. Yet now she casually wished him and Lu Minghui a harmonious marriage. Yangning Marquis Madame's voice carried a hint of sob. She said, Minghui also tried to persuade me, saying that as long as I was willing to stay in the Marquis family, the position of the eldest miss and the engagement wouldn't be disputed. But I insisted on returning to the countryside to be with my biological parents and fulfill my filial duties, threatening to bang my head against the wall again if not allowed. My heart felt like a piece was torn out. Faced with my resolute attitude, the Marquis and I had to make concessions. Considering the hardships in the countryside, and that she had been pampered since childhood, we specially prepared some money for her to support herself, hoping her life would be easier. With a few words, the label of being willful, spoiled, and ungrateful was firmly placed on Lu Mingzhao's head. Yangning Marquis Madame's emotions were not entirely an act. However, her concern was minimal, and her anger was abundant. She could not stand Lu Mingzhao defying her and not following her arrangements. If Lu Mingzhao had obediently stayed in the Marquis family, there would have been no need to provoke such a strong emotional response from Gu Huai. Gu Huai sneered coldly, a knot tightening in his chest, and spoke with icy words. A chip off the old block. The Marquis family need not be sad. Leaving the Marquis family is Lu Mingzhao's own misfortune, she will regret it sooner or later. You and the Marquis have done all you could for her. I will inform my parents of this truthfully. Gu Huai wasn't sure why he had to go to such lengths to disparage Lu Mingzhao in front of Yangning Marquis Madame. After all, he used to despise the despicable act of gossiping behind someone's back the most. But at this moment, it felt like only by speaking out could his heart find some relief. No parent would resent a daughter they raised, Yangning Marquis Madame tentatively asked. Then what about the engagement between the Duke's family and the Yangning Marquis family? This matter, please discuss with my mother, Gu Huai dismissed impatiently. Satisfied with the response, Yangning Marquis Madame's mouth, hidden by the handkerchief, subtly curled upwards. As long as Gu Huai did not strongly oppose the engagement being transferred to Minghui, she could easily arrange this marriage, ensuring Minghui became the future matriarch of the Duke's family. Aunt, I've got plans with a few friends, so I'll be taking my leave. I'll come by another time. Gu Huai rose, bowed his head, and gave a salute. He couldn't bear to stay in the Yangning Marquis family any longer. Yangning Marquis Madame nodded with a smile. With her permission, Gu Huai left swiftly, as if the wind was at his back. Mother, what does young Master Gu mean? Is he still thinking about Mingzhao? Should we bring Mingzhao back? I missed over a decade with young Master Gu, perhaps we are truly not destined to be together. Some things cannot be forced. Lu Minghui's perfectly arched eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes red and brimming with unshed tears. She looked composed and kind, like a fragile morning dewdrop, exuding a quiet grace and compassion. Yangning Marquis Madame, half pitying and half exasperated, gently tapped Lu Minghui's forehead. I don't want to hear such foolish talk in the future. Over the past years, Gu Huai has always been cold and indifferent towards Lu Mingzhao, rarely considering her dignity in front of others. His unusual reaction just now was just a mix of habit, pride, and a need for control. For a moment, he couldn't bear the fact that someone who used to follow him around quietly left. Let me tell you something that's true even if it sounds harsh, men often long for what they can't have or what they've lost.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have even considered marrying Lu Mingzhao off as a concubine to the duke's family if nothing else worked out.
But to say he cares that much? Not really. It won't shake your position as the future mistress of the duke's family.
Lu Minghui's beautiful eyes filled with tears, unsure whether to believe or doubt.
Thank you for your guidance, mother.
Yawning Marquis Madame smiled and continued, Minghui, don't let Gu Huai find out about Mingchao's engagement in the countryside, no matter what.
Once Mingchao's marriage to the hunter is a done deal, it won't matter what Gu Huai thinks.
Lu Minghui nodded obediently. Hurrying out of the Yongning Marquis family, Gu Huai felt as if a heavy weight was pressing on his chest, a foul breath stuck in his throat, neither swallowed nor expelled, which only added to his irritation and frustration. On closer inspection, his soft palms were already marked with fingernail scratches.
Send someone to find out when Lu Mingzhao left the capital and where she's gone. Get me the confirmed information as soon as possible.
As he stepped on the stool to get into the carriage, Gu Huai muttered in a dull voice. The servant boy looked puzzled.
Young master?
This was a rare sight. Never before had he imagined the young master would take such an interest in Miss Lu's whereabouts.
Gu Huai glanced down at the servant boy from his height. The servant boy quickly bowed his head and nodded.
Meanwhile, far away in Changxi village, Lu Mingzhao couldn't stop sneezing, one after another without pause, her nose red and looking quite pitiful.
Lu Mingzhao was quite dumbfounded. It couldn't be that bad, could it?
She had been full of energy despite the cold wind, but after sleeping at home for one night, she fell ill? Rubbing her still itchy nose, Lu Mingzhao felt rather helpless.
Chow Chow, how about we see a village healer?
Yun Yang put down her work, full of concern. Xia Yan, who had been chopping wood, also stopped his actions, his eyes intently fixed on Lu Mingzhao. She looked down and smiled, her voice soft and sweet, Mother, I've got some cold medicine in my bag.
I'll feel better after I take it, no need to find a doctor.
Her voice was just loud enough to be heard across the yard.
Do you need to boil it?
Yun Yang asked gently while checking her temperature with her hand.
Lu Mingzhao shook her head. Just a bowl of hot water will do.
After holding her breath and swallowing the bitter granules, her nose stopped itching, her ears cooled down, and the sneezing finally stopped.
Lu Mingzhao's small face showed a lot of confusion. The problem disappeared like smoke.
Goodness, you'd think she had drunk some miracle potion that cures everything.
After splitting the firewood, Xia Yan didn't linger.
Before leaving, Yun Yang stuffed a small bamboo basket full of freshly baked, soft, and fragrant pancakes. She handed the basket to Xia Yan without giving him a chance to decline, hanging it directly on his arm.
Take it back for the children to try.
Yun Yang went out of her way to show kindness, hoping it would help Xia Yan's children gradually accept Lu Mingzhao and ease their resistance. Though Xia Yan appeared cold and rough around the edges, he was actually very perceptive and insightful.
Yun Yang, I'll make things clear to the children in advance. Yun Yang's smile grew even more genuine and loving.
Xia Yan, carrying the small basket, gradually disappeared into the distance.
Bright winter sunlight, warm and truly lovely.
The wind and snow ceased, and for several consecutive days, warm sunshine spread across the land, soft and bright. As the Lu and Xie families began to visit each other frequently, news that Lu Mingzhao, the biological daughter of the Lu family who had just returned, would continue her marriage arrangements with Xia Yan spread like wildfire. It didn't take long for the news to reach the entirety of Changxi village. The villagers of Changxi village were skeptical, and some went to investigate out of curiosity, well-wishing, or a desire to watch the drama unfold. They came in small groups to see for themselves.
The Lu family didn't shy away or fear public opinion.
They responded openly and confidently, confirming that the wedding would proceed as planned, with all the necessary celebrations. Feng Jinyu, who had dressed up specially to follow her neighbors, had a gleam of arrogance in her eyes.
Half closing them, she scornfully spat, so now anyone can latch onto brother Xia Yan?
And this so-called miss from the capital, so eager to marry, must have done something disgraceful elsewhere and is now desperate to find someone to take the blame. Feng Jinyu believed she had reason to be proud. After all, she had been prophesied by the famous fortune-teller of the region to have a destiny of great wealth and fortune, one that would bring prosperity to her husband. The lively courtyard of the Lu family fell silent.
People exchanged glances, silently communicating.
In their eyes, although Feng Jinyu's words were harsh, they seemed to make sense upon reflection. Yin Yang's eyes reddened with anger, wishing she could pounce on Feng Jinyu and tear her contemptuous mouth apart. It was all too easy to ruin a woman's reputation. Gossip and scandalous rumors could cut deeper than any blade, destroying her without a trace. After a brief silence, there was a cacophony of discussions, noisy and chaotic. Lu Mingzhao, who was inside teaching Lu Xiaoxian, frowned slightly. The malice in the young woman's words was far more intense than what Feng Jinyu's aunt had said the other day. Lu Chunsheng and Lu Lei, father and son, had gone out to find wood and a carpenter to make her dowry boxes. Only the weak and elderly were left at home. It wouldn't be right to rely on the scholarly Lu Yao to argue with that malicious young woman. It wasn't that they were worried about losing the argument, it would simply be beneath them.
Xiaoxian, keep writing.
Elder sister will go out and take a look, Lu Mingzhao gently rubbed Xiaoxian's soft, thick hair and softly instructed.
Stubbornly, Xiaoxian grabbed Lu Mingzhao's sleeve.
Elder sister, I'll protect you.
Lu Mingzhao chuckled.
Don't worry, your elder sister isn't made of dough.
I can handle myself just fine. Remember, a smile can disarm even the toughest opponent. Good boy.
Xiaoxian pouted and withdrew his hand, his clear eyes like autumn moonlight filled with pure worry and confusion. Why do people still come after her to yell, even though she's so kind and gentle, just like they did with third water?
Xiaoxian couldn't wrap his head around such a complicated question.
Lu Mingzhao pushed the door open and stepped out, her expression calm as she shook her head at Lu Yao, who stood under the eaves a step ahead of her.
May I say something?
Lu Mingzhao ignored the curious gazes around her, her voice clear and crisp. My dear, this girl is truly beautiful, someone blurted out in awe. Her raven black hair, snow-white skin, bright eyes, and the red plum blossom on her forehead made her look stunning. Standing in the shabby yard, she was like the only blooming white jasmine amidst the weeds, standing out like a beacon, making everything else pale in comparison. It was Xia Yan's fortune to marry such a beautiful girl. Jinyu, are you sure the Lu family's daughter is clinging to Xia Yan? Someone with a straightforward personality asked. Feng Jinyu's hand paused on her hairpin, the pride on her face cracking, feeling an inexplicable sense of humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she refused to back down and screamed in frustration, That's exactly why I think there's something suspicious going on. If others could be so beautiful, why couldn't she be?
Feng Jinyu was both angry and jealous.
If only she had Lu Mingzhao's looks, she would have married into wealth and lived a life of luxury, not painstakingly currying favor with the hunter. The more she thought, the angrier she became, and the more she wanted to cry. Lu Mingzhao's eyes narrowed, and she smiled instead of getting angry, the shallow smile slowly spreading across her lips, her gaze open and formidable as she stared directly at Feng Jinyu.
Are you a miss of the Feng family? On the day I returned home, was it the Feng family who drove a poor woman to the brink of shame and almost hanged herself outside your door? The Feng family has a reputation for not letting others live in peace.
Lu Mingzhao sighed softly and continued, In the capital, I often heard a saying, the people who accuse you know exactly how innocent you are.
Miss Feng, since you're so clear about it, how many people have you wronged in this way?
Lu Mingzhao's gaze was intense as she walked steadily into the yard, standing face to face with Feng Jinyu. Her straight back was like a noble pine, standing tall like a gentleman of integrity.
Feng Jinyu's heart raced, and she took an involuntary step back. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm discussing the matter at hand. Can you prove your innocence? Lu Mingzhao scoffed.
I'm simply discussing the matter at hand. Why don't you set an example to prove that you've never done that, and never framed anyone? Feng Jinyu was at a loss for words.
How can I prove that? If you're innocent, you have nothing to hide. Is that so? Lu Mingzhao said, pretending to be enlightened.
Miss Feng, you really do set high standards for others while being lenient with yourself. But from where I'm standing, your actions don't exactly line up, Lu Mingzhao said, seemingly embarrassed. He lightly rubbed his nose with his finger, trying to hide the amusement that threatened to break into a smile.
Feng Jinyu, completely cornered, started to hurl insults when she realized she couldn't win the argument.
Lu Mingzhao clicked his tongue and stepped back slightly to avoid getting sprayed with spit.
Disgusting.
Then, she reached into the pocket of her cloak and grabbed a large handful of sunflower seeds, distributing them to the women in the yard, and watched Feng Jinyu's verbal outburst with great interest. Life in the countryside was dull, and it was rare to have someone willing to put on a show for the family.
Hey, second brother, want some? Lu Yao politely declined.
It wouldn't fit his image as a scholarly gentleman. Lu Mingzhao laughed and stuffed a handful of peeled pine nuts into Lu Yao's hands, raising an eyebrow knowingly.
See, your image is preserved.
Lu Yao rolled his eyes but kept quiet.
Feng Jinyu. I happen to have some connections. She felt like a monkey in a circus.
Her face flushed red with shame and anger as she screamed hysterically, whether you admit it or not, you're trying to cling to brother Xiaoyan.
Lu Mingzhao clapped her hands and shook off the crumbs on her cloak. Are you done? Actually, I'm really easy to get along with and quite reasonable. I don't resort to violence easily. But, I just realized that when you were screaming just now, you didn't quite seem human.
More notorious than the rascally monkeys at Mautame, or even dogs would get a couple of slaps passing by, and not even a master could enlighten them. Lu Mingzhao stepped forward quickly, grabbed Feng Jinyu's wrists with one hand, and slapped her with the other. I don't start trouble, but if someone provokes me, they're asking for it, and I won't hesitate to respond.
Feng Jinyu was stunned by the slap and flailed in resistance.
Lu Mingzhao calmly pulled a hammer from her cloak and weighed it in her hand.
A hammer? A hammer. Everyone stared at Lu Mingzhao in stunned admiration. How does that cloak manage to hold everything? Lu Mingzhao ignored them and said seriously, Miss Feng, you insulted me first.
As a weak woman, I can't stoop to using those low-class words, but I still need to protect myself.
A fair and understanding judge would understand my necessity.
But don't worry, even if you break your hands, legs, or lose your teeth, I'll find a doctor from the Huachuntang in the county to treat you properly.
She wanted to set an example to deter any future strange looks or remarks. Feng Jinyu forcibly stopped in her tracks, fearfully watching the eerie hammer in Lu Mingzhao's hand, afraid it would land on her any second.
While others might push and pull hair during a fight, Lu Mingzhao, despite her gentle appearance, was ready to throw a hammer at the slightest provocation. Lu Mingzhao lazily lifted her eyelids, her eyes sharp and her voice cold, almost chilling. From now on, I don't want to hear any more gossip about my and Xiaoyan's marriage. My parents agree, he's willing to marry me, and I'm willing to marry him.
It doesn't violate any laws. We stand upright and sit straight, openly, and with integrity. You know how important a woman's reputation is. How can you just spout off without thinking about the consequences?
If any more slander reaches my ears, even if it costs me everything, I'll track down those responsible and make sure they pay the price, including jail time. I happen to have some influential connections, and Xiaoyan has enough resources to back me up.
Xiaoyan, breathless from rushing over, stood at the doorway, watching Lu Mingzhao from a distance.
His fiancé, who looked so delicate and fragile, was radiating a strength that seemed to light up the room. It was an aura that cut through the darkness, moving forward with unwavering courage, attracting others like moths to a flame. If the Xia family were still around, grandmother, father, and mother would surely take great pride in knowing he found such an excellent wife.
How lucky he is. Father, is she the mother who's about to come into our family? Xiaoyan was accompanied by a slender, sharp-featured young boy.
The boy, around 10 years old, had an unusual maturity and calm steadiness in his gaze.
Huaiqian, she's going to be my wife, Xiaoyan declared firmly. Xia Huaiqian remained silent, still gazing across the gap at the young woman holding a large hammer that seemed disproportionate to her frame.
He wondered if the scenes described in poetry, where one person stands firm against thousands, were like what he was seeing now. Insults, malice, scrutiny, and fear all were like passing clouds, leaving him unharmed.
She'll probably be a good mother, he thought.
Xia Huaiqian lowered his eyelids, suppressing the surging emotions.
Huaiqian, come inside with me, Xiaoyan's deep voice was filled with pride. Lu Mingzhao hadn't really expected Xiaoyan to show up. After all, he lived so far away that by the time he got the news and made it here, the whole thing would have been over, with her having already won. So she didn't notice the commotion at the door and kept talking to herself,
but hey, for friendly neighbors, I'll return their kindness and help out wherever I can. I hope we can all get along just fine from now on. It feels so good to talk while holding a hammer. Aunt Lu, Big Brother, Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao turned to Xia Yan, surprised. Wait, who can explain how Xia Yan got here so quickly? Is he some kind of super speedster? The hammer in her hand suddenly felt too hot to hold. She couldn't keep gripping it, but she couldn't drop it either. Her image. Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but groan inwardly. Hold on. Who's that kid standing next to Xia Yan? He looks about the same age as her. Is that his son? She's still playing pretend, and Xia Yan already has a kid? Oh my god, is Xia Yan way too mature? Is this some kind of special ability? Lu Mingzhao's eyes widened in confusion as she swallowed hard, trying to keep her composure. The moment Feng Jinyu saw Xia Yan, her usual abrasive demeanor melted away, and she turned shy and bashful. Brother Xia Yan, she said, her voice soft. Xia Yan remained expressionless and ignored her. Courtesy is something that depends on the person. Showing respect to someone who smeared Mingzhao would be like throwing Mingzhao's dignity on the ground to be trampled on. After all, respect is earned by those who show it. You can't expect respect from someone who doesn't give it. As for Xia Yan's performance, Lu Mingzhao gave a nod of approval, though not without reservation. Xia Yan's cold indifference was the last straw that shattered Feng Jinyu's remaining self-control. Brother Xia Yan, you can't be deceived by Lu Mingzhao's appearance. She is unreasonable, hot-tempered, and loves to use violence. She definitely won't be a good stepmother and won't be able to take care of the 3 children. Huaiqian, you should persuade your father. Feng Jinyu tried to pull on Xia Huaiqian's sleeve. Xia Huaiqian evaded her without any attempt to hide it, his cold and stern expression mirroring Xia Yan's. Feng Jinyu didn't care and continued, look, she dares to slap people and use a broken hammer to intimidate others. Once she enters the household, just imagine how arrogant and domineering she will become. Will any of you have good days then? But, I'm different. Xia Huaiqian said, you're certainly one of a kind. You have a filthy mouth and an overly optimistic imagination. Lu Mingzhao blinked. This young boy has potential. Xia Yan stepped forward, protecting Lu Mingzhao and Xia Huaiqian. I know exactly what's going on here. There's no need for you to twist the facts and manipulate the truth. I'm relieved that Mingzhao can take care of herself. These were his true feelings. Mingzhao could choose to live under his protection or choose to stretch her wings freely. You should be thankful that I don't hit women. However, I do hit men. Lu Mingzhao blinked, waved the hammer in her hand, and poked her head out. I can step in and handle things if needed. I'm being serious here. He is not my biological son. A man and a woman working together, the work is never dull. You sure know how to handle things. You sure know how to pair people up. Feng Jinyu was stunned. Xia Yan and Lu Mingzhao were a match made in heaven, but they didn't seem to care about her at all. In all her years, she had never seen such a perfect example of husband leads, wife follows, but in the most brutal way possible. She stamped her foot and shouted, Xia Yan, look at her. Xia Yan frowned, his expression cold, his icy gaze sweeping over Feng Jinyu. Feng Jinyu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, the color draining from her cheeks in an instant, her eyes widening in terror. That glance, it was as if she was looking at a dead object. I don't recall us being acquainted. Xia Yan gave Feng Jinyu one last look, then turned to the onlookers in the courtyard. It is I who have chosen to marry Lu family's Mingzhao, it is not she who has been clinging to me. The nonsense from the Feng family that has smeared Mingzhao's name, don't expect to get any of the game I hunt from now on. If you cause any more trouble, I'll have a chat with the men of the Feng family. As Mingzhao said, we repay kindness with kindness, and grievances with grievances. Everyone can leave now, there will be a banquet at the wedding where neighbors and villagers will be invited, and there will be plenty of meat. Xia Yan stood tall and imposing, exuding a cold, intimidating presence. When he put on a cold face, along with that scar, it made people shudder in fear. No one was willing to provoke Xia Yan at this time, especially with a hammer-wielding Lu Mingzhao lurking behind him. It was clear this odd couple would seek revenge and actually fight, without any hesitation. A young woman who knew Feng Jinyu forced a tight smile, muttered a quick congratulation, and hurriedly dragged the dazed Feng Jinyu away. Xia Yan was the most skilled hunter in the surrounding villages. Because he lived in Changxi village, he was willing to do the villagers a favor. After hunting large game like wild boars, he would always sell it to the villagers at a very low price, letting everyone have a taste of fresh meat. If she offended Xia Yan just for watching the commotion, her mother-in-law would give her hell. Feng Jinyu stumbled as she was pulled out, still defiantly shouting, "So I just take the slap for nothing?" The young woman let go of Feng Jinyu and gave a sarcastic eye roll. "Keep shouting, and you'll end up with more than just a slap. Next time there's such a chaotic scene, don't call me." Feng Jinyu burst into tears and ran home crying. Back in the courtyard, Lu Mingzhao felt the hammer was burning hot. "What other strange things can you pull out of this cloak of yours?" Lu Yao curiously stared at Lu Mingzhao's cloak as if studying a rare treasure. Lu Mingzhao said confidently, "This is called the craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he is to do his work well. If we don't prepare properly, Feng Jinyu will tear us apart the moment we step out. How can we possibly handle the situation otherwise?" Lu Yao replied, "That makes a lot of sense." "Mingzhao, this is Huaiqian, my eldest son," Xia Yan introduced, sounding a bit uncertain. Though Lu Mingzhao had suspected as much, at this moment, she was overwhelmed by a surging tide of astonishment and curiosity that left her unable to remain calm or composed. She had heard the saying, "A big forest has all kinds of birds," but nothing could have prepared her for this. Xia Huaiqian hid his scrutinizing gaze and greeted her politely, "Sister Lu." Xia Yan repeated, "Sister Lu? You little brat, you're getting the generations mixed up and showing no respect." Lu Mingzhao stuffed the hammer into Lu Yao's arms, her eyes and smile gentle, her voice soft, "Call me however you like." Xia Huaiqian was slightly confused. If the earlier Lu Mingzhao, holding the hammer and not giving an inch, was like a pine tree in the winter snow, then the current her, smiling brightly and intimately, was like a spring breeze, soft and warm, making one's heart feel warm. This peaceful moment was the best way he could describe it. Watching from the side, Yun Yang, seeing that Xia Yan's son wasn't rejecting her daughter, let out a small sigh of relief. From the crack of the door, Lu Xian's little head poked out, his clear eyes darting around. "Mingzhao, I have something to tell you." Xia Yan gathered his courage. He could see that when he and Huaiqian appeared together, Mingzhao's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Mingzhao nodded, then turned to Yun Yang, "Mother, could you prepare some milk tea I brought back for Xiao Xian and Huaiqian?" Yun Yang readily agreed. In the sheltered spot, Lu Mingzhao looked up at Xia Yan, "About Huaiqian?" Xia Yan's eyes flickered slightly. "More or less. Mingzhao, I've kept myself pure and disciplined since I was young, and I'm not tainted." The sunlight fell inch by inch, and Lu Mingzhao blinked, her confusion deepening, but she didn't rush to ask, waiting quietly for Xia Yan to continue. Xia Yan pressed his lips together and, throwing caution to the wind, said, "I am not Huaiqian's biological father. Not just Huaiqian, but also Ruan and Jingyi. Before you, I have never married, nor had any concubines or consorts." Over the past few days, he felt like he was living in darkness, yet still clinging to the hope of reaching for the moon. Lu Mingzhao was even better than he had imagined, intelligent, resolute, brave, and kind. A woman like Lu Mingzhao, even without the support of the Yongning Marquis family, would live a life of freedom and independence. But what about him? Lu Mingzhao was stunned, her voice returning to her only after a long pause. "Then who are they?" "Huaiqian is the son of my cousin. Unfortunately, my cousin's family perished, and only Huaiqian survived. By right, he should call me his uncle. Ruan is my second brother's son, and he calls me fourth uncle. Jingyi is my eldest sister's daughter, and she calls me uncle. After what happened to my family, I've been raising them like my own kids." Lu Mingzhao's suspicion only grew. "Are you really just an ordinary hunter?" Even though she had a hunch, she still asked. Xia Yan's eyes held a depth of pain that Lu Mingzhao couldn't quite grasp. "For now, yes. Do you carry a blood feud?" Xia Yan gazed deeply at Lu Mingzhao, and finally nodded. Lu Mingzhao took a deep breath. "Xia Yan,
I'd actually rather you hadn't told me. I would have preferred to remain blissfully unaware and happily become Hua Qian's stepmother. Xia Yan, like a prisoner awaiting judgment, was extremely tense, his lips pressed into a thin line. Judging by your speech and behavior, you must come from a prominent family. An enemy capable of wiping out your entire clan and forcing you into hiding must be incredibly powerful. If it was just about me, I wouldn't have any problem marrying you. But I have a grandma, parents, and siblings, and I couldn't live with myself if they got dragged into this. My eldest brother wants to marry the daughter of a private tutor and live a simple, peaceful life. My second brother hopes to pass the imperial exams and become an official, honoring all the years he spent studying. My youngest brother, who suffered from a high fever, is now innocent and carefree. I truly shouldn't and can't drag them into this turmoil because of me. I should have told you sooner. Xia Yan bowed deeply to Lu Mingzhao. At this point, Lu Mingzhao steadied her heart and continued, "Would you seek revenge without being certain of success?" Xia Yan shook his head. "No. Chao Chao, if you want to get married, go ahead."
Lu Mingzhao felt slightly anxious, as if some force was pulling her in different directions. Indeed, background checks are important. You cannot just hope for the best. Otherwise, you will end up in a dilemma, torn between Xia Yan, who perfectly matches her heart, and her warm, caring family. "Really?" Lu Mingzhao asked, turning her head. His assurance that he would not take risks gave her a boost of confidence, making her feel that it was not impossible to take a gamble. Her hesitation was not entirely because of Xia Yan. Since hearing about Lu Minghui's actions, she had been feeling uneasy. She always felt that Lu Minghui would haunt her, and they would eventually face off. Lu Yao's hatred for Lu Minghui also meant that the two sides were destined to be irreconcilable. Not to mention, Lu Minghui likely carried memories from a past life, filled with deep-seated grievances. Backing Lu Minghui were the powerful Yongning Marquis family and the Duke's family. Eliminating the Lu family would be no harder than squashing a few ants. One fire could turn Changxi village into ashes and rubble. "Really?" Xia Yan said, emphasizing each word with utmost care. "Mingzhao, revenge matters, but staying alive is even more crucial. Even if I do not think about my own life, I have to consider the safety of Huaiqian and the others. If I can take revenge, that is best. If not, it is my responsibility to protect them and ensure they grow up safely without danger." The soft winter sunlight, like water, poured through the bare branches and cascaded over Xia Yan's face, creating a mottled and hazy effect. "I also have something to tell you, consider it carefully. The Lu family is not really peaceful and stable either. Lu Miao harbors malice towards the Lu family. Are you afraid?" Lu Mingzhao raised her eyebrows and looked directly at Xia Yan without flinching. Her eyes, under the sunlight, looked like a vast autumn river, deep and majestic. Xia Yan's dark, deep-set eyes met Lu Mingzhao's gaze. "What is there to be afraid of? What is there to be afraid of?" Lu Mingzhao felt a slight stir in her heart, as if a thin layer of something had shattered. "You revealed your past and Huaiqian's background. Are you also gambling? Betting on my trust? Or gambling on my infatuation, unable to let you go?" Lu Mingzhao moved closer, a hint of playful anger in her expression, the light around her soft and diffuse. "It is not gambling on these. It is a strong belief in you, in your character as bright and radiant as the morning sun." Xia Yan spoke openly and confidently, each word clear and distinct. Lu Mingzhao pressed her lips together. "Just because you talk sweet doesn't mean I'll lose my mind. Let me think about it a bit more." Xia Yan agreed without hesitation. Lu Mingzhao, feeling irritated, scratched her head and paced around the courtyard. She turned her head and saw Lu Yao standing tall and straight by the window, gazing softly at her and Xia Yan. Lu Yao nodded slowly at her. "Lu Mingzhao, why are you nodding?" Lu Yao, with a helpless gesture, covered his forehead, adjusted his clothes, lifted the heavy door curtain, and stepped inside. "Chao Chao, forget the outside factors for a moment. Do you really want to marry Xia Yan?" Lu Mingzhao frowned. She couldn't shake off those concerns. Cao Cao, if you want to marry him, then go ahead. You have Xie Yan and second brother to rely on, Lu Yao said as he gently smoothed Lu Mingzhao's messy hair. Lu Mingzhao asked, puzzled, do you know what Xie Yan said? Lu Yao's lips quirked slightly. More or less. Everything will fall into place. Xie Yan isn't one to act on impulse. Her cautious approach felt like overkill. All right. To cancel the wedding again would be inappropriate. That single word carried the warmth of spring, resonating softly in Xie Yan's mind like a gentle feather caressing his heart. Endless joy spread, as if it was about to drown him in it. Lu Mingzhao sighed. So, does this mean I actually have to have kids? She thought Xie Yan had already completed the task of continuing his family line, but it seemed that was not the case. Xie Yan was taken aback, then chuckled, raising an eyebrow. It's entirely your call. The bright moon, after all, had finally shown some mercy on him. Lu Mingzhao's eyes lit up. So it's settled then? A gentleman's word, Xie Yan said clearly and loudly. With the cold wind blowing, Lu Mingzhao wrapped her cloak tighter and hurried back inside. She picked up a warm, sweet cup of milk tea and took a sip, feeling very satisfied. In the courtyard, only Xie Yan and Lu Yao remained. Thanks, second brother, Xie Yan said earnestly. Lu Yao was once again in his cold and aloof demeanor, rubbing the faintly fragrant, fierce scar on his right hand. There was a hint of softness hidden deep in his eyes. Cao Cao is smart and always thinks of the family. As her older brother, I need to help her out instead of dumping every problem on her. Xie Yan, I can roughly guess your background. What truly made up my mind was your honesty today, so I just hope you'll remember Cao Cao's kindness. Whether you're the young hunter from Changxi village or a nobleman from a prominent family, don't betray Cao Cao. Of course, if Cao Cao ever gets tired of Xie Yan, they should still break it off. This person generally takes the side of reason. But obviously, Cao Cao does not belong to the general case. Xie Yan raised his hand and swore, I, Xie Yan, swear on the honor of my entire clan. If I betray Cao Cao, may our blood feud never be resolved. You don't have to be so serious. Xie Yan, why is it that after only a short time with Cao Cao, you fell for her and were even willing to expose your bloody scars to her? After all, Lu Miao had been chasing after Xie Yan for months, but he never gave her a second glance. And yet, she was completely smitten and dazed by him. Xie Yan pondered for a moment, his dark eyes filled with gentle ripples. She is very good. So good that I feel like the heavens have finally blessed me, willing to bestow upon me a ray of light. She understands human warmth and coldness, yet still loves and hates with clarity and purity. It's as if she was born with light, fearless and undaunted. Isn't it the same for you, second brother? Lu Yao was at a loss for words. Forgot to mention, Cao Cao also had a betrothal in Shangjing City. Cao Cao took Lu Miao's place, you got a great bargain. What about Cao Cao's fiancé? Given how amazing Cao Cao is, would the Duke of Jingguosun really accept the deceitful and cruel Lu Miao? After years of friendship, would the Duke's son really stay indifferent, watching his once cherished gem slip away? When the Duke's son comes to his senses, who knows what kind of trouble he might stir up? Some people just love stirring up trouble after losing something, purely out of spite. Since Cao Cao is marrying you, you should find a way to protect her. Do you plan to wait until the Duke's son comes back with some disgusting excuse of old feelings and then hand Cao Cao over to him? Lu Yao doesn't think there is anyone who could remain unmoved after being treated sincerely by Cao Cao for years. He especially doesn't believe that the foolish Lu Miao could replace Cao Cao. Unless the young master of a prestigious family has such severe eye problems that they are beyond cure. He can give up on the future. Lu Yao spoke lightly, with wisps of white fog drifting between them. One after another, the fog hung in the air, blocking the distant path ahead. In the end, the current peace and tranquility of the Lu family were only temporary. Xie Yan was trouble, and the Lu family was trouble too. Here's hoping for a turn of fate from despair to renewal. The smile in Xie Yan's eyes froze, hiding a cold frost, like a dark river flowing quietly, with turbulent emotions churning beneath. Xie Yan, if the Marquis of Zhenghua offers you thousands of gold and high official positions, would you consider giving Lu Mingzhao up? Lu Yao was still somewhat uneasy. Sincerity was precious, but sincerity could also change. If in the future you feel fear, you can always return Lu Mingzhao to her family. Xie Yan's expression was resolute. Second brother, I will not weigh the options, nor will I give her up. Lu Mingzhao is a living person, not something to be sent back and forth like an object. Remember your words today. Lu Yao patted Xie Yan's shoulder and fell silent. Lu Mingzhao held a bowl filled with milk tea, gently lifting the corner of the curtain, looking out into the courtyard, feeling that the sight of Lu Yao and Xie Yan standing side by side was a beautiful picture. One handsome, the other refined and elegant. A splash of color in the dreary, monotonous winter. Yun Yang elbowed Lu Mingzhao and glanced at Xie Huaiqian, who was chatting and laughing with Xiao Xian. She then asked in a low voice, "Does your second brother dislike Xie Yan?" It wasn't that Yun Yang was overly sensitive, but from afar, the atmosphere did seem very serious. Lu Mingzhao slurped her milk tea. Mother, second brother might just be warning Xie Yan to treat me well and not to wrong me. Yun Yang was startled, then chuckled softly, her voice filled with deep joy and relief. That rascal. Your father and I are still alive. It's not his turn yet. Seems like I didn't beat him hard enough with a bamboo pole that night. He only remembers the meal, not the beating. Yun Yang felt truly relieved and joyful. She knew all too well that Sanner had resented Lu Miao over the years and had also blamed her and Chuncheng for their indecisiveness. She understood but couldn't solve the issue. Over time, Sanner had erected an impenetrable barrier, becoming increasingly cold and distant from his family. Now, with Lu Miao gone, Lu Mingzhao had opened Sanner's heart. Mother, second brother is also looking out for me. Lu Mingzhao finished the lukewarm milk tea in one gulp, put down the curtain, and took Yun Yang's arm, her tone carrying a hint of childish whining. Yun Yang's heart softened completely. After all these years, she had finally welcomed her little cotton jacket. Go chat with Huaiqian for a while. A mother should act like a mother. Lu Mingzhao nodded, walked slowly over, and sat beside Xie Huaiqian. Xie Huaiqian's emotions were tinged with a subtle but undeniable tension, which caused him to unconsciously tense up, his palms breaking out in a cold sweat. He knew that just now, father had revealed his background to Lu Mingzhao. But how would Lu Mingzhao react? Would you still be willing to marry Dad and be his new wife? He could see that ever since the engagement was switched, his father's eyes had regained their sparkle, and he started looking forward to life again. These past few years, father has already suffered enough. Sister Lu, Xie Huaiqian said, a smile spreading across his face, his usually refined demeanor now bright and endearing. Lu Mingzhao gently patted Xie Huaiqian's back. Huaiqian, there's no need to be so nervous. My wedding to your dad is set, and my family will be part of yours. Hearing this, Xie Huaiqian's eyes lit up with a burning intensity, blinking as he looked at her with hope. Sister Lu, you don't mind my father? Will you still marry him? Mind? Where would that thought even come from? Lu Mingzhao arched her brows and deliberately drew out her words, asking seriously, Huaiqian. Why would I mind your father at all? Xie Huaiqian hurriedly explained, it's not that. My father is a great man. He's the most handsome and capable man in Shanghai County, no, in the entire region. So, why would I possibly mind him? Lu Mingzhao said with a smile, ruffling Xie Huaiqian's hair. Sister, I want some too. Lu Xian rolled his head over, placing it on the small wooden table in front of Lu Mingzhao, obediently waiting. This scene felt a bit like a guillotine about to drop. Sister? Seeing that Lu Mingzhao wasn't responding, Lu Xian stretched his neck, nudging his fuzzy little head into her hand. Lu Mingzhao rubbed it gently, and Lu Xian's laughter rang clear and bright. Sister Lu, is milk tea popular in the capital city? Xie Huaiqian asked curiously, resting his elbow on the table and supporting his chin with his palm. Lu Mingzhao gently combed Lu Xian's hair while answering Xie Huaiqian's question. Milk tea hasn't appeared in the capital's markets yet. If you like it, I can bring some back. Who can resist the allure of different types of milk tea? Xie Huaiqian thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'll wait until after you marry Dad. I want you to make it for us for the first time. Ruin and Jingyi can wait a few more days. With this new and delicious milk tea, Sister Lu should be able to easily win them over. He was also working for the sake of his father's happiness and the harmony of their little family. Before Lu Mingzhao could think further, Lu Xian suddenly lifted his head, pulling out a few strands of hair in the process. But Lu Xian seemed unaware of the pain, his eyes wide and watery like a lost kitten, stammering, Sister, after you marry, will you still live here? Can I still see you every day? For just a few short days, Lu Xian had enjoyed soft meat, sweet milk tea, and had a sister who spoke kindly to him, teaching him to write and sharing wonderful stories. Unlike his previous caretakers, she wouldn't scold him or tell him to die. Nor would she look at him with sorrow, sighing like his grandmother, parents, and older brothers. He didn't like hearing his older sister scold him, but he disliked even more hearing his parents and older brothers sigh. Each sigh felt like an unbearable weight pressing down on his heart, as if the endless mountains behind Changxi village were crushing him, making it hard to breathe. He wanted to make his grandma, parents, and brothers happy, but no matter how hard he tried or what he did, the eyes of his parents and older brothers only became redder. Especially his grandma and mother. His grandma would pound the bed repeatedly, crying out, "Why is heaven so cruel?" His mother would turn her head away, sobbing, repeating over and over, "My child, what will happen to you in the future?" When he saw his mother cry, he would clumsily wipe her tears and say, "Mother, don't cry. Xiao Xian can do without a future." He felt utterly helpless. Not only did he fail to comfort her, but he made her cry even harder. Even now, he still had no answer to what his mother called the future. But these past few days, he had been so happy and content, and the smiles on his grandma's, parents' and brothers' faces were warmer than the gentle sun on the horizon. He thought, if it could always be like this, he really could do without a future. If the past was bad, would the future be really, really good? He didn't know. He just wanted to stay in the present. If his sister were to marry, would he be thrown back into the past again? Even newly met acquaintances can feel like lifelong friends, while some old friends grow distant. When Lu Xian realized he couldn't hold back his tears any longer, he panicked and covered his face with both hands. Unfortunately, he still couldn't stop them. His hot tears flowed through his fingers and fell onto Lu Mingzhao's palm, which was holding the comb. Lu Mingzhao was slightly flustered, causing the comb to slip from her grasp. She then took out a handkerchief. "Xiao Xian, please lower your hands," Lu Mingzhao gently advised. Lu Xian wiped his tears vigorously, his mouth still carrying a sweet smile, which made him appear even more pitifully sorrowful in others' eyes. His innocent mind didn't dwell on complex thoughts. Instinctively, he felt that if he saw his family cry, his heart would ache, and similarly, if his sister saw him cry, she would feel sad too. He had to smile, he couldn't cry. Lu Mingzhao sighed softly and carefully wiped Lu Xian's tear-stained face with the handkerchief. The young boy's eyes were clouded with a mist, yet they sparkled with a faint light, evoking pity in anyone who saw him. Lu Xian, who could have grown up to be as carefree and happy as Lu Lei or as bright and promising as Lu Yao, had his potential cut short by a tragic accident. From that year onward, everyone moved forward, leaving Lu Xian, who could no longer distinguish years but only remembered his early childhood, stuck in the past. Was this Lu Xian's fault? No. Ever since she returned home, Lu Mingzhao was unwilling to treat Lu Xian as a fool. Now, all she could do was treat Lu Xian as a normal child, even if he was a child who would never grow up. Xie Huaiqian quietly pulled at Lu Mingzhao's sleeve and mouthed, "I'll go talk to father." He didn't dislike the Lu Xian that others called foolish. His clear and bright eyes brought him peace, not disgust. Lu Mingzhao nodded slightly and continued to focus on Lu Xian. At the moment the door curtain was lifted, a gust of cold winter air rushed in. Lu Xian lay his head on Lu Mingzhao's lap, and she gently patted his back, as time seemed to quietly stand still. Once Lu Xian had fully stopped crying, Lu Mingzhao spoke softly, "Xiao Xian, can you tell your sister what you're thinking?" Lu Xian's voice still carried a trace of tears, soft and hoarse. "Sister, I love it when you're at home. I like now. When you're here, everything feels brighter." From beginning to end, Lu Xian didn't say the words, "Sister, don't marry." He knew that getting married was the right thing to do, for his sister and for the whole family. Lu Mingzhao continued to gently pat Lu Xian's back, her voice still tender and patient. "Even after I get married, I'll always be your sister. In this world, you're my only blood-related brother, Xiao Xian. You are the only one." Often, being the only one can ease those feelings of insecurity. Xie Yan lives nearby in Changxi village. If you want to live with your sister, I'll discuss it with Xie Yan later. But can you really leave grandma, dad, mom, big brother, and second brother to live with me full-time? Lu Xian looked up, hesitating and unsure. "Can I stay with you for a few days, then come back here for a bit, and then visit you again? Grandma, dad, mom, big brother, and second brother will miss me if they don't see me." "They will miss you too, sister. Sister can come back with me." Lu Xian's eyes lit up again, a purely joyful smile spreading across his face, which had just been wiped dry of tears. This was Lu Xian, his sorrow and joy changing in an instant. Mingzhao sighed softly. "Actually, this wasn't so bad. Sister will discuss it with Xie Yan later. Be a good boy, Xiao Xian. If anything's bothering you, don't keep it inside. Tell me about it." Lu Xian lay back on Mingzhao's lap, smiling brightly and clearly. "I didn't keep it in." Xie Yan's voice came through the heavy curtain, "Mingzhao, there's no need to discuss it. I'm fine with it. Your family will be my family too." This was exactly what Lu Mingzhao had told Xie Huaiqian. Mingzhao's eyes curved into a smile. "Good." Standing outside the curtain, Xie Yan could almost imagine the expression on Mingzhao's face at that moment. Her eyes must be gathering all the sunlight, their bright luster shimmering. Her lips must be curved upward, her delicate brows arched. Suddenly, that question Lu Yao had asked him popped into his mind again. Why, after such a brief time with Mingzhao, had he fallen so deeply for her, willing to bear his deepest scars before her? He seemed to have a more precise answer now. "Mingzhao, new beginnings can feel old, and brief encounters can feel like old friendships." Xie Yan's low, steady voice, carried by the wind, clearly reached Mingzhao's ears through the thick curtain. Emotional depth isn't measured by time. Seeing Mingzhao feels like seeing the rest of his life. Growing old together feels fresh, meeting feels like we've known each other forever. Lu Mingzhao's eyes sparkled with a deeper smile as she softly murmured those 8 words. "The storm's ahead, so what if we brave them? Sister, sister, what does growing old together feels fresh, meeting feels like we've known each other forever mean?" Lu Xian gently tugged at Lu Mingzhao's sleeve and asked softly. Lu Mingzhao's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. Some people, despite knowing each other for years, still feel like strangers. Some people, just met, feel like old friends, as if they've known each other for a long time. "So, sister, does that mean we're like old friends too?" Lu Xian blurted out. Lu Mingzhao lightly flicked Lu Xian's forehead with her finger, saying nothing. In fact, even now, traces of Lu Xian's childhood intelligence could still be seen. Whatever Xia Yan said, Lu Xian could repeat. Whatever she explained, Lu Xian could clearly pick out the right parts. How could anyone not feel regret? Sister, will I be a burden in the future? Other people say I'm just a burden to my family, keeping them unsettled. Lu Xian's voice was heavy and muffled, barely audible. Lu Mingzhao strained her ears to make out the words. It's good to ask when you have concerns. Xiao Xian is very well behaved, he is a good child. Lu Mingzhao first affirmed Lu Xian. How could Xiao Xian be a burden? In my heart, people's hearts are fickle, the world is complicated, but Xiao Xian will always remain clear and pure, untouched by the dust of the world. Having Xiao Xian around makes me very happy. In the future, if anyone says you are a burden again, tell them confidently and loudly that Xiao Xian is not a burden, Xiao Xian is a treasure. Just tell them I said so, and if they disagree, they can come find me. With just a hammer, she had already made a name for herself in Changxi village. If anyone has something to say, they're welcome to try again. Lu Xian softly murmured, I'm a treasure. Sister said, he is a precious gem. Lu Xian felt like crying again. Not the kind of stifling, uncomfortable cry, but a joyful one, full of bubbles. Yeah, his eyes are about to bubble over. Sister, you're more precious than treasure itself. Lu Mingzhao couldn't help laughing, hearing the laughter tinged with tears in Lu Xian's voice. Stop crying, or I'll need to change my clothes again. Lu Xian, this isn't crying, it's bubbling over with joy. Okay, no more bubbling now, I'll do it secretly when I go to bed tonight. Is he really that important to you? Shangjing City. Gu Huai quietly rubbed the slip of paper in his hands, his eyelids drooping slightly. On the surface, he appeared calm, but deep within his gaze, complex emotions were hidden. The coldness in the depths of his eyes was like a turbulent current, ready to tear through the so-called calm at any moment. Changhe County, Changxi Village? Could Lu Mingzhao, who had always worn the finest silks, adorned herself with gold and jade, and dined on the most exquisite delicacies, ever get used to the hard life in such a poor and remote village? If she couldn't get used to it, how long could she possibly last? Gu Huai could almost see Lu Mingzhao in front of him, her delicate brows furrowed, holding a handkerchief to her nose and mouth in a gesture of distaste. If she couldn't bear it, she'd naturally return. But Lu Mingzhao was stubborn. It was likely she'd stubbornly stay in Changxi village just to make a point. Forget it. Out of the little affection they shared, he decided to give her a way out. The slip of paper burned to ashes under the flame. Bu Yan. As the last ember went out, Gu Huai wiped his hands and called out in a deep voice to the study outside. The servant boy responded by pushing the door open and entering. Has Miss returned to the estate? Gu Huai asked nonchalantly. Understanding the unspoken request, Bu Yan replied, I'll fetch Miss immediately. Gu Huai nodded and picked up the book on the desk, flipping through it at random. A moment later, the door opened, and a playful, slightly mischievous voice rang out. Brother, you called for me? Guzhen's bright smile showed off her dimples, enhancing her innocent charm. Gu Huai closed the book in his hand, looked up, and seeing Guzhen's casual posture, couldn't help but frown. You have no manners. Guzhen was used to her brother's stern lectures and paid them no mind. She didn't even look up, her finger lightly tapping the jade plate as she debated which pastry to eat first. Did you have Bu Yan call me over just to scold me? If that's the case, I'm leaving. Guzhen finally selected the most satisfactory piece of pastry. She wouldn't coddle her brother like Lu Mingzhao does, being all submissive. Gu Huai took a deep breath. In the past, you loved going on outings the most. Why have you been so uninterested lately? It's all because of the troubles at the Yongning Marquis family, Guzhen said bitterly, taking a bite of the pastry. She continued, every time I leave the manor, either my acquainted friends subtly ask about Lu Mingzhao's suicide attempts, or I coincidentally run into Lu Minghui. I'm forced to watch her weep like a willow in the rain, which completely ruins my mood for plum blossom appreciation. In the past, I couldn't stand how Lu Mingzhao overshadowed me in every aspect except for her family background. But now I realize that when you're truly annoyed with someone, it's not about not being able to stand them, it's that you feel it's unnecessary to even look at them once more. I've realized I might have the potential to be a truly nasty little sister, especially with your fiancé. It seems like we're destined to clash. Guzhen lazily leaned back in her chair, having eaten 2 more pastries and finished a cup of tea. She was slouched and lacked proper posture. Brother, you can't stand Lu Mingzhao and keep putting off the wedding. So why are you suddenly being so understanding and protective of Lu Minghui? Could it be that you actually prefer people who are both ugly and fake? Gu Wei's breath hitched, and his expression became difficult to look at. Guzhen, where is your upbringing? His voice was filled with an embarrassed rage, sharp like metal scraping against stone. Guzhen, who was inherently a spoiled and arrogant girl, waved her teacup, causing it to crash onto the floor. Didn't you ask first? Brother, you've been staying indoors for some time now. You probably don't know the jokes the ladies of the upper capital make over tea. They say you've traded a precious pearl for a worthless pebble. Guzhen's voice was like a pebble not yet smoothed by the stream, sharply tapping on Gu Wei's heart. What nonsense about pearls and fish eyes. Didn't you used to hate Lu Mingzhao too? Now that she's gone, you're speaking up for her. Guzhen sneered. I hated her because she was more beautiful than me and better at studies since we were young. I'm the legitimate daughter of the Duke's family, yet I've lived in her shadow. So, I was just envious. But at most, I just didn't give her the time of day. When Lu Mingzhao was unconscious after her suicide attempt, I went to visit her at the Yongning Marquis family. The wound on her forehead wouldn't stop bleeding. That Yongning Marquis madam wears a bodhisattva face but is actually the most ruthless and cold-hearted. If I hadn't brought the imperial wound medicine, Lu Mingzhao might have bled to death. If I ever get the chance to see Lu Mingzhao again, she'll have to kneel and kowtow 3 times, admitting that I'm both beautiful and kind-hearted. Gu Wei's throat tightened, feeling as if he had swallowed nails, the pain almost unbearable. How could that be possible? Everyone in the upper capital knows that the Yongning Marquis madam dotes on Lu Mingzhao the most. Guzhen rolled her eyes in disbelief. Her brother, despite being smart and accomplished, can sometimes be incredibly naive. Brother, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving. Gu Wei steadied his mind and gave Bu Yen a meaningful look. Bu Yen sighed inwardly and, feeling helpless, reluctantly spoke up. Yesterday, when I left the manor to choose a paperweight for the young master, I heard someone say that Miss Lu went to a very remote place, seemingly Changhe County's Changxi village. People say that place is dirt poor, with barely enough food or clothing. The weather is cold, and Miss Mingzhao is still injured. That backwater place doesn't even have a decent doctor. I honestly don't know if she'll survive there. All we can hope is that Miss Lu Mingzhao survives this disaster and finds happiness afterward. Honestly, Bu Yen couldn't figure out what was going through his young master's mind. He always said he was tired of Miss Lu Mingzhao, but once she was gone, it was him who couldn't find peace. What was he seeking? If young master hadn't made his disdain for Miss Lu Mingzhao so public, they would have been married by late summer or early fall, with the young master finally having his beautiful bride. Guzhen shot up from her seat, exclaiming, "Is that place really so terrible?" Under Gu Wei's gaze, Bu Yen nodded heavily. Guzhen grew anxious and began pacing around the study. Lu Mingzhao can't die. I've been competing with her for so many years without a clear winner, and she still hasn't acknowledged that I'm beautiful and kind-hearted. If she dies just like that, how frustrating and disgraceful would that be? Guzhen glared at Gu Wei, who was expressionless, and found him utterly disagreeable. Lu Mingzhao risked her life to uphold the marriage agreement with you. I just don't get how your heart can be so cold and unfeeling. No, I need to check on Lu Mingzhao. Even if she didn't make it, I can at least give her a proper burial, burn plenty of joss paper, and ensure she has a grand send-off, so that in her next life, she can find a loving and caring partner instead of falling for someone as cold as you. Humph. Guzhen kicked away the fragments on the floor and stormed out of the door. The door swung open and stayed that way for a while, letting the biting winter wind rush in. Gu Wai had gotten what he wanted, but his heart felt heavy and uneasy. She risked her life to keep the marriage promise with you. Does she value our marriage more than her own life? A visitor arrives from far away. Given this situation, he will reserve a place for Lu Mingzhao within the Duke's family. Being able to watch over her, Mingzhao Lu should be happy. Bu Yan, go advise Miss Gu a little. Bu Yan was puzzled. What makes him qualified to advise Miss Gu? Would Miss Gu really listen to his advice? The young master must have had his head stuck in a door and then kicked by a donkey. Please clarify, young master. Bu Yan bowed his head and asked respectfully. Gu Wai started fidgeting, fiddling with the scroll, straightening the tassel on his pouch, and casually remarked, "Tell Jinjin that if she wants to bring Mingzhao Lu back, it's not out of the question." With Mingzhao Lu here, Jinjin can also smile and be happy. Bu Yan pursed his lips, his eyebrows knitting into a frown, feeling utterly speechless inside. Young master, if Miss Mingzhao returns to the capital, what will others say about her, and how will she handle it? Gossip can be deadly. In his opinion, it would be better for Miss Mingzhao to stay in Changxi village and manage her own life. It's tough, but at least she has her freedom. The young master is too prideful, and his intentions are too inscrutable. Gu Wai's expression turned icy, his eyes like frozen steel, radiating an endless chill. Bu Yan, you're overstepping your bounds. She is Lu Mingzhao, under the protection of both the Duke's family and the Yongning Marquis family. How could she have no foothold in the capital? Who would dare to gossip about her? Bu Yan's heart trembled as he repeatedly pondered the meaning of those words. Does young master want to continue the engagement with Miss Mingzhao? Impossible. It's well known in the capital that Miss Mingzhao is just an ordinary farm girl, and her attempt at suicide has ruined her reputation. How could the Duke's family accept Miss Mingzhao as the young master's wife, and how could the Yongning Marquis family just hand over their immense wealth to Miss Mingzhao, a person with no blood relation? He could think of that, and so could young master. Unless... Bu Yan dared not think any further. I understand. He left the study with heavy footsteps. Gu Wai irritably rubbed his temples, his frustration finding no release. Was the injury on Lu Mingzhao's forehead really as severe as Guzhen claimed? While Guzhen busied herself buying supplies for her trip to see Lu Mingzhao in Changxi village, the wedding between Lu Mingzhao and Xie Yan was fast approaching. After word got out about how fiercely Lu Mingzhao and Xie Yan had shown their strength in the Lu family courtyard, hardly anyone else tried to cause trouble. Mostly because it would be useless even if they did. The villagers of Changxi finally understood that Xie Yan, known for handling wild beasts daily, truly wanted to marry Lu Mingzhao, the Lu family's own daughter. Since the marriage was set in stone, anyone who made a fuss would lose face. Not everyone had the luck of the Lu family to have Xie Yan as a son-in-law, but if they behaved well and stayed out of trouble, they could still get cheap meat. Feng Jinyu, who had been screaming about getting revenge for a slap, was locked inside her home by old Madame Feng. The sky was crystal clear, not a cloud in sight, and even the once harsh northern winds had softened. The Lu family's small courtyard was decorated with hand-cut red paper cutouts symbolizing double happiness. Outside the courtyard gate, under the eaves, red lanterns swayed, as if wanting to spread this good news far and wide with the unceasing wind. In 2 days, it would be the grand wedding of Lu Mingzhao and Xie Yan. On the chests, fabrics were neatly arranged, some bright and striking, others fresh and subtle. Tables were laden with a variety of dried fruits and pastries, showcasing a lavish and plentiful spread. A bright red embroidered wedding gown hung from the wooden rack, its threads shimmering in the sunlight, exuding elegance and splendor. On the kitchen walls, rows of cleaned pork, sheep, chicken, and duck meat hung neatly, ready for the upcoming feast. Xie Yan had been delivering these items bit by bit over the past few days. Chow Chow. Xie Yan cares for you, so I can be more at ease. You should live your future days well. Yun Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, sewing shoe soles. Her voice carried both joy and a hint of longing. She was glad her daughter had found someone who truly cared for her. Mom, I understand. Lu Mingzhao lightly rested her head on Yun Yang's shoulder, not affecting her sewing while making Yun Yang feel warm inside. Mom, after the grand wedding with Xie Yan, I need to spare some thoughts for big brother's lifelong marriage. I heard from second brother that the wife of the private school teacher in town has started arranging for her youngest daughter to meet potential suitors. Finding someone who mutually loves each other is not easy. If big brother misses out, he might waste half his life. As long as our family's attitude is good and our intentions sincere, the other party will consider it more carefully. The day before, Lu Lei came back from town and quietly hid in the woodshed, sobbing for a solid 20 minutes. By dinner time, his eyes were still terribly swollen. Lu Lei gave a very clumsy excuse, saying he had been stung by a bee. Perhaps even the bee itself didn't know it could be so diligent in winter. Yun Yang inserted the needle into the shoe pad and sighed softly. This matter won't be easy. Ji's father, Master Cheng, has a stubborn and rigid temper. Once he's made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could drag him back. Before, it was just a matter of time for Lei and Ji to settle down, but Master Cheng broke them apart. Lei knelt in Master Cheng's courtyard for half the night. Not only did Master Cheng not change his mind, he scolded Lei harshly. He even declared that he would marry Ji to a stray cat or dog before considering Lei. When Lei came back, he fell ill for several days and hasn't mentioned Ji since. Lu Mingzhao frowned slightly. It was all Lu Minghui's fault. Mother, Master Cheng is a loving father. Because he dotes on his daughter, upon hearing of Lu Minghui's actions, he became worried about the Lu family's household morals, fearing that his daughter would suffer if she married into such a dirty environment. Seeing is believing. Lu Minghui is Lu Minghui, she is herself. She is here cleaning up Lu Minghui's mess, but what about Lu Minghui? Is she still living a carefree life in the upper capital? In the original host's memory, Guzhen, the legitimate younger sister of Gu Wai, had repeatedly made things difficult for her. Now that Gu Wai's fiancé is Lu Minghui, it remains to be seen if Guzhen's fighting capability will be even stronger than before. Hopefully, she can overcome any obstacles in her path. Lu Minghui has caused so much trouble, it's only right that she pays for it. Yun Yang paused for a moment. After the wedding banquet is over the day after tomorrow, I'll find an opportunity to ask Lei. If he's still interested, he should swallow his pride and try again. Big brother's feelings must be unchanged. Lu Mingzhao smiled slightly. It's just that I don't know if Ji, the one mother speaks of, is as steadfast as big brother. But we have to try. Missing out and regret are two different things. The day slipped through their fingers like sand. Tomorrow, she would marry Xie Yan. As dusk fell, unexpected visitors arrived in Changxi village. Auntie, do you know where Lu Mingzhao's house is? The one who returned from the upper capital, the beautiful Lu Mingzhao. You're not going to marry my brother anymore? Guzhen pushed open the carriage window, lifted the curtain, and looked towards a staggering woman with a large basket on her back at the entrance of the village. The moment Guzhen thought of Lu Mingzhao staying here and becoming just like the woman, a sense of urgency surged within her. Had she known this would happen, she would have bought a courtyard in the capital to ensure Lu Mingzhao lived comfortably. If Lu Mingzhao were to live a miserable life, wouldn't that make her, a long-time defeated subordinate of Lu Mingzhao, even more unpresentable? Well, this was a matter of her dignity and pride. A fragrant aroma hit her face, and the woman stopped, leaning against the roadside, examining the extravagant carriage with wide-eyed surprise, her gaze finally focusing on the innocent and smiling face. Looking for Lu Mingzhao? Another noble from the capital? If you're looking for that genuine Lu family girl who swapped places with Lu Miao to marry a hunter, just go straight ahead and turn right. That girl is fierce and never takes any losses. Guzhen was startled, her innocent apricot eyes filled with disbelief, her mouth slightly open, eyelashes fluttering rapidly. A substitute bride? Lu Mingzhao? She's fierce and never takes any losses? How did these words connect with Lu Mingzhao? That must be her. Thank you, Auntie. Guzhen, lost in thought, lowered the curtain, a sense of mission surging within her. She tightly gripped the hand of the maid beside her. Ah Qiu, I must rescue Lu Mingzhao from this mess. Ah Qiu's expression was extremely complicated, recalling Bu Yan's repeated warnings, fearing that this trip might not go smoothly. Lu Mingzhao, the Lu girl, was getting married, and the groom was not young master. Miss is right. Ah Qiu suppressed her worries and panic, sincerely agreeing. Guzhen noticed Ah Qiu's trembling hand and became suspicious. Ah Qiu, why are you shaking? Too shocked. Ah Qiu said half-truthfully. Guzhen didn't suspect anything unusual. The carriage wheel rolled over the yellow dirt road and stopped in front of a tiled house plastered with red double happiness characters. Outside the carriage, the guard whispered, "Miss, we've arrived." Guzhen jumped off the carriage, seeing the red lanterns swaying gently in the night breeze. Is she really getting married? Guzhen, ignoring the rundown and cramped yard, immediately began knocking on the door and calling out. Lu Mingzhao, Lu Mingzhao. In Guzhen's highly active mind, she had already pictured Lu Mingzhao being forced, threatened, beaten, and left bruised. The more she thought about it, the harder Guzhen pounded on the door. The dust and debris on the old wooden door fell down, choking her into a coughing fit. The door finally opened. Hand over Lu Mingzhao if you know what's good for you. Guzhen demanded, her eyes meeting those of a young man dressed elegantly and looking as cool and picturesque as a painting. The moonlight was dim and the night wind, like mist, gently brushed the tree branches. The person before her was a vibrant presence amidst the desolation. He's truly handsome. However, no matter how good-looking he was, it wouldn't shake her determination to save Lu Mingzhao. Who are you? Lu Yao asked, one hand propped on the wooden door and his brow slightly furrowed. Guzhen put her hands on her hips, stood tall, and said, Listen well, I am Guzhen, Lu Mingzhao's best friend. Guzhen? Lu Yao's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood the identity of the visitor. Finally wrapped in her coat, Lu Mingzhao pushed open the door and stood under the eaves where the lanterns swayed. She gently parted her rosy lips and, mimicking the original owner's manner from memory, said, Zhinzhin? What is Guzhen doing here? This person really can't be left unmentioned. She had hoped Guzhen would cause trouble for Lu Minghui in the capital, but instead, she had traveled a long way to Changxi village in this cold winter. Hearing the familiar voice, Guzhen's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she squeezed past Lu Yao and darted inside. Lu Mingzhao. Seeing that Lu Mingzhao was unharmed, Guzhen let out a sigh of relief. Once inside, Guzhen examined Lu Mingzhao closely. Her eyes were clear, like spring water and stars, steady and pure, with a smile that spread like a leaf falling into spring water, creating gentle ripples. Why are you here now? Lu Mingzhao asked, puzzled. Guzhen bit her lip, her voice cold and firm, If I hadn't come, you'd be the hunter's wife by now. Lu Mingzhao touched her nose, even if she came, she was still about to become the hunter's wife. Could it be that news of my marriage has already spread in the capital? Lu Mingzhao joked. Guzhen rolled her eyes. No way. Lu Minghui kept the engagement in the countryside under tight wraps, nothing got out. I was afraid that you, being injured, would live too miserably and make me look bad, so I came to the countryside to visit you. But just as I arrived at the entrance of Changxi village, I heard the news that you were going to marry a hunter as a substitute bride. Are you stupid? Lu Minghui has taken your marriage contract and is discussing marriage with my brother. Why should you marry a hunter on her behalf? Guzhen was fuming with righteous anger, her face flushed red. Lu Mingzhao frowned slightly. Since Lu Minghui had deliberately hidden her past, she wouldn't mention Changxi village. How did Guzhen find out? How did you know I came to Changxi village? Bu Yan said he just happened to hear it while picking up a paperweight outside, Guzhen blurted out. Lu Mingzhao smiled. What a coincidence. Was Lu Minghui not good enough for Gu Huai? Since you're here, if you're not in a hurry to leave, stay for a day and see me off at my wedding. Lu Mingzhao, if you're being forced, just blink. Lu Mingzhao laughed. Don't jump to conclusions. My parents treat me well. I'm honoring the marriage agreement willingly. Impossible. Guzhen refuted without thinking. A hunter. Hunters aren't all big and burly, with fierce faces full of rugged features. Your taste has always been for handsome young men. Don't lie to me. Lu Mingzhao, even though you're no longer the legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis family, you still need to live your life properly and not give up on life. Guzhen was unusually verbose, earnestly advising. Lu Mingzhao felt a headache coming on. Jinjin, I'm really doing this willingly. Besides, Xia Yan is not like what you said. Come on, let me introduce you to my family. Without waiting for her response, Lu Mingzhao led Guzhen towards the neighboring room. Guzhen's apricot eyes widened, filled with exasperation. Dad, Mom, this is Guzhen, from the Duke's family, and she's Gu Huai's younger sister. Guzhen, these are my parents, my eldest brother, second brother, and youngest brother. I haven't suffered any grievances, and they haven't forced me to do anything. I'm fine, they're fine, and Xia Yan is also fine. Lu Mingzhao's expression was sincere and earnest, without any reluctance. Guzhen was mesmerized. This family just kept getting better looking one by one. Stay calm, stay calm. Guzhen greeted everyone politely and, leaning close to Lu Mingzhao's ear, whispered, Didn't you swear you'd only marry my brother in this life? Even though I don't think my brother is a great match for you either, it's still better than marrying a hunter. After all, you're Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao gently patted Guzhen's hand, her expression calm and her voice steady. Those were just the ramblings of an immature mind, nothing to take seriously. Her brother is really trash. Jinjin, everyone has a time in their youth when they are ignorant and blinded by a single leaf. Now that I have returned from my lost path, finding my own true love, it is my fortune, and you should be happy for me. Each word fell on Guzhen's ears like a clap of thunder, leaving her fried and confused, lost and helpless. In the past, she had never imagined hearing such words from Lu Mingzhao. It was well known in Shangjing that Lu Mingzhao's feelings for her brother were like the scorching summer sun, fiery and intense, leaving no room for anything else. Even a 1,000-year-old ice block would eventually melt. But Lu Mingzhao left the Yongning Marquis family in disgrace before her brother could ever soften his heart. But was her brother really not moved at all? If not, why did Bu Yan hide from her and secretly seek out Ah Qiu before her departure? This was truly a tangled mess that couldn't be unraveled. Lu Mingzhao, do you really not like my brother anymore? Lu Mingzhao nodded, her expression calm and unruffled. I don't like him anymore. Her words were spoken without a ripple of emotion. Guzhen tried to find even a hint of petulance in Lu Mingzhao's expression, but unfortunately, there was none. When her brother was mentioned, Lu Mingzhao's eyes no longer overflowed with affection, they were emotionless, like dew encountered by chance. Well, so be it. It's actually a good thing that she no longer likes her brother. In the past few years, she had always felt wronged on Lu Mingzhao's behalf. It's truly a good thing that you figured it out. But can a hunter from some remote and impoverished area really be your true love? Guzhen felt that Lu Mingzhao had been shocked and had gone crazy. Lu Mingzhao smiled, her eyes curved. Xia Yan is great, and for now, it seems he is my true love. My second brother said that if Xia Yan treats me poorly, he will take it upon himself to divorce him for me. Jinjin, I'm really happy to be reunited with my family. Guzhen hesitated to speak, but upon seeing Lu Mingzhao's genuine smile, she swallowed the annoying and inauspicious words she had been about to say. When they were children, their teacher had said, "You are not a fish, how can you know its joy?" Okay, fine. Guzhen pouted. Is the wedding tomorrow? Lu Mingzhao nodded. Then I have to stick around and see what kind of hunter has won your heart. If that hunter dares to throw his weight around and act macho in front of you, don't hold back. Give him a good beating if you have to. I've got your back. Guzhen had a very basic and deeply rooted impression of mountain hunters. They were probably rough around the edges, 10-1. The gentle and delicate Lu Mingzhao likely couldn't even take one punch from a hunter. Guzhen couldn't help but sigh again. Ah Chiu, bring in all the things I brought for Lu Mingzhao. Yes, miss. Guzhen always felt like she was overlooking something, until she noticed the fresh plum blossom mark on Lu Mingzhao's forehead. Lu Mingzhao, did that cut on your forehead heal? I remember it was pretty bad, with blood gushing out. Lu Mingzhao remained expressionless, smiling as he said, maybe I just have a unique body type. Guzhen pouted and muttered under her breath, that's not it. Clearly, it was her miracle healing ointment that did the trick. Ah Chiu and two guards made several trips back and forth before they finished carrying everything in. Lu Mingzhao, I had all these prepared especially for you. Come on, admit I'm gorgeous and kind-hearted. Considering how bad off Lu Mingzhao was, Guzhen decided to skip the formal bow. Yeah, Jinjin's beautiful and kind-hearted, the best person ever. Lu Mingzhao smiled. Just knowing Guzhen came to find her despite her concerns made Lu Mingzhao feel grateful. Guzhen proudly lifted her chin. Admit it. Sigh, if only your second brother were one of the noble young masters in the capital, I could persuade my mother to sound out about a marriage alliance. Even if he was useless, just looking at that face, I'd smack myself twice during an argument. Guzhen, who had been doted on since childhood, really was straightforward. She's actually really cute. What a shame, Guzhen sighed, leaning on Lu Mingzhao's shoulder. After she returned, she wouldn't get to see her anymore. Wait. In an instant, a bright thought flashed through Guzhen's mind. Her parents wouldn't allow her to marry a peasant's son, and naturally, they wouldn't allow her brother to marry Lu Mingzhao either. So why had her brother been subtly guiding her to bring Lu Mingzhao back to the capital? Could it be that her brother wanted Lu Mingzhao to be a concubine? Guzhen sneered, her teeth clenched in frustration. Her brother was really thinking too highly of himself. In proper large households, concubines had to live at the mercy of the main wife, with no dignity or self-respect to speak of. If Lu Mingzhao had to kowtow to Lu Minghui, she would be livid. Her brother's idea was not only an insult to Lu Mingzhao but also a mockery of the companionship they had shared over the past few years. She must marry. Lu Mingzhao has to get married. That was the only way to put an end to her brother's absurd idea. What if the hunter is unattractive? Well, clothes make the man and fine trappings the horse, and if that didn't work, she could leave extra silver for Lu Mingzhao. If the hunter's character was poor, she could have the mansion guards beat him into compliance before she left, so that Lu Mingzhao could take charge immediately. What kind of person is her brother, really? The more Guzhen thought about it, the angrier she became. Lu Mingzhao, it's absolutely the right decision that you let go of my brother. Your future will surely be free of darkness, bright and brilliant. Lu Mingzhao blinked, her voice filled with laughter. I think so too. Guzhen asked, where will I stay tonight? Would staying with me be beneath you? Lu Mingzhao raised her eyebrows. Guzhen pushed down the sudden disgust for her brother. It would be a bit beneath me, but it's not unacceptable. Then I'll graciously agree to stay with you for one night. Standing beside them, Ah Chiu was in turmoil, twisting her handkerchief tightly, her eyes occasionally glancing nervously at Lu Mingzhao. If Miss Lu was determined to marry, how could she bring Miss Lu back to the capital for the young master and let him keep her in luxury? Her lady had also changed her mind because of a few words from Miss Lu, leaving her feeling isolated. Chiu really couldn't understand. Even as a concubine or kept woman, Miss Lu would still enjoy a life of luxury and wealth, which was far better than marrying a rough hunter and living a hard life. The young master was handsome and came from a good family with a bright future ahead of him. Being with the young master meant a life of blessings. No, she had to persuade her lady to help the young master achieve his plan. Gritting her teeth, Chiu moved closer to Guzhen. My lady, I have something to say to you. The priority was to stop the wedding tomorrow. Otherwise, even if she sent a letter to the young master, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Guzhen looked up, the smile on her face completely gone, replaced by a look of scrutiny and mockery. Chiu, if you want to serve in the Qi Mountain courtyard, I can arrange that for you. Private nighttime conversation. She chose to overlook Chiu and Bu Yan's private communications, but that didn't mean Chiu could act presumptuously in front of her. Chiu felt a chill in her heart. On one side was Mrs. Icy expression, and on the other side was the request from the young master conveyed by Bu Yan. Caught in the middle, she was in a dilemma. Mississippi. Thinking of the benefits promised by the young master, her inner balance gradually tipped. She summoned her courage. Young master and Miss Lu have long-standing ties. If, on this joyous occasion, Miss Lu could receive young master's sincere blessings, it would undoubtedly make up for some regrets and add much luster to Miss Lu's wedding. Guzhen's brows furrowed slightly, and a deep coldness showed in her eyes, like the biting cold wind that suddenly descends on a winter night, sending chills down one's spine. Make up for regrets? Add luster? Are you sure it won't bring bad luck? Guzhen saw right through Chiu's scheming. Lu Mingzhao has family and me. How could there be any regrets in this wedding? Chiu, when we return to the capital, you can go and serve at the Qi Mountain courtyard. This humble servant can't keep a great Buddha like you by her side. She had given Chiu a chance. Under Guzhen's cold gaze, Chiu's face turned pale, and she left the room, unsettled. Lu Mingzhao, I apologize for letting you see this spectacle. Guzhen's tone was a bit unnatural. Lu Mingzhao smiled, is this even considered a joke? To each their own. All I see is how beautiful and kind-hearted Jinjin is, helping others achieve their dreams. A smile returned to Guzhen's face, and she raised her eyebrows, smooth talk. If you had been like this earlier, we wouldn't have been at odds for so many years. As they talked, Guzhen yawned. Even though the Duke's family carriage was comfortable, they still had a long journey ahead. Lu Mingzhao took Guzhen back to her own room. Guzhen looked around again, her eyes finally landing on the plain, worn-out wooden bed. She sighed softly, Lu Mingzhao, maybe you should still return to the capital with me. I'll make sure you're well taken care of. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. I think you're confused from being tired. You should sleep first. Lu Mingzhao gently pushed Guzhen. Guzhen lay on the bed, feeling emotional. She hated being outshone by Lu Mingzhao, but she never wanted her to end up in such a sorry state. If Lu Mingzhao only had a decade or so of prosperity, she would have been more accommodating and not argued over every little thing. A flood of random thoughts surged like a river, drowning out any hope of sleep. Moreover, she really couldn't get used to the cold, damp room. For a moment, Guzhen was frighteningly alert. Shivering, Guzhen squeezed under the same quilt as Lu Mingzhao, her cold feet secretly resting on Lu Mingzhao's calf, letting out a satisfied sigh. Lu Mingzhao didn't pay attention to Guzhen's little movements. Tomorrow, when she woke up, she'd be getting married. There's no way she wouldn't be nervous. Guzhen, tightly pressed against Lu Mingzhao, her voice trembling slightly, said, Mingzhao, let's have a chat. Lu Mingzhao turned to look, the thin, faint moonlight in the room making Guzhen's face appear hazy, difficult to see clearly. Okay. Guzhen took the opportunity to hold Lu Mingzhao's soft, white hand. Let me tell you what's been going on at the Yongning Marquis household. In the darkness, Lu Mingzhao blinked. Actually, she wanted to hear about Lu Mingzhao's situation. Yongning Marquis Madam went to great lengths to invite an old nanny from the Empress's side to be Lu Mingzhao's tutor. Lu Mingzhao is cramming to learn the etiquette of a young lady while attending various snow-treading plum-searching banquets, presenting herself as the fiancé of the young master. Sadly, very few people truly appreciate her. Her eyes are too cluttered and muddled. Lu Mingzhao, half-closed eyes, casually said, "Your brother sees something in her." The book clearly wrote about the true daughter of the Yongning Marquis household and the young master of the Duke's family overcoming all difficulties to marry and grow old together. Maybe Lu Mingzhao is your brother's destined match. Guzhen, with a look of disgust, said, "I originally thought my brother would take this opportunity to call off the engagement, but instead, he allowed Yongning Marquis Madam and my mother to exchange their birthdates and tokens, acknowledging Lu Mingzhao. My brother must have some kind of eye problem without knowing it. I always feel that Lu Mingzhao will single-handedly stir up trouble between the Yongning Marquis household and the Duke's family." It was intuition. Her unreasonable yet sharp intuition. Lu Mingzhao lightly said, "Maybe she's just trouble." "Not maybe. Definitely." Guzhen emphasized firmly. Lu Mingzhao had to admit, Guzhen's intuition was quite accurate. She should really consider becoming a fortune-teller. As for Yongning Marquis Madam, whenever there's a banquet or a performance, she would raise her finger, wave her handkerchief, tears in her eyes, lamenting in a pitiful voice how she had raised Guzhen with great effort for over 10 years, hoping that Guzhen would continue to be the second miss of the Marquis family, but Guzhen, ungrateful, only acknowledged her biological mother. When Yongning Marquis Madam cried, Lu Mingzhao followed suit, looking as pitiful as a delicate pear blossom. It's really true that blood runs thicker than water. To be honest, her crying was quite impressive, even more dramatic and well-rehearsed than professional actors on stage. I can see through the exaggerated acting of this mother and daughter, but there are so many gullible women in the capital's high society who still pretend to take them seriously and fawn over them. It's good that you're in Changxi village, far away from the capital. At least you're free from all the drama. I'm not really willing to leave the manor to socialize anymore. Guzhen's voice was filled with resentment, her disgust barely concealed. It's good to stay away from Lu Mingzhao and be more careful, Lu Mingzhao lightly advised, her voice tinged with faint drowsiness. Lu Mingzhao had no qualms about hurting others. Guzhen nodded, and gradually, the room fell into silence. Qiu lay awake in the hastily prepared room, tossing and turning, sighing heavily, her brows furrowed in worry. She then got up, wrapped her clothes tightly, lit the candle, and began writing furiously. As the personal maid to the young miss, she was naturally somewhat literate. Since she had already aroused the young miss's suspicion and dislike, she needed to secure the support of the young master. Eventually, the Duke's family would be under the control of the young master. Even if she couldn't stop tomorrow's wedding, she had to send the message back as soon as possible, letting the young master see where she stood. Qiu briefly summarized the wedding details and Lu Mingzhao's stance, then sealed it in an envelope. She leaned against the doorframe, checking both ways to ensure all the rooms were dark, before quietly knocking on the guard's door. In the silent night, even the faintest knock was more distinct than in broad daylight. Already awake, Lu Yao's ears perked up, and he sat upright. His movement roused the sleeping Lu Lei. "How dare you? That's an affront to decency," Lu Lei angrily exclaimed. To make room for the two guards, the brothers Lu Lei and Lu Yao had to squeeze together. Lu Lei rubbed his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse and carrying a hint of confusion. "Santu, what's going on? Are you getting up for the night? It's chilly out there, bundle up." Lu Yao whispered softly, "Big brother, there's some noise in the courtyard." At this, Lu Lei was instantly awake. "A thief?" Lu Lei asked in a low voice, his hands moving quickly to put on his clothes. Lu Yao shook his head, likely someone from the capital. In the small courtyard, the soft, persistent knocking continued. It wasn't that the two guards weren't alert, but after several days of driving and maintaining a tense vigil, they were exhausted both physically and mentally. As soon as they lay down, their tightly strung nerves relaxed, and they fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to the cold bed and room. In the night wind, Achio shivered uncontrollably. It was unclear whether it was from the cold or nervousness. Achio was anxious, her eyes darting around nervously as her knocking became more forceful. Achio didn't notice that behind the slightly ajar door, two heads were peeking out, silently observing her every move. Knocking and knocking, just as she was about to give up, the door finally opened. "Has something happened to the miss?" the guard asked loudly as soon as he opened the door. Achio's eyes welled with anxious tears. Not daring to linger outside, she gently pushed past the guard and squeezed into the room. This wasn't right, was it? If the Duke and Madame found out that the young Mrs. Maid had entered their room at night, it would ruin her reputation, and they'd be punished mercilessly. The two guards' faces turned green. They leaped back, putting some distance between themselves and Achio. Achio! The guards, fearing they would alert others, consciously lowered their voices. Achio knew this was improper, but she had no other choice. She couldn't deliver this letter alone, a weak woman on such a long journey. If she encountered bandits, she could lose both her life and her virtue. "I have a letter here. One of you must take it back to the estate and give it to Bu Yen, who serves the young master. He will pass it on to the crown prince." The two guards exchanged a glance, their faces showing hesitation and doubt, unable to make a decision for a long time. Don't we value our own lives? Are we something cheap and worthless? We were sent by the Duke to specifically protect the young miss. Her safety is our top priority, so we must follow her commands. The guard tried to refuse as tactfully as possible. Achio was livid, her voice growing more and more shrill. What danger could there possibly be to the young miss in this poor, broken-down village? One person is enough to protect the young miss. If we delay the crown prince's important matter because of your hesitation, you'll face serious consequences. The Duke's estate will eventually be handed over to the crown prince. Do you really want to ignore his orders? We're just asking you to deliver a letter while ensuring the young miss's safety, yet you're pushing back. Do you even have the crown prince in your eyes? Fine, I'll go deliver the letter to the crown prince then. The moment the guard nodded in agreement, Lu Yao, wrapped layer upon layer in thick disguise, pretending to be deeply troubled and unable to sleep, openly pushed open the door and began pacing back and forth in the courtyard, over and over. Achio and the guards were exasperated. Seriously, are the Lu family out of their minds? Who goes for a stroll in the middle of winter at midnight? To freeze in the cold wind? Or eat dirt? Achio and the guards simultaneously fell silent, their breathing becoming cautious, silently wishing Lu Yao would go back inside to escape the cold. Winter mornings come late, but farmers rise early, and with the Lu family preparing for a wedding banquet, they'd be up even earlier. A young woman and two men sharing a room at night was more chaotic than a couple alone together, inviting even more speculation. But the person in the courtyard, pacing as if oblivious to the approaching dawn, showed no signs of going back inside to warm up. Lu Yao felt that he was already very warm, and no wind could penetrate his thick clothes. Not to mention, he was wearing a heat patch given by Zhao Zhao. Instant warmth, 2 hours of heat. He knew that even if the letter wasn't sent out tonight, it would be delivered tomorrow, and news of Zhao Zhao's marriage would soon be known by those with ulterior motives, but he just wanted to cause trouble for the never-met Gu Wai. As he imagined, Gu Wai was just asking for it. He used to ignore Zhao Zhao, and now he was playing mind games. Is Gu Wai seriously considering taking Chao Zhao as a concubine? It's downright shameful for the heir of a prestigious ducal family to bribe his sister's maid to do his dirty work. If Gu Wai isn't happy, someone else must be. When he got tired, Lu Yao took a break on the wooden bench under the eaves. After resting enough, Lu Yao continued to pace back and forth with great interest. The night dragged on slowly. Achio and the two guards were sweating profusely, beads of sweat covering their palms and foreheads. It's over. All over. Achio, after dawn, don't rush to go out. When no one is paying attention, you can slip out quietly. Achio's breath hitched, and she shook her head. That won't work, Miss will call for me first thing in the morning. The guard grew impatient. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, what do you suggest? Achio's eyes darted around. You need to go out now and distract that person outside, giving me a chance to slip back into the room unnoticed. We don't have time. If we're caught together in here, it'll be disastrous, and it could implicate the young master. The guard thought it made sense and, without much hesitation, opened the door, a look of surprise aptly appearing on his face. Young Master Lu, up so early? Lu Yao's face was filled with an enthusiastic smile. Hey guard, you're up early. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to the courtyard to clear my head, but I didn't want to wake anyone, so I stayed out here. Come on, let me in to warm up. Without further ado, Lu Yao strode toward the house. No, wait. Lu Yao was forcibly stopped, his body stumbling, seemingly accidentally knocking the window open, his gaze meeting Achio's. What's going on here? This is outrageous, it's an affront to decency. Is this the family tradition and rules of the ducal family? Nothing more. How can this be? Lu Yao was furious, his clear and cold voice like a winter thunderclap echoing in the small courtyard, startling everyone awake. Lu Lei, who had been anxious all night, couldn't wait to push the door open. Second brother, what's wrong? What happened? The wedding. They have the gall to do this, and I'm too ashamed to even mention it. Lu Yao snorted coldly, giving his sleeves a heavy shake. One by one, people gathered under the eaves. Among them was Guzhen, her hair in disarray and her face twisted in rage. Achio. Guzhen was truly angry. If this incident had occurred at any banquet in Shangjing City, her reputation would be ruined, and the integrity and honor of the Duke's family would be questioned. Achio was her personal maid. They say even when you beat a dog, you consider its owner. If her personal maid acts shamelessly, how would others view her? They would only mock her behind her back, saying the servant disgraced the master. Miss, it's not what you think. This servant and the two men are innocent, no indecent act has taken place. Mississippi. Achio knelt on the ground, tearfully explaining. The guards echoed her sentiment. Miss, how could we brothers dare to lay a finger on Miss Achio? Please, miss, understand the truth. Guzhen's eyes flickered with anger, her gaze cold as it swept over them. The first light of dawn was just beginning to break. The morning breeze brushed against her clothes, gently flipping the hem. In the sky, birds soared overhead, searching for food and occasionally swooping past the tree branches. Guzhen was fully aware of the inner details. The process may have its rights and wrongs, but the outcome does not matter. The result at this moment is that you have brought shame upon me and upon the Duke's family. Achio, you are truly detestable. Guzhen's gaze finally settled on Achio, not leaving her for a long time. I do not wish to bring bad luck to this joyous day. Watch your step. When she returned home, she would tell her father about her brother's foolishness, Achio's betrayal, and the guard's actions, and he would ensure justice was served. Guzhen glanced sideways, and seeing Lu Mingzhao, whose clothes were wet from the night's frost and morning dew, she knew exactly what had happened. Guzhen lowered her gaze, a smile spreading across her lips as she took Lu Mingzhao's arm. Mingzhao, let me fix you up. You'll be the most beautiful bride. Come on, don't let these messy things affect your mood. Lu Mingzhao smiled back, her gaze avoiding the three kneeling figures as she looked concernedly at Lu Yao. Seeing Lu Yao shake his head, her heart finally calmed. The fog lifted, revealing the sun. As the sun rose higher, more and more people gathered in the small courtyard of the Lu family. The courtyard was small, and there weren't enough tables and chairs, so Lu Lei borrowed some from their close neighbors. After bringing them back, he simply set them up on the road outside the small courtyard. Lu Mingzhao sat stiffly in front of the dressing table, her neck having become somewhat stiff. After Yunyang finished combing Lu Mingzhao's hair, Guzhen patted her chest and took full responsibility for Lu Mingzhao's makeup. Her brows were painted like a delicate drawing, her dark brows lightly sketched, her eyes filled with the affection of autumn water, and her eyelashes seemed to capture the fragrance of fallen blossoms. On her towering hairdo, there were vibrant and beautiful hairpins, which complemented the ornaments on her head, creating a rich and regal appearance. Her every feature and expression exuded infinite charm, making it impossible not to stare. Guzhen was almost mesmerized. She had always known Lu Mingzhao was stunning, but she didn't expect her to be so breathtaking that it was hard to look away. After all, her blind brother preferred the plain beauty of scholarly elegance and had once criticized Lu Mingzhao for being vulgar. Therefore, Lu Mingzhao's makeup and attire were always as simple and elegant as possible, rarely bright and seductive. Who would have thought that with heavy makeup, she looked like a divine fairy? Her brother really missed out. Guzhen could even imagine the scene of Gu Wei's regret flowing endlessly like a river. Regret all you want, but it's too late now, as Lu Mingzhao is about to become a married woman. Mingzhao, isn't that hunter ashamed to stand beside you? In the past, she had only heard storytellers in tea-houses talk about Beauty and the Beast, and today she would have the honor of witnessing it firsthand. Lu Mingzhao rubbed her stiff neck and replied with a mix of resentment and a smile, no. Xie Yan was the handsome young general in her eyes. Guzhen clicked her tongue lightly, not paying much attention, thinking it was just a white lie to save her fiancé's face. Where is the wedding dress? The courtyard was bustling with activity, and from time to time, children stood on their tiptoes outside the gate, trying to catch a glimpse of the bride. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of fried goods and meat, and the sounds of clashing pots and pans wove the simplest and warmest melody. Lu Mingzhao pointed to the newly crafted Mandarin duck corner cabinet, made by a carpenter that the Lu family had commissioned just a few days ago. It's inside. Inside the Mandarin duck corner cabinet, there were 2 quilts hand-sewn by Yunyang using the cotton she had saved up, a stack of shoe pads, and 2 newly tailored dresses. These items made up her dowry. Guzhen sighed in her heart but didn't want to say any more discouraging words, lest they cause Lu Mingzhao to feel sad and melancholic. If Mingzhao were still the legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis family and today was her wedding to her brother, the scene would have been grand and magnificent, with a continuous 10-mile red bridal procession, lively music, and candies falling like rain, with banquets lasting for 3 days. All the people in the capital would have shared in this joy. But now, she had to endure such disappointment. Guzhen shook her head, stopping her random thoughts, and reached out to open the corner cabinet. What she saw was a wedding dress as splendid and vibrant as clouds and rosy dawns. Golden thread embroidery? Pearls embroidered on it? This wedding dress is far better than she had imagined. She had thought that Lu Mingzhao would sadly have to make do with a wedding dress crudely stitched together from some red fabric. Her expectations had been so low that she was completely stunned. This wedding dress, did your parents prepare it for you? Guzhen blurted out in a whisper. Lu Mingzhao shook her head with a smile. Xie Yan sent it over. Guzhen's eyes sparkled, and for the first time, she felt a bit of affection for the unseen rugged hunter. Not bad, he knows how to care for someone. A humble hunter from the small Changxi village was willing to give Lu Mingzhao a wedding dress of this caliber, which showed just how much he treasured her. Stand up, let me help you put on the wedding dress. Lu Mingzhao sighed and resignedly stood up. As she moved, the pearls and tassels on her hairpin swayed slightly, momentarily mesmerizing anyone watching. The sun had already risen very high. Yunyang, who had been busy outside entertaining the neighbors and villagers, gently knocked on the door. Chow Chow, it's your mother. Guzhen opened the door, and Yunyang barely managed to squeeze in past a group of children. Yunyang's eyes were red and misty, like they were veiled in mist. Her voice choked as she said, My Chow Chow looks so beautiful. Yunyang seemed to have 1,000 things to say but was too awkward to know where to begin. She could only repeat over and over, "Live well, and don't keep your troubles to yourself." Lu Mingzhao nodded. "Don't worry, mother. Where are my older brothers?" Yunyang wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand. "Your eldest brother and second brother are fighting over who gets to carry you out to the wedding sedan, and Xiao Xan is playing stones with a bunch of kids." Lu Mingzhao said with a smile, "Second brother will definitely win." Yunyang raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, "How do you know?" Lu Mingzhao smiled without answering. Of course, it was because Lu Yao was full of tricks. When it came to schemes, 800 Lu Leis couldn't compare to one Lu Yao. And here comes the bride. At this moment, the sounds of gongs, drums, and suona were heard, approaching from afar. Yunyang didn't ask any more questions and instead looked outside. "Xia Yan is coming to fetch you. Let's check if there's anything we missed." The wedding procession was fully prepared, and it was unclear where Xia Yan had found all these people. At the front, Xia Yan rode a tall horse, his wedding attire bright and vibrant, his long black hair tied high, flying in the wind. Red paper was scattered lavishly all over the alley outside the Lu family courtyard, easily covering the original dirt road. Children from Changxi village surrounded the wedding procession, asking for lucky money. The wedding party was generous, tossing lucky money as if there were no end. The children scrambled for it, adding to the lively atmosphere. Lu Yao, who had won the chance to carry Lu Mingzhao out, unusually wore festive clothes. Guzhen stared, eyes wide. Lu Mingzhao's second brother's appearance was exactly to her liking, as if he had grown right in her heart. Lu Yao didn't pay extra attention to Guzhen's gaze but instead bent down reverently, waiting for Lu Mingzhao to climb onto his back. Second brother. Under the red veil, Lu Mingzhao gently sniffled. So, getting married really makes one want to cry. It had nothing to do with how far she was marrying, nor who she was marrying. "Chow Chow, your second brother will always be your support." Lu Yao's every step was steady. Guzhen followed closely beside, and as soon as she left the courtyard, she saw Xia Yan standing next to his tall horse, handsome in his red wedding attire, his figure tall and graceful, his features striking. A hunter? Is this a hunter? Is this really a hunter's wedding procession? It seems the outside world has developed so much. Those people in the capital who claim to be high class should see what true generosity looks like. Her surprise was no less than when Lu Mingzhao first met Xia Yan. Guzhen widened her eyes and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Does Lu Mingzhao eat that well?" She thought that even in a sack, such a face and figure would look good. No wonder Lu Mingzhao has such good taste. She left behind her indecisive and wishy-washy older brother and found someone like this instead. His beauty was unparalleled, and he was also very considerate. The last bit of regret in Guzhen's heart completely disappeared. She could even imagine that if she married Lu Yao, she would slap herself twice during an argument. Similarly, Lu Mingzhao might accept Xia Yan, even though he is a hunter with little future, because of his good looks. Lu Mingzhao was helped into the wedding carriage, which swayed gently. From time to time, innocent wishes penetrated through the thin curtain of the carriage. The wind gently blew, causing the carriage curtain to sway, and a corner of the red veil was lifted by the breeze. Through this small gap, Lu Mingzhao saw the red paper covering the ground. Guided by the wind, they rose and fell like waves in a sea of red. Bright sunlight bathed the wedding papers in a soft golden hue. Lu Mingzhao knew that Xia Yan was doing his utmost to give her a wedding no less grand than anyone else's. The heart is not wood or stone, how could one be unmoved? Lu Mingzhao withdrew her gaze, pressed her veil, and her mouth curved into a smile. If everything went as planned, Xia Yan would be the subject of gossip among young people from nearby villages for a long time to come. At the foot of the mountain, Xia Yan's house, rare for its brick and tile construction in Changxi village, had a large and spacious yard. The swaying carriage came to a stop, and the curtain was lifted from the outside. A pair of well-defined hands appeared in her view beneath the veil. Mingzhao, give me your hand. I'll take you home. Lu Mingzhao extended her hand and placed it in his. Xia Yan gripped it. One big, one small, one cold, one warm, yet strangely harmonious. The veil blocked her eyes, making her ears particularly sharp. Teasing jokes, smiling blessings, and the clapping of children. Bride, bride. The children circled around her and Xia Yan. Since Xia Yan had no elder family members and few close friends, many complicated rituals were omitted. After bowing to heaven and earth, it was Xia Yan's children who kowtowed to her. The sharp but slightly muffled sound made Lu Mingzhao worry that the children might hurt themselves. The moment the veil was lifted, the sudden light made Lu Mingzhao instinctively close her eyes. Once adapted, she slowly opened them. Xia Yan was dressed in a wedding robe, his expression joyful. His brows and eyes exuded an indescribable happiness and contentment, and the slightly upturned corners of his mouth and eyes added a touch of charming and stunning beauty. Xia Yan, you look handsome again. Lu Mingzhao's voice was filled with laughter. Surprised by Lu Mingzhao's straightforwardness, Xia Yan was also very pleased, feigning modesty. How come I don't feel that way? Lu Mingzhao slightly tilted her head, her hand gently resting her chin, teasing, maybe only smart people can see it. She's the smart one. Xia Yan smiled brightly, his appearance as radiant as a finely crafted porcelain figure, his eyes glowing warmly as he gazed at Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao felt her cheeks flush as if on fire and lightly pushed Xia Yan. You should go take care of the guests at the banquet. Xia Yan's eyes reflected Lu Mingzhao's bright appearance, and he nodded. I'll bring you some food, then I'll send Ruan and Jingyi in to keep you company. Huaiqian will help me greet the neighbors. Lu Mingzhao nodded in agreement. Xia Yan left with some reluctance. A few moments later, a little girl of about 4 or 5, with 2 messy hair buns, one nearly falling apart, pushed open the door, struggling over the high threshold before making her way towards Lu Mingzhao. The little girl had large, sparkling eyes like the autumn moon, and her chubby face was irresistibly adorable. She wore a red jacket, resembling a doll from a New Year painting. Lu Mingzhao's heart melted instantly. Too cute. As she neared Lu Mingzhao, the little girl paused, tilted her head, and pressed a finger to her lips, her big eyes blinking curiously up at her. Lu Mingzhao couldn't hold back her smile. If she held back her mouth, her eyes would give it away. Jingyi, Lu Mingzhao called, waving at the little girl. The little girl had walked so many steps towards her, she could be a little proactive, couldn't she? Who could resist such an adorable little girl? The little girl pouted, her cheeks appearing even rounder and cuter. Mom, the little girl called softly, her voice sweet and tentative. Is it Mom? Big brother said so. Big brother is smart, so I should listen to him. Lu Mingzhao nodded. Yes, it's Mom. The little girl's face bloomed into a big smile, and she ran with her short legs. Mom, I'm Sanbao. Mom, Big brother said you have sweet, milky tea, is that true? She will be a good mom. The little girl's eyes blinked, clear and bright, softening the heart of anyone who looked at her. Sanbao has drunk tea before, and it wasn't sweet. It was bitter. The little girl rubbed her nose, stuck out her tongue, and furrowed her delicate little brows. Is Big brother lying? Lu Mingzhao bent down to pick up Jingyi, placing her beside her with a warm smile. It's true. Mommy will make it for you tomorrow. What about Ruan? Lu Mingzhao asked with a smile as she redid Jingyi's little hair buns. Just then, another small figure appeared at the door, not much older than Jingyi, carrying a large food box. Xia Ruan was also dressed in a red jacket, with a small round red on her forehead. Perhaps because she had hurried over with the food box, her nose had a light sheen of sweat, and her cheeks were flushed with a light red. The young boy's lips quivered slightly, opening and closing, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Lu Mingzhao quickly stepped forward to take the food box, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Xia Ruin's nose. Xia Ruin startled back, her lips pressed tightly together, watching Lu Mingzhao with fear and wariness. Lu Mingzhao didn't feel embarrassed. Some people are naturally soft and close, while others are more distant and reserved. She would take it slow. At the very least, the young boy had obediently brought the food box. Lu Mingzhao smiled and gently placed the handkerchief in Xia Ruin's hand. Wipe it yourself. Bao. Xie Jingyi sat on the edge of the bed, her chubby little legs swinging back and forth, her head with two tiny buns bobbing. Mother said there's sweet and fragrant milky tea. Mother also did my hair buns, it didn't hurt at all. Now I won't need father to do my hair anymore. Xie Jingyi's voice brimmed with laughter and sweetness. Xie Ruin's lips were still pressed together, her eyes blinking dazedly. After a moment, she finally spoke. You eat. Lu Mingzhao smiled knowingly. Xia Ruin's awkwardness reminded her of Lu Yao's tsundere nature, equally endearing. Bao, Sanbao, have you two eaten? Xia Ruin instinctively shook her head, then quickly nodded. Xie Jingyi said sweetly, Mommy, I'm hungry. Look, it's all flat. As she said this, she patted her own plump little tummy. Lu Mingzhao suppressed a chuckle and gave a light cough, placing Xie Jingyi on the wooden chair beside the round table. She then turned her head and silently asked Xia Ruin. Xie Ruin clambered up using all fours. Lu Mingzhao opened the food box, revealing a plate of pastries, a bowl of shimmering, fragrant rice, a freshly steamed fish, and a plate of vibrant green vegetables. At this time of year, fresh vegetables were rare and expensive when they could be found. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow and arranged everything on the round table, making sure the pastries were right in front of Xia Ruin and Xie Jingyi. From the moment she opened the food box, the two little ones' eyes hadn't left the pastries. Xie Jingyi licked her lips, swallowed, and stretched out her tender little hand to pick up a pastry, tilting her body to offer it to Lu Mingzhao. Mom, you first. As she spoke, a shiny droplet of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but smile and bent down to take a bite. Mom has eaten. Xie Jingyi's eyes crinkled into tiny crescents as she nibbled away like a little squirrel, bite after bite. Seeing Xia Ruin sitting rigidly, unsure and struggling to adjust, Lu Mingzhao felt a pang of sympathy. She picked up two pieces and placed them on the small plate in front of Xia Ruin. Bao, eat. Thank you, Xia Ruin stammered, flustered. Lu Mingzhao took a piece of fish and slowly chewed. The meat was tender, rich, and incredibly fresh, so fresh it could make your eyebrows dance. Sanbao, where did this fish come from? Xie Jingyi answered promptly, Dad caught it. Dad caught it in the river on the east side of the village, Xia Ruin added quietly. With the recent snowstorms, wasn't the river frozen? Lu Mingzhao asked gently. Despite several sunny days, the temperature remained quite cold. The winter sun was more like a decoration, bright but not very warm. Xie Ruin, clearly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, kept his head down and stammered, Dad chiseled a hole in the ice. Dad said you'd like it fresh. Lu Mingzhao blinked, a little dazed. And the vegetables? I know. Xie Jingyi raised her hand. Dad traded one of our furry pelts with someone in town. And Dad didn't take me along. So extravagant. Xia Yan still treats her like a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. However, trading a pelt for a handful of green vegetables makes her heart ache with regret. She wishes she could have been the one to make that trade. Lu Mingzhao picked up a leaf of the vegetable and savored it with reverence. Upon eating it, her heart still ached. Xie Ruin caught a glimpse of Lu Mingzhao's expression from the corner of his eye and felt puzzled. Has father made a wrong guess? That doesn't look like the face of someone enjoying their food. Time passed slowly. The winter sun was lazy and set early, with the cold wind blowing through the courtyard as the bustle gradually dispersed. Lu Mingzhao and Xie Jingyi looked at each other, both yawning. Xie Ruan sat under the window, flipping through a book. The orange glow of the sunset drifted through the window, wrapping Xie Ruan in a warm embrace. Xie Jingyi snuggled into Lu Mingzhao's arms, yawning and fighting to keep her eyes open until they finally closed. The mother and daughter quietly fell asleep. Xie Ruan closed the book and finally dared to raise his eyes to look at the person he would be spending his days with from now on. Sanbao likes her so much, she must be a good person, right? She would probably make a good mother, too, right? At the Lu family, the bustle had also died down. Guzhen said goodbye to the elderly members of the Lu family. Yunyang tried to convince her to stay, saying, "Why not stay one more day? It would be nice for Cao Cao to see you off tomorrow." Yunyang's thoughts were simple. Since Guzhen had traveled a long way to visit Cao Cao, letting her leave like this would be a lack of hospitality on their part. Guzhen smiled and shook her head. "It's not a problem. I'll come again if there's a chance." Qiu and two guards stood dejectedly by the carriage. They hoped the heir could speak up for them when they returned to the manor. Guzhen's eyes fell on Lu Yao, who stood by the wall with a faint expression. Lu Yao's sleeves fluttered in the cold wind, but even his vibrant clothes couldn't hide his exceptional grace. He was still very handsome. From a distance, Guzhen suddenly asked, "I've heard that young Master Lu is a scholar?" Lu Yao remained expressionless, nodded slightly, and said no more. A conflict with the Duke's household was bound to happen. When that time came, would Guzhen choose her brother, or would she choose Cao Cao? Lu Yao had never liked gambling without absolute certainty. And he really had married Lu Mingzhao. Yunyang glanced at Lu Yao discontentedly and said, "Next year, you'll be taking the autumn exams, and I hope you won't let your hard work go to waste." Guzhen's eyes lit up like stars, a gentle smile curling her lips. Second young Master Lu will surely achieve his heart's desire. Lu Yao furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Guzhen sighed softly, beautiful but cold. Enough, enough, some things are meant to be admired from afar, not meddled with. Otherwise, she feared she might walk the same path as Lu Mingzhao had before, giving warmth but receiving only coldness in return. Let the past be a lesson to us. Guzhen composed herself, said her goodbyes once more, and climbed into the carriage using the small stool. Qiu stood beside the carriage, head down, nervously picking at her fingers. She had upset Miss, would she still be allowed to sit inside the carriage with her? Qiu. Guzhen's voice was like music to Qiu's ears. Qiu nimbly climbed into the carriage, kneeling on the carpet, her voice trembling as she said, "Miss, I truly know I was wrong." Guzhen lazily lifted her eyelids and looked down at Qiu. "Do I come across as someone who's forgetful and easily swayed? I called you up because I disdain to use such methods to torment you." The clatter of hooves filled the air as the wind tugged at the carriage curtain. Guzhen waved to the Lu family one last time, then closed the window, shielding herself from the harsh wind and the exceptionally handsome face outside. Those peaceful days were likely over for good. Neither the overly dramatic and tearful Lu Minghui nor her slow-witted brother, who always seemed to cause trouble, made things any easier. As night descended, the sky was softly dotted with twinkling stars. Xie Yan cleaned up the mess in the courtyard before pushing open the door and stepping inside. He saw Mingzhao holding Jingyi, sleeping soundly. The soft, warm light illuminated the room. The wedding dress shone brightly, its freshness and elegance reminiscent of tender green willow branches in early spring, and its brilliance rivaled that of the rising sun. "Father." Ruan looked up and whispered. Xie Yan bent down and carried Ruan in his arms, gently rubbing Ruan's head, his steps light as he left the room without disturbing the mother and daughter on the bed. "Father, if I don't call her mother, will she think I'm being rude or immature?" Ruan's small head rested on Xie Yan's shoulder as he asked cautiously. "Do you dislike her?" Xie Yan asked patiently. Ruan shook his head. "I don't dislike her. She smiles a lot and looks nice when she smiles. She makes cute little hair buns for Sanbao, doesn't mind cleaning up Sanbao's drool, gently puts Sanbao to bed, and even gives me treats. Sanbao really likes her. But I can't call her mother. Every time I muster the courage to speak, the words get stuck in my throat. Xie Yan's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Ruin wasn't as resilient and sharp as Huaiqian, nor as cheerful and carefree as Jingyi. She was rather shy and fearful. However, this couldn't be blamed on Ruin. It was only by chance that he learned of the torments Ruin had endured while following his second sister-in-law. Ruin, take your time. One day, when you naturally call her mom, you might suddenly realize that all your memories of what a mother should be have already become her. Old memories will eventually be replaced by new experiences. The pain from the past will be healed by gentle moments. You just need to open your heart to accept her kindness to you, and allow yourself to respond to her kindness. Xie Ruin blinked, seeming to understand but not fully. Fidgeting with her fingers, she hesitated, but if I don't call her mom, will it hurt her reputation? Brother Huzi said that it's hard to be a stepmother. Xie Yan smiled, so Ruin needs to adjust quickly. You're quite thoughtful for your age. Don't worry, Dad and I are here for you. Xie Ruin nodded heavily. As the night deepened, Lu Mingzhao finally woke up, feeling bewildered by the darkness outside the window. Why is it so dark out? She had only planned to take a quick nap, but ended up sleeping until who knows what time. She might have even slept through her wedding night. Mother, you're finally awake. A soft voice came from her arms. Mother, I can't hold it in anymore, I need to pee. Lu Mingzhao lowered her head, and by the dim candlelight, she saw Jingyi's flushed face, smiled lightly with a bit of apology and embarrassment, and quickly got up to put shoes on Jingyi. Why didn't you wake me up? Jingyi tilted her little head. You smell so nice, I didn't want to wake you. Perhaps the noise had spread outside, and the door was pushed open. Xie Yan, still wearing his wedding clothes, brightened the candle. Mingzhao, let me do it. It's cold out there, looks like the temperature's dropping. Xie Yan deftly bundled Xie Jingyi up in a thick coat and placed a hat on her head. Xie Jingyi looked like a plump, cuddly ball. Lu Mingzhao didn't insist either, watching Xie Yan carry Xie Jingyi out of the room. The wind howled, slamming against the windows, making the candlelight flicker. After a short while, Xie Jingyi's soft plea came drifting in with the wind. Daddy, can I sleep with Mommy every night from now on? Dad doesn't think that's a good idea. But there are no buts about it. Humph, then I'll ask Mommy. Mommy likes me a lot. As soon as they returned to the room, still held in Xie Yan's arms, Xie Jingyi stretched out her hands towards Lu Mingzhao. Mommy, can I have a hug? Xie Yan held Xie Jingyi down. Let's warm you up first. Xie Jingyi reluctantly agreed. Lu Mingzhao asked, what time is it? What about Huaiqian and Ruin? Are they asleep? Xie Yan nodded. It's past 10 o'clock. Lu Mingzhao was momentarily confused about what time that was and had to mentally go through the list in her mind. If I told you I'm not really a heavy sleeper, would you believe me? Xie Yan chuckled, his eyes sparkling with bright laughter, much brighter than the flickering candlelight. I believe you. His voice was low and full of indulgence, soft yet captivating. Lu Mingzhao felt a wave of embarrassment, suddenly feeling awkward all over. Xie Jingyi climbed down from Xie Yan's arms, wobbling slightly, and muttered, no more cold air, Sanbao is warm, Sanbao is warm. Mommy, Sanbao is really warm now, come feel. Xie Jingyi leaned against Lu Mingzhao obediently and dependently, and before long, her eyelids grew heavy again. Children, they sleep a lot. Lu Mingzhao tucked Xie Jingyi in carefully, then sat down in the chair next to Xie Yan. You've done a great job raising the kids. I used to hear that when you go into the mountains, it takes you 10 days to half a month to return. I thought the 3 children were left to their own devices. By the candlelight, Lu Mingzhao's expression was soft beyond words. Xie Yan felt his heart thumping wildly. He really had married Lu Mingzhao. That girl who shone brightly. Xie Yan's eyes curved in a smile, his voice like aged wine. When I go into the mountains, I ask Granny Chi to help look after them. They acted like an old married couple. Every time I come down the mountain, I send some game to Grandma Chi's house or give her some copper coins as payment. Lu Mingzhao poured a cup of warm water, sipped twice, and lazily leaned back in the chair, resting her elbow on the armrest and her chin on her hand, casually saying, "Grandma Chi?" She knew very little about the people in Changxi village. Except for the Feng family, who kept causing trouble. The dim candlelight flickered, casting a hazy and faint glow, gently falling on her half-closed eyes, like the soft moonlight lightly shrouded in mist, or the glimmering silver on a rippling lake. Xie Yan found it incredibly moving. If he had been lucky enough to grow up in Shangjing City, perhaps he would have taken notice of Mingzhao too. Xie Yan, with a warm smile on his lips, said, "Before I came, Grandma Chi was already here. Why does she live at the foot of the mountain too?" Lu Mingzhao was somewhat puzzled. Her father had said that, except for Xie Yan, no one in Changxi village would choose to build a house at the foot of the mountain. For one, it was desolate and remote, for another, it was unsafe, requiring constant vigilance against wild beasts coming down the mountain. Xie Yan added some warm water to the cup in front of Lu Mingzhao before slowly saying, "It is said that Grandma Chi and Chi Laozhan were born and raised in Changxi village. They depended on each other. Their only son was killed by bandits during a robbery. Their daughter-in-law was taken back to her family home to remarry after leaving behind a toddler daughter. After that, the old couple raised their granddaughter alone. When Chi Laozhan died, his relatives seized the old house, forcing Grandma Chi and her young granddaughter to leave. Grandma Chi was old and had nowhere to go. Coincidentally, there was a dilapidated old house near the foot of the mountain, so Grandma Chi moved there. Mingzhao, I've only been living in Changxi village for less than 3 years. Because of my past experiences, I didn't want to interact with people. So, I bought a piece of land at the foot of the mountain from the village head and built this courtyard. Grandma Chi is lonely, and since I often go into the mountains, we've become close. I sometimes ask her to help out. Xie Yan's low, gentle voice made these ordinary details sound comforting on the cold, windy winter night. Lu Mingzhao nodded, "Then we should get her something to say thanks." "What about Grandma Chi's granddaughter?" Xie Yan seemed to deliberately downplay her presence in his conversation. Lu Mingzhao slightly raised her eyes, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, her demeanor gentle and composed. Her inquiry seemed like casual chit-chat, or like a listener in a tea-house quietly waiting for the storyteller to continue, with much left unsaid. Xie Yan lowered his eyelashes. She signed an indenture and is now working as a servant in a wealthy merchant's house in Hehe County. Hesitation means there's something fishy. Lu Mingzhao glanced at Xie Yan lightly, cutting to the chase. She wasn't good at self-deception, she preferred to meet challenges head-on. "Did you fall for her?" Lu Mingzhao's eyes were filled with suspicion, and a layer of imperceptible frost silently spread deep in his gaze. Xie Yan shot up from his seat. "No." "Then why are you hiding something?" Lu Mingzhao asked in return. Xie Yan didn't hesitate. "Grandma Chi once joked about marrying off her granddaughter to me, to be a stepmother for Huaiqian. But I refused at the time. After that, I rarely went to Grandma Chi's house. However, Grandma Chi's health has been failing, and before she dies, she wants to find a good home and a reliable future for her granddaughter, so she has these thoughts again." Lu Mingzhao smiled. "Grandma Chi must hate me a lot." Xie Yan corrected him seriously. "She hasn't been won over. She was never successfully courted." Xie Yan's heart was hanging high. He hadn't missed the frost in Lu Mingzhao's eyes. Lu Mingzhao, like a proud pine or bamboo standing in the wind and snow, was calm, confident, warm, and bright, but because of this, he was exceptionally clear-headed at his core. If betrayed, there would never be even the slightest chance of lingering affection or a comeback. Lu Mingzhao had the ability to walk independently through the world, through wind and rain. Sit down and let's talk. You're blocking the candlelight. Your situation, I had already heard a little on my way back to Changxi village. So, it didn't come as a surprise. But it's the same as when we first met. Now that you're mine, you can't get involved with anyone else. Xie Yan. Lu Mingzhao's smile was gentle, his eyes were shimmering, yet there was an undeniable seriousness about him. Xie Yan, this lifetime, no betrayal. A radiant smile quickly spread across his lips like ripples, his brows relaxed, an elegance that could not be captured by thousands of brushstrokes. Lu Mingzhao cleared her throat. Her beauty strategy was unbearable, she couldn't handle it at all. She didn't know what other people's wedding nights were like, but surely it wasn't supposed to be like this, chatting like an old married couple. She then glanced at Xie Jingyi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and silently sighed, unable to tell if she was more relieved or more regretful. Xie Yan. Lu Mingzhao pushed aside the chaotic and somewhat colorful thoughts in her mind and initiated a new topic. Can you tell me about Ruin's past? Ruin seemed to strongly resist her closeness. It wasn't dislike, but more like a deep-seated fear. The smile on Xie Yan's face was tinged with melancholy. Even if you didn't ask, I was going to tell you. My second brother and his wife were betrothed by their parents from a young age. When they came of age, they followed the arrangement and married without issue. However, not long after the marriage, my second brother discovered that she had been planning to run away with another man. Only then did he realize that her heart already belonged to someone else, and that their marriage might have been one of necessity. Faced with this situation, my second brother considered divorcing her. But when she became pregnant, she swore on her honor that she would not stray again and begged him to forgive her, just this once. After all, they were childhood sweethearts, and their families had been close for generations. My second brother's heart softened. I only found out after our family's downfall that Ruin had been used as an emotional punching bag by my second sister-in-law since birth, suffering endless abuse. Mingzhao, Ruin doesn't hate you, and it's not that she refuses to call you mother. It's just that in all her young memories, the word mother means a face twisted in rage, the sound of angry scolding and harsh reprimands, and the repeated injuries that left her battered and scarred. Lu Mingzhao frowned in disgust. There are always some wolves and tigers in this world who are unfit to be parents. What happened to your second sister-in-law? She's dead. She died on the very day she was eagerly awaiting to be taken as a concubine by her lover. Xie Yan's expression turned icy, and a fleeting look of murderous intent crossed his face like a sudden blizzard, covering all the beauty in a shroud of biting cold. Lu Mingzhao looked shocked, hardly able to believe it. She actually survived the disaster of the family's annihilation and even almost had the chance to reunite with her beloved? It's true what they say, good people die young, while the wicked seem to live forever. She was an inside agent, Xie Yan said solemnly. Would it be too much to ask for a little rest? Maybe customs are different. Where I'm from, we don't call lowly people childhood sweethearts. Lu Mingzhao felt as if there was pent-up resentment stuck in her chest, difficult to expel. Her heart, which had always been as clear and pure as a mountain stream, was now shrouded by dark clouds and sudden storms from the mountains, losing its former tranquility and clarity. Seeing Xie Yan's expression turn exceedingly grim, his dark and obscure eyes filled with hatred that couldn't be ignored, Lu Mingzhao hurriedly said, Xie Yan, I'm here for you from now on. As long as you don't betray me, I will never betray you. If I gain the ability to seek revenge in the future, I'll help you. Give me your hand. Lu Mingzhao leaned slightly forward, her eyebrows gently curved, her tone softened. The cold and stern look on Xie Yan's face melted like ice and snow, a slight look of confusion and fascination crossing his features, as if the scene before him was too beautiful to be real. The exquisite face of the woman before him, with a few flickering candles casting soft, dappled light on her face, was gentle and warm, like a golden Buddha statue, emanating a strange yet fitting compassion. The bodhisattva lowered its eyes, seeing only him. It was in Changxi village that he met Lu Mingzhao. Xia Yan obediently stretched out his hand, a sudden image flashing in his mind of that day when Mingzhao's affectionate smile twirled a strand of cut hair around his finger. His earlobe had burned fiercely. Close your eyes. Perhaps out of shyness or nervousness, Lu Mingzhao's voice was slightly hoarse, like spring water welling up. Xia Yan complied. He felt a cool touch glide over his finger. All done. Lu Mingzhao said, trying to stay composed. When it came to romantic matters, she was only a master in words. To be honest, she could engage in debates with scholars and remain undefeated like a strategist. But in practice, she was like a defeated soldier, falling before the battle began. Xia Yan opened his eyes and looked at his ring finger, where a small and delicate golden ring fit perfectly. It looked like a thumb ring but wasn't exactly one. The ring was engraved with plum blossom patterns, matching the design on Mingzhao's forehead. Xia Yan was puzzled but couldn't help but feel joy. Lu Mingzhao wiggled her finger, then smiled and said, I once read in a miscellaneous note that giving a ring to a loved one is a symbol of our lasting bond. Although we're not exactly lovers yet, it's good to have a good omen. Xia Yan compared their fingers, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. We will fall in love. He noticed that Mingzhao's ring was engraved with a small character, Yen. Did you make this yourself? Lu Mingzhao lifted her chin, extremely proud. Of course. I know how to do plenty of things. Xia Yan's heart softened completely, looking at the delicate and charming woman under the candlelight. His heart felt like a small boat on a river, suddenly caught in rapids and whirlpools, sinking deeper and deeper, unable to escape. The thoughts that suddenly arose in him were dark and unfathomable. Extremely repressed, yet seemingly intensely hot. Every aspect of Mingzhao was vivid and bright. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The wind blew against the door, and the candlelight flickered. Lu Mingzhao lowered her head, and her gaze happened to collide with Xia Yan's eyes. Xia Yan hastily lowered his brows. Lu Mingzhao also hurriedly picked up a cup, trying to cover up. Both of their cheeks were tinged with a flush of red. Indeed, when a man and a woman are alone together and their eyes meet, it's easy to stir up trouble. Did Xia Yan finally remember that this was their wedding night, a moment worth 1,000 gold pieces? It was all because of the soft candlelight and Xia Yan's mesmerizing eyes. Should she be reserved and play hard to get, or should she follow her heart and be passionate? Was this development a bit too fast? But, since they were already married, it shouldn't be morally wrong to sleep together, right? Just as Lu Mingzhao was flustered and hesitant, a sharp pain hit her lower abdomen. You've got to be kidding me. She got her period on her wedding night? Well, no need to worry anymore. Fate had made the choice for her. Xia Yan. Lu Mingzhao gritted her teeth. I think my period is coming. Xia Yan's face turned even redder, and he didn't know where to look. Is there anything wrong? We haven't had time to prepare any menstrual supplies yet, so I was wondering if you... Xia Yan stammered, flustered, trying to decide whether it would be quicker to make a menstrual belt or fetch one from the Lu family. Lu Mingzhao grabbed Xia Yan's wrist. I have a menstrual belt. Once she said it, the awkwardness was gone. I'll heat up some water for you to soak your feet. It'll help you relax. She lightly touched the red plum blossom on her forehead and entered the spatial supermarket, grabbed a sanitary pad, and changed in the bathroom. In her living space, everything worked as usual. Once everything was settled, Lu Mingzhao emerged. She had planned to pretend to go to the restroom, but when she opened the door, the icy wind hit her face, freezing her skin. Lu Mingzhao shuddered and slammed the door shut. Way too cold. It was sunny and breezy during the day, but why were the winds at night so fierce, almost scarier than the demon winds that took Tangsang? Lu Mingzhao shivered continuously. Not pretending anymore. Let Xia Yan think she just didn't like going to the restroom. A few moments later, Xia Yan came in with a wooden basin, steam rising from it. Mingzhao, lift your feet. Xia Yan knelt down smoothly and took off Lu Mingzhao's shoes. Upon seeing her socks, he remarked in surprise, Mingzhao's socks are quite different. Feeling her feet held in Xia Yan's hands, Lu Mingzhao felt a little uneasy. Xia Yan's palms were large, his fingers long, distinct and straight. These are wool socks, warm and easy to put on. You have a pair, and Huaiqian, Ruin, Jingyi have them too. I'll give them to you tomorrow morning. Xia Yan smiled, thinking it might be a new trend in the upper capital, not thinking much of it. I'm not cold. Even if you're not cold, you need to wear them, Lu Mingzhao insisted. Xia Yan, I'll do it myself. Lu Mingzhao awkwardly pulled her feet back. Xia Yan shook his head. You're on your period, so you must not be feeling well. Don't fidget. Is the water warm enough? Instead of hastily putting Lu Mingzhao's feet into the wooden basin, Xia Yan scooped some water with one hand and gently sprinkled it onto her feet. Yeah, it's fine. The dim, overly soft light and the foot soak that was too warm made Lu Mingzhao focus solely on Xia Yan's high, sleek ponytail. The contrast of his black hair against his red clothes was mesmerizing. Time seemed to stretch and contract simultaneously, and Lu Mingzhao could even hear her own pounding heartbeat. All done. Xia Yan's voice broke the silence in the room. Even as they lay together in bed, Lu Mingzhao still felt a bit lightheaded. On one side was the sweet and adorable Jingyi. On the other side was the tall, handsome Xia Yan. Xia Yan? I'll just have a small bite. Xia Yan turned his head slightly, and his cool breath brushed against Lu Mingzhao's ear. Do you regret it? In the quiet of the night, amidst the raging wind, his voice was soft and gentle. Xia Yan was startled for a moment, then mustered the courage to take Lu Mingzhao's finger in his own. His eyes shining, he softly added, I'm very satisfied. Lu Mingzhao didn't struggle, feeling that Xia Yan's hand was as warm as a little stove, dry and not at all clammy or sticky. On this cold winter night, it was especially reassuring. Her wedding night was calm and warm, like a gentle stream. Lu Mingzhao clasped Xia Yan's hand in return, closed her eyes, and slowly drifted to sleep. Xia Yan didn't fall asleep for a long time, his body stiff and carefully motionless, not daring to move. The night had grown very deep. The fierce wind seemed to tire, its pounding on the windows and doors softening. The soft little hand in his moved slightly, as if wanting to withdraw. Xia Yan, clumsy and afraid of hurting Lu Mingzhao, quickly let go. The next moment, her arm was draped over his waist. Xia Yan's body grew even more rigid. In the end, he didn't know when he had fallen asleep. Before drifting off, he vaguely recalled his relaxed brow, upturned lips, and the small, delicate figure in his arms. A good night's sleep. When Lu Mingzhao woke up, only she and Jingyi were left in the bed. Jingyi's soft, chubby face rested gently on her stomach, warm but not heavy. Mother, does your tummy still hurt? Jingyi, like a little dog, crawled over using all four limbs. Her two chubby hands cupped her cheeks as she blinked her big, bright eyes. Her voice was as soft and sweet as ever. Dad said your tummy hurts and told me not to wake you. But if your tummy hurts, shouldn't I rub it? Sanbao got tired of rubbing and decided to warm it with my cheek instead. Mother, pinch Sanbao's cheek. It feels so nice. Lu Mingzhao reached out and rubbed Jingyi's little face. Mother Sanbao is too cute. Sanbao's mother is too cute. Jingyi nestled against Lu Mingzhao, her voice milky and coquettish. Lu Mingzhao played with Jingyi for a while, her breathing coming in soft puffs. Sanbao, where's your father? Jingyi tilted her head and cupped her hands around her mouth. Dad, mother misses you. Jingyi could speak. Jingyi proudly put her hands on her hips. This family wouldn't survive without me. Shortly after the call, Xia Yan pushed the door open and entered, still carrying the faint scent of firewood and cooking. Dressed in festive attire, Xia Yan looked dashing and suave. In his dark attire, Xia Yan appeared steady, resolute, and strikingly handsome. While helping Xie Jingyi put on a thick coat, Lu Mingzhao asked softly, "Were you just in the kitchen?" Xia Yan nodded and took Xie Jingyi from Lu Mingzhao's arms. "Sanbao, go find your brothers." Xie Jingyi ran over with her short legs, tiptoed, looked up, and gave Lu Mingzhao a peck on the cheek. "Mommy, don't forget about me." Then, she opened the door and shouted as she walked out, "Big brother, air bow. Jingyi's so attached to you. It must be exhausting," Xia Yan said with a hint of helplessness. Lu Mingzhao shook her head. "She's lovely, and I adore her." This was sincere, without any false exaggeration. Cute, cuddly, and well-behaved, Jingyi was absolutely melting her heart. "Get dressed first, breakfast will be ready soon," Xia Yan said with a smile before thoughtfully leaving the room. After attending to her personal matters and dressing in her robes, Lu Mingzhao walked out holding a toothbrush and toothpaste she had unwrapped. "Mother." "Lu." Xia Yan gave a stern look, and Xie Huaiqian swallowed his sister Lu mid-sentence. Xia Ruan, blushing and looking lost, whispered in a barely audible voice, "Good morning." Lu Mingzhao laid out the toothbrushes and toothpaste on the table and briefly introduced, "Everyone has to brush their teeth twice a day, morning and night. So, you can choose your favorite color and flavor." The energetic and adorable Xie Jingyi was always the most enthusiastic. "Mommy, I want the sweet pink one." Xie Jingyi chose a peach-flavored toothpaste and a matching child-sized toothbrush. "Your turn, air bow." Xie Jingyi poked Xia Ruan's arm, who softly said, "Anything is fine." Lu Mingzhao was not in a hurry, she knew patience and gentleness were key to guiding children to open up. "Ruan, what colors do you usually like? What fruits do you like?" Lu Mingzhao bent down and asked gently. Xie Ruan looked up slightly, bit his lip, and said, "Grapes." He remembered that when grapes ripened every year, his mother would go out to pray and burn incense. He wouldn't go hungry or sleep on the floor, wouldn't be pricked by needles, and could enjoy the dark purple grapes in the yard. Lu Mingzhao immediately handed Xia Ruan the grape-flavored toothpaste and a deep purple child-sized toothbrush. The mature and composed Xie Huaiqian casually chose the plain mint flavor. "It's refreshing and invigorating, perfect for Huaiqian." "What about you, Xie Yan?" Lu Mingzhao looked at him with a calm, patient expression. Xie Yan raised an eyebrow and pointed at himself, surprised, "Do I need to choose too?" Lu Mingzhao nodded seriously, "Even big kids can pick what they like." Xie Yan's earlobes turned slightly red, "Can't I have the same as you?" Lu Mingzhao thought for a moment, "Sure, let's go with lime." She liked the crisp and bright feeling. "Then I want the same as Mom." Xie Jingyi hesitated, loving her sweet peach-flavored toothpaste, but being like Mom mattered more. Lu Mingzhao chuckled, "When Sanbao grows up, you can use the same as Mom. Peach smells really good too." "Okay, Mom will show you how to use it first." Xie Jingyi copied Lu Mingzhao's actions and squeezed the toothpaste onto the small toothbrush. It was pink, soft, sweet-smelling, shiny, and sparkly. She couldn't help but drool. "Mother, can I eat it?" Lu Mingzhao facepalmed, "Little glutton. We don't eat toothpaste, here's how you do it." Lu Mingzhao brushed her teeth slowly and meticulously to ensure the children would learn. "Spit it out." Xie Jingyi's cheeks puffed up as she pleaded, "Mom, can I just have a tiny bit?" "Listen to me, brush your teeth well, and I'll give you a big peach." Xie Jingyi immediately widened her eyes and quickly spat it out, rinsed, and opened her mouth wide. "Mother, see? I didn't secretly hide some to eat later." Lu Mingzhao couldn't help but laugh, the smile on her face couldn't be stopped. Xia Ruan's downcast eyes reflected deep envy. He seemed to never be as likable as Jingyi. Lu Mingzhao noticed Xia Ruan's disappointment, quickly dried her hands, and said, "And we have your favorite grapes too." Xia Ruan felt the cool touch on his nose and was slightly stunned. This must be what a normal mom is like. Xie Yan and Xie Huaiqian exchanged glances, already wondering where they'd find peaches and grapes in the dead of winter. We are one. Dad, this time of year, would any of the rich merchants in town have peaches or grapes? Xie Huaiqian's brows were furrowed with deep suspicion. Xie Yan wrinkled his brow and shook his head slightly. Perhaps there will be. If we create a warm room with charcoal fires, we can provide the right conditions to grow fresh fruit even in winter. Xie Huaiqian was not as optimistic as Xie Yan. Fruits are way harder to come by than veggies in the winter. He pressed his lips together, paused, and then lowered his voice. Even in bustling, affluent Shangjing, you'd usually have to wait for the palace to send fresh fruit during winter. Let's give it a shot, Xie Yan said without giving up hope. Xie Huaiqian sighed deeply. We have to try. We can't let them down. Lu Mingzhao had no idea what Xie Yan and Xie Huaiqian were thinking. She turned back into the house, locked the door, and took out some fresh fruits and vegetables from the space supermarket, then openly carried them out. Over time, keeping Cao Chaofu a secret became impossible. She knew this all too well. Unless she locked Cao Chaofu away and never used it again, truly living a hard life. So, it was better to let things take their natural course. Her bravery was her greatest strength, even if it meant risking her life. Xie Yan was stunned. Xie Yan struggled to believe it, shock evident in his eyes. Mingzhao, Xie Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Lu Mingzhao smiled. I just happened to have them. After dinner, let's bring some to Mom and Dad. By the way, there are also wool socks. We agreed last night to give them to you this morning, but I almost forgot after waking up. Xie Huaiqian murmured quietly, has the capital city changed drastically now? Had things that were once rare and precious now become ordinary? Xie Yan practiced martial arts and had hearing that surpassed ordinary people. He heard Xie Huaiqian's quiet mutterings clearly. But he didn't agree with Xie Huaiqian's guess. These fresh fruits and vegetables couldn't possibly have been brought over by Mingzhao from the capital city. Xie Yan, let's eat first. Lu Mingzhao knew that Xie Yan was unsure. Xie Yan forcibly suppressed the sudden surge of unease in his heart and busied himself with getting the children to have breakfast in the kitchen. The breakfast was not sumptuous, but it was neither monotonous nor difficult to eat. The lean pork porridge was rich and savory, the side dishes crisp and refreshing, and the cakes, though they looked somewhat oddly shaped, were soft and sweet. Xie Yan, your cooking is great, Lu Mingzhao praised with a smile. Hearing this, Xie Yan scooped another spoonful of lean pork porridge for Lu Mingzhao. I'll make it often from now on. Raising 3 children alone, Xie Yan had long abandoned the outdated idea of men being superior to women or that men should stay away from the kitchen. He found such thoughts outdated and arrogant. Lu Mingzhao took small sips of the porridge. My cooking is not bad either, but I haven't learned how to light a fire yet. I can light a fire, Xia Ruan bravely responded to Lu Mingzhao. Because of Lu Mingzhao's bright smile. Because of Lu Mingzhao's gentle voice. Because of Lu Mingzhao's steady emotions. Father had said, it's okay to respond to her kindness. Lu Mingzhao's eyes lit up, delighted by Xia Ruan's rare initiative. Really? Xia Ruan's face turned red, but he nodded firmly. Then Ruan can help Mother in the kitchen from now on. Xie Ruan softly said, okay. She is so good, the fact that he can help her must mean he is good too. He can also be a beloved child under his mother's care, instead of being seen as an eyesore, taking up space, and being wished to be strangled. Xie Ruan lowered his head, his clear eyes filled with thick joy. After breakfast, Xie Huaiqian voluntarily began clearing the dishes. Lu Mingzhao returned to the room, casually leaning against the chair back, her other hand idly flipping through the yellowed pages of a book. Xie Yan's warm hand covered her aching lower abdomen, gently massaging it with just the right amount of pressure. A few rays of not-so-clear and warm sunlight entered the room through the window, and the cold, biting wind outside occasionally seeped through the window cracks, brushing against her skirt. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly from the discomfort in her lower abdomen, yet from her faint expression, one could still see the gentle, water-like tenderness, her shallow quietness resembling a painting. Xie Jingyi and Xia Ruan, one holding a peach and the other carrying a bunch of grapes, sat on a large chair near Lu Mingzhao. Xie Ruan seemed a little dazed. He struggled to recall the taste of grapes from his memory. Perhaps he had never truly tasted grapes in peace without fear. Xie Ruan plucked a grape, put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and carefully savored the sensation of his teeth piercing the thin skin, the sweet and sour juice bursting in his mouth and throat. This is what it feels like to savor grapes slowly and mindfully. Can I call you Mama Lu for now? Xia Ruan ate 3 grapes in succession, convinced he'd memorized the taste, and suddenly turned to look at Lu Mingzhao, who was lazily leaning against the chair. Lu Mingzhao looked up. You can. This was already a big step forward. Wasn't it? Mama Lu. Xia Ruan's voice carried less fear and more excitement. Ruan. Lu Mingzhao's eyes curved in a smile. Everything was peaceful. Mingzhao, can we talk? After a long while, Xia Yan finally initiated the conversation. Lu Mingzhao nodded and closed the book in her hand. Ruan, can you take Jingyi to your room first? Mama Lu and Dad need to talk. Xia Ruan nodded obediently, tidied Xie Jingyi's jacket and led her, both with their hands clasped, heading out. Just before crossing the threshold, Xia Ruan stopped and turned around. Dad, don't bully Mama Lu. Did he look like someone who enjoyed bullying others? Especially Mingzhao. Father wouldn't bully your Mama Lu. Now, only Lu Mingzhao and Xia Yan were left in the room. You want to ask about those fruits and vegetables, right? Lu Mingzhao's nature meant she couldn't be vague. Xia Yan nodded, then quickly added, I don't want to pry into your secrets. I suggest that when others are around, you can attribute these things to me. After all, I'm often either in the deep mountains or traveling long distances, so it wouldn't be unusual for me to find odd or out-of-season items. I will also remind the children to be cautious with their words outside and not to speak recklessly. Mingzhao, an ordinary person holds a valuable object and becomes a target. Lu Mingzhao was a bit surprised. She had thought Xia Yan wanted to talk to her alone to ask directly and seek peace of mind. Aren't you curious? Lu Mingzhao countered. Xia Yan's tone was light. Mingzhao, you'll know in the future. We're connected. I just hope you live a long, happy life. A Yan. Lu Mingzhao was slightly stunned and remained silent for a long time. Xia Yan, I can touch a magical space. Mingzhao, I pretty much guessed it. Xia Yan's voice was light, like flying snow in winter, or willow catkins in spring. The fewer who know about secrets, the safer they are. He hadn't entertained the thought of exploring it further. But just for a moment, he extinguished the idea. He only needed to know that Mingzhao treated him with utmost sincerity and truthfulness. The more unfathomable Mingzhao was, the more at ease he felt. Xia Yan kept massaging Lu Mingzhao's lower abdomen, his expression calm and serene. Xia Yan. If you called me a yen, it would make me even happier. Xia Yan looked up, meeting Lu Mingzhao's gaze. Her blessings were less important than a simple term of endearment? How shallow. Lu Mingzhao hummed softly, reopened her book, and occasionally peeked at Xia Yan out of the corner of her eye. Though she stared at the yellowed pages, the words barely registered. Perhaps at that moment, Lu Mingzhao wanted more to read the book called Xia Yan. What kind of family could raise such a youth with this kind of disposition? Without the sound of flipping pages, the room was quiet. Xia Yan teased, is this page particularly to Mingzhao's liking? A sly smile flashed in Lu Mingzhao's eyes as she waved at Xia Yan, come closer. Xia Yan, confused, slightly tilted his neck forward. Lu Mingzhao lifted Xia Yan's chin, her tone bold and bright, this particular book of yours really catches my eye. Can I take a little taste? Without warning, Lu Mingzhao straightened up, her lips leaving a faint, light imprint on Xie Yan's right cheek, and the book fell onto the low table. A breeze flipped through the pages, causing them to rustle softly. The brief kiss left Xie Yan momentarily stunned. A blush spread from his cheeks to his ears, the color as vivid as a ripe peach, bright and alluring. It felt like a tiny pebble had dropped into his heart, creating gentle ripples that spread outward. The stone sank into the sea, but the ripples remained. While Xie Yan was in a daze, Lu Mingzhao had already picked up the book with a serious expression, her eyes fixed straight ahead, as if she wasn't the mischievous one. Starting today, I'm going to be a bit more playful. Just as Lu Mingzhao expected Xie Yan to shyly look away, Xie Yan, with a flushed face, leaned in close. Mingzhao, you can also take a little taste of the left cheek. Lu Mingzhao, is Xie Yan planning to take the upper hand? When it concerns her position in the household, how could she tolerate this? Lu Mingzhao draped her arm over Xie Yan's shoulder, and her lips found his right cheek once more. Xie Yan's laughter was deep and joyful. Lu Mingzhao could even feel the vibration of Xie Yan's chest. Yan. You should continue rubbing my stomach. Those warm hands are too good to waste. Xie Yan nodded, his smile never fading. Yan. It really sounds nice. As time passed, the sound of the wind could still be heard. The warm yet cool sunlight tirelessly shone. Lu Mingzhao leaned back in her chair, and at some point, she closed her eyes, first dozing off, then falling into a deep sleep. Watching Lu Mingzhao's relaxed sleeping face, Xie Yan gently slowed his hand's motion on her stomach. This nap stretched on for more than half an hour. When she woke up again, there was still a hand on her stomach through her clothes. The owner of the hand was as handsome as ever under the winter sun. I fell asleep, and you didn't even take a break. Lu Mingzhao's voice was slightly hoarse. Xie Yan softly said, not tired. Would you like some water? Lu Mingzhao shook her head. I promised Jingyi and Ruin I'd make some milk tea. Back then, there was Xingzi who kept his promise by slaughtering a pig. Nowadays, there's Mingzhao who makes milk tea, always true to her word. You should try it too. Drinking milk tea under the cool winter sun can be quite delightful. Xie Yan slightly frowned. No need to rush. We can do it any time after these few days. It's all right. Lu Mingzhao said with a smile. For someone so well prepared, making milk tea was a breeze for Lu Mingzhao. Before long, the rich aroma of milk tea filled the air, tempting their taste buds. Xie Jingyi looked up, her chubby cheeks wiggling. Mother, is this milk tea? Her eyes were bright, and the drool hanging from the corner of her mouth was also glistening. Sanbao, watch your drool, Xia Ruin handed over a handkerchief and reminded her with a smile. Xie Jingyi hastily wiped her mouth. I'm being very careful, but my drool doesn't listen to me. Xia Ruin sighed helplessly and carefully wiped her face, holding her little cheeks in his hands. Bao, why is your drool so obedient? Xie Jingyi tilted her head, her big eyes filled with pure confusion. Can you teach my drool too? Xie Ruin, I can't do that. Lu Mingzhao blew on her tea. It's too hot, wait a bit before drinking. Sanbao, scoot back a little. Xie Jingyi sniffed, her voice soft and sweet. Okay. Xie Jingyi sat on a small stool by the wall, her eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at the steaming milk tea, constantly swallowing her drool. She occasionally patted her chubby little belly, muttering to herself as if trying to calm her stomach. Then, she started counting on her fingers, waiting for the time to pass. Once. Twice. Again. Twice again. Xie Jingyi felt her eyes becoming tired. All right, Lu Mingzhao handed out small bowls to everyone. Xie Jingyi extended her pink little tongue, licking slowly at first, then gradually increasing her speed. Lu Mingzhao's lips twitched slightly. Sanbao, you can actually drink it like you would drink water. It reminded Lu Mingzhao of a puppy lapping up milk. Xie Jingyi looked up, puzzled, with a milky ring around her mouth. Mother, I am drinking it. Xie Ruan and Xie Huaiqian were far more composed and refined. Xie Ruan was naturally this way, while Xie Huaiqian perhaps had the natural bearing of a great general. Mother, this is so delicious. Even while licking it, Xie Jingyi wasn't slow at all. Mother, my tummy says it's still hungry and wants another bowl. Before she could finish, Xie Jingyi let out a contented burp. Jingyi's small eyes darted around as she looked left and right, trying not to admit that she had burped. Lu Mingzhao took Jingyi's empty bowl and firmly shook her head, saying, everything in moderation. Jingyi, if you drink too much, your tummy will protest. Your little tummy won't let you eat anything else. Jingyi looked down at her round belly, realized she couldn't see her toes, and then burped again. All right, I'll stop drinking. What do you think? Lu Mingzhao turned her head to look at Xie Yan, who was drinking in small sips. Xie Yan said, it's really good. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow. Does it feel a bit too sweet? His Mingzhao also had sharp eyes. Lu Mingzhao chuckled. Next time, I'll make something light and refreshing for you guys. Xie Yan, we're husband and wife, there's no need to be so formal. Trouble comes knocking. Xie Yan told her that as a married couple, they should be united, and he hoped she would live a long, happy, and carefree life. Similarly, she hoped that Xie Yan would find ease and joy in this relationship. A good relationship isn't about one person carrying all the weight or always compromising, it's about mutual respect, understanding, and comfort. It's a yen, Xie Yan said seriously. Lu Mingzhao pouted. Was that really the main issue? Xie Yan seemed to have read Lu Mingzhao's thoughts. It's important. Lu Mingzhao laughed. All right, a yen. Xie Huaiqian watched this scene, a look of contentment in his eyes. His cousin finally had some vitality and spirit. He still remembered how young his cousin was when he led them in fleeing for their lives, not much older than he is now. Back then, survival had been incredibly difficult. So difficult that it wore down all the vigor and ambition from his cousin, extinguishing all the light in his eyes. Later, they blended in with the refugees, taking on someone else's identity to evade pursuit and re-registering their household in Changhe County. He settled in Changxi village under the ordinary guise of a hunter. He was a few years older than Jingyi and Ruan, so his experiences and understanding ran much deeper. Huaiqian, don't zone out. It'll get cold soon, Lu Mingzhao reminded him with a warm smile. Xie Huaiqian nodded, fighting back the tears stinging his eyes. He wanted the best for his cousin. Because of her period, Lu Mingzhao often felt achy and lethargic, barely moving unless she had to. Xie Yan stayed by her side as much as possible. The afternoon of the next day, someone knocked on the courtyard door of the Xie household. It was Granny Qi. Granny Qi had twisted her ankle and pleaded with Xie Yan to take her to the doctor in town. Xie Yan couldn't refuse. After giving Lu Mingzhao and Xie Huaiqian some quick instructions, he hurried off. Less than half an hour later, the courtyard door sounded again. The sharp voice calling out Uncle Xie made Lu Mingzhao feel especially annoyed. Uncle Xie? Lu Mingzhao slowly opened her eyes, the sleepiness not yet fully gone, a faint impatience in her brows. Uncle Xie? Did Xie Yan, who was burdened by a blood feud and couldn't return home, still have relatives? Separated by a wall, Xie Huaiqian stood by the window, his brows furrowed, his expression dark. His displeased eyes glared at the banging courtyard gate, but he hadn't moved a single step, clearly not wanting to open the door. After a moment of thought, Xie Huaiqian made his way to Lu Mingzhao's room. Mother, Huaiqian's expression was far from pleasant, it's Qi Rue. Lu Mingzhao frowned. She calls your father Uncle Xie? Harboring a private agenda of matchmaking, yet sweetly calling him Uncle Xie. Quite the game. Huaiqian sighed. Mother, rest assured, my father and Qi Rue are hardly acquainted. When I first met her, she was 11 or 12, but because she didn't have enough to eat or wear, she looked dark, skinny, and small, looking no older than 8 or 9, barely older than me. So, she shamelessly followed my generation and called my father uncle. After over a year, when she had grown a bit, she signed a live-in contract to become a servant, usually returning home to visit Chi Appa once every couple of months. My father had little interaction with her. Outside the courtyard, the persistent knocking was getting on his nerves. Seeing Lu Mingzhao's frown deepen, Huaiqian said, "Mother, I'll go open the door and ask what's going on." Lu Mingzhao nodded, then rose and put on a cloak. She walked under the eaves and watched the girl opposite Huaiqian from afar. Of similar age, yet calling Uncle Xia so naturally. Was she truly innocent, or just playing with affection? "Huaiqian, where's Uncle Xia?" The second young master of the household knew I was visiting home and heard about the simple village life and beautiful scenery in Changxi. He got curious and decided to come along. But as you know, our house is too small and cramped to accommodate anyone else besides my grandmother and me. Your family's courtyard is spacious with many vacant rooms, so I need to ask for your and Uncle Xia's help, allowing the second young master to stay for 2 days. Inconvenient, Huaiqian's tone was indifferent. Qi Rui blinked, looking pitiful. "Huaiqian, my grandmother and I rely on the monthly allowance to get by. We absolutely can't let anything happen to the second young master." "Little Rui, are you done yet?" "If necessary, I'll pay more." A sly voice chimed in. Following that, a young man dressed in a brocade robe and a black cloak appeared behind Qi Rui, sizing Huaiqian up with a disdainful and arrogant sneer, glancing at the servant boy beside him. The servant boy understood, pulling out a handful of silver coins from his pouch and stuffing them into Huaiqian's hands, preparing to barge in. Qi Rui looked both hesitant and pleading. "I said it's inconvenient." Huaiqian pressed his thin lips together, his sharp gaze cold and unyielding, leaving no room for argument. Qi Rui looked distressed, her voice choked with sobs. "Huaiqian, are you really not considering the relationship between me and Uncle Xia at all?" Xie Huaiqian was completely dumbfounded. He was still standing right there, but the accusations against his father were already flying. "I don't remember my father having any connection with you," Xia Huaiqian said, striding toward Lu Mingzhao under the eaves. "Mother." Lu Mingzhao pulled her large cloak tighter, keeping the cold wind at bay. "Tear down this door for me, young master. You're refusing the polite offer and asking for trouble." The shouts continued, occasionally mixed with Qi Rui's persuading voice, as the gate wobbled precariously. "What a coincidence," Lu Mingzhao said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Hiding won't do you any good when they're about to tear down your house. You might avoid trouble today, but not tomorrow." Lu Mingzhao stepped forward and opened the courtyard gate, with Xia Huaiqian closely following by her side. "Are you trying to break into a private home?" Lu Mingzhao's voice was icy, cutting through the air like a cold wind. Qi Rui looked somewhat flustered. "Who are you?" "This is my mom," Xia Huaiqian said firmly. The young man standing next to Qi Rui, who looked down his nose at others, had an oily and disgusting expression in his eyes. It turned out Changxi village has a real-life fairy. This trip was really worth it. Her crimson fur-lined robe perfectly complemented her fair, smooth skin. Her skin was as white and smooth as jade, her features delicate and clear, her lips as red as cherries. The large fur cloak accentuated her delicate frame, her slim waist and graceful posture silently inviting admiration. "Miss," the young man quickly switched to a suave tone, pulling out a folding fan. His gaze was uncomfortably intimate as he stared at Lu Mingzhao, fanning himself in what he thought was a charming way. Lu Mingzhao thought, "It's freezing, and here he is fanning himself. Is he crazy, or just showing off?" Clearly, the second young master Qi Rui mentioned wasn't just strange, he was also trying way too hard. "May I know the fair Miss's name?" "I am the second young master of the Sun family from Changhe County." "Do you know the Sun family?" "The largest grain merchant in Changhe County," half the grain shops in the county belong to our family. Do you still want it? My little lady, you smell delightful. The second young master of the Sun family took a whiff of the faint sweetness in the air, a lewd smile on his face. What a beauty! What a beauty! Xie Huaiqian was furious. How dare you behave so outrageously? I'm complimenting the little lady. The second young master of the Sun family glanced at Xie Huaiqian with a look of utter disdain, his tone frivolous. Such a beauty is hard to come by in Changxi village. This young master is utterly enchanted. Little lady, you haven't told this young master your name yet. He then untied the jade pendant from his waist and played with it in his hand. As long as the little lady is willing to share her name, this jade pendant will be yours. The second young master of the Sun family was growing more interested and was willing to show more patience in front of such a beauty. Lu Mingzhao remained expressionless, a flash of disgust passing through her eyes. This is really going to make her sick. So oily, no need to worry about sticking to the pan during cremation. Might need to wash my eyes after this. First, show some respect. Second, no room for you here. Then, she lifted her eyelids slightly and rolled her eyes. Qi Rui, right? Since you call a yen Uncle Xia, you should address me as aunt. Whoever brought you should take responsibility. If you serve well, the monthly salary will be secure. Back at the manor, we all lived under one roof. Now that we're back in the countryside, you start to be particular. Qi Rui's face turned a mix of green and white, half from anger and half from jealousy. The second young master of the Sun family, however, became even more interested. Compared to a delicate and helpless beauty, he preferred one with some fight. Taming her would be both a challenge and a pleasure. A great joy in life. Little lady, this young master is usually very dignified. But seeing a beauty like you makes this young master dizzy. This jade pendant, please accept this gift, my dear. I heard from little Rui that the owner of this yard is a hunter. Life must be tough for you, little lady. In the future, at any grain shop under the Sun family name in Changhe County, you can mention this young master's name. This young master is willing to support your family, little lady. Shouldn't you return the favor? The second young master of the Sun family's greasy hand reached toward Lu Mingzhao's cheek, as if wanting to pick up a strand of hair falling on her temples to smell its fragrance, or maybe to touch her smooth, jade-like cheek. Lu Mingzhao did not flinch or avoid. She pulled out a sharp, gleaming cleaver from her cloak, gripped the handle, and sneered. The Sun family, is it something extraordinary? Second young master son, do you still want your hand? First, show respect, then resort to force if needed. She showed respect. But some people are born to be beasts in human clothing. The second young master of the Sun family froze with his hand in mid-air, his face dark as night. A beauty with thorns is charming, but a beauty with a knife is lethal. I was just teasing you, miss. Was that really necessary? Said the second young master of the Sun family, pretending to casually retract his hand. Lu Mingzhao raised an eyebrow and asked very seriously, was it really necessary, second master son? I just didn't laugh. First, you trespassed, then you acted all flirty with a decent woman. Second young master of the Sun family, you truly are a man of passion. By the way, Qi Rui, since you care so much about the second young master and he is so close to you, you must have repaid him quite often in ways he likes. Qi Rui, furious, blurted out, I haven't. How can you smear an innocent maiden like me? Lu Mingzhao's expression was playful. Didn't you bring this mess on yourself? We, mother and I, have repeatedly refused, yet you and your young master act like animals that can't understand human speech, pushing us relentlessly and even trying to tear down our gate. These past 2 or 3 years, you've eaten and used much from our household. Even a dog knows to wag its tail after being treated well. This just shows that some people are lower than animals. Qi Rui was so embarrassed she could hardly show her face. I just wanted the young master to stay for one night, a small favor, why did you have to make it sound so ugly? Sorry, but as you can see, I'm not exactly a saint, Lu Mingzhao sighed, running her fingers along the blade. Of course, I'm not heartless either. Since you two have such a special bond, how about one finger for one night's stay? Qirui, you'll agree, won't you? Lodging? Does she really think I don't see what she's up to? Qirui's face was filled with terror, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. In the cold wind, her body shivered uncontrollably. The second young master of the Sun family's eyes flickered with a glint of light, but it vanished in an instant. The beauty made his heart race with desire, wanting to kiss her right there, but he was also scared for his life. For a moment, the scene was eerily quiet. Very good. In the future, before being generous at someone else's expense, weigh carefully what you are. Lu Mingzhao patted Qirui's shoulder with the flat of the knife, and strands of hair fell into the wind. Your shady little tricks might work on some idiots, but don't assume everyone's a fool. The second young master of the Sun family felt like she was pointing at him. Was he a fool? No, he wasn't. He is a rich brat, after all. Lu Mingzhao noticed the thick-headedness in the second young master son's eyes. He was truly sleazy, and also truly stupid. Second young master Sunday. Ignoring the terrified Qirui, Lu Mingzhao swung the kitchen knife towards the second young master son's neck. When Qirui lured you here, didn't she mention my identity? The second young master son was practically peeing his pants in fear. The servant boy by his side didn't dare move a muscle, afraid that Lu Mingzhao might slip and the kitchen knife would fall, turning his young master into a headless corpse. The second young master son swallowed hard and stammered, "Isn't she just some hunter's little wife?" Feeling humiliated and furious at being intimidated by a seemingly delicate woman, he wanted to show off his manliness. But the moment his eyes landed on the cold, gleaming kitchen knife, he instinctively retreated, deciding it wouldn't be so bad to just endure this. Lu Mingzhao sneered. A hunter's little wife, huh? Xia Yan didn't need a fragile, defenseless wife. And she refused to be a weak wife dependent on Xia Yan. Tisk, Lu Mingzhao clicked her tongue. Second young master son, it seems this maid of yours has some rather sinister intentions. Xia Yan is indeed a hunter. And I am indeed his wife. But I lived in the Yongning Marquis family in the upper capital for over 15 years as a legitimate young miss. Tell me, even if the real daughter comes to claim her place, and this fake daughter leaves the estate, would the Yongning Marquis family really not care about the safety of their adopted daughter and allow some insignificant grain merchant to bully me? With great power comes great opportunity, especially when it's the power of the Yongning Marquis family. She wasn't worried about being exposed either. Both the Yongning Marquis and his wife loved putting on shows, eager to project their virtue and kindness through her. You call yourself a young master, yet you're just a pawn for a lowly maid. Not much of a master, are you? Blaming others is easy. Anyone can do that. Mom is really something else.